And welcome everyone to day 3 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. We're going to swap cast the trios as we do get into the second half of our weekend. Joining me today are Matthew Fish Stewart and Zach Rusty Pie. Gentlemen, good to have you on the desk. Good to be here as well. How are we feeling?
Feeling great, actually. We had 2 exciting days of League of Legends for the LPL. Excited for 2 more.
What about you,
Absolutely.
Rusty?
It's been great to watch some interesting games that have happened so far this week, but no, very good at the moment. Excited to get into today.
Yeah, so we have had, of course, 2 days of play already. So interested to hear your thoughts. What have been your highlights sort of for the first half of the weekend? Because we're starting to get to the real pointy end of the LPL, it feels like.
LGD 1.
Oh my God.
LGD 2 0 Chaogu. That is the highlight for me. That was an amazing series, and LGD just showing like they're back on form again.
Yeah. I will give it to them. Definitely looking really good in the 2 games that they play, but you always have to worry with LGD. Rusty, what about you? What were your highlights?
Yeah, I think as much as that's a highlight, it's definitely still a low light. As LGD, they won, but we've always questioned ourselves, when will LGD show up pastry time? When does this team actually show consistency? We never really known. To me, I'm on the World Elite train. I just love that they win. It may take 3 games, but they always get there.
Yeah. World Elite, I agree. Like, I think World Elite have definitely been looking nice. It's just funny to me that they seem to really need to go the distance. EPA had a really good showing in that series to almost get them over the edge. Let's talk a little bit more about LGD, though, because it is fun to see. I think what we were starting to see from them was really strong individual play, which is what we expect from the all-star players that they have on their lineup. And then from there, it's just like, okay, let's take our good players and actually put them together. And turns out they have a good team. Who would have thought that their team was actually going to be good with how many good players they had?
I mean, you take a world champion out of SKT, put it onto LGD, you expect him to be really good, and you know what? He did show up in that game. He had a 2-on-1 nice outplay in that match as well, and he played really nice.
Yeah, we said based off the start of the split when they changed 2 members of their roster, their jungle and top laner, that they were effectively both direct upgrades. So as far as I'm concerned, LGD were meant to be like the best team because they came first, they upgraded, and then somehow stayed last for most of the split. So it's great to see them.
And you know what? They swapped around those junglers quite a bit. They even brought in a new jungler halfway through the season, Yu, who unfortunately didn't perform too well. And it's really good to see Amy stepping up to the plate once again, playing nicely for LGD and just, you know, kind of gluing the team together a little bit.
And honestly, I only caught the scorelines, but what a weekend he must have had to produce the results that he did and that his team did 2-0ing LGD. Amy, it feels like it's finally arrived back into the LPL. We knew he was a strong player. We expected big things from him. We talk a lot about how junglers are very important in the current metagame, particularly in China. And Amy finally has an awesome series. Not just one game, he has a good series.
Absolutely. So Amy showed up on more than one game. To be particular, the first game, he was an MVP-worthy performance as well. It was 9-1-13, which is absurd how good that is. And with the likes of Imp and Marin on your team to still actually pick up an MVP just goes to show how important junglers are in the LPL, as you mentioned.
And it's not just Amy that's been picking up these MVP performances as well. A lot of junglers in the LPL right now are picking up these tremendous MVP plays. Like Clearlove's doing really well. I believe Condi is leading the MVP table as well. There's just a lot of really world-class junglers in the LPL right now that are making these impressive plays.
Certainly is, and it's a strong overall performance for the team. LGD fans, should they be worried? It always feels like it's one game at a time. Always be worried.
I forget what the quote was now, but with LGD, you're happy when they win, you're sad when they lose, but you have no expectations of performance whatsoever because at this stage, it's just constant heartbreak if you ever have faith.
Well, now playoffs are basically an LGD sense, so you've got to be a little bit worried now. There's no more destiny anymore where there's a team has to lose for them to get back into playoff contention. So now that everything's in their hands and they have to win the remaining games, it's a little bit scary.
I'm worried on the other side because LGD are very scary when approaching playoffs traditionally, but we'll have a check you in the standings. Here's Group A. QG still on top after their loss to LGD, who are making their way up at Group B. Royal also on top, but really close at the top. This has been the group we've been watching for about 2 weeks now. You can see EDG and IG there real close together. And what a way, because they'll actually be starting off our day 3 here very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Group B is the day of Saturday, I suppose, in these 3 best of 3s. And yeah, 3rd versus 2nd. What a hype matchup this has got to be.
Well, we're going to go through those matchups, so that's why we're starting IG versus EDG. 2 fierce rivals, players that have been playing each other pretty much since the dawn of Chinese competitive League of Legends. Still some of those names left. Of course, we have 3 best of 3s tonight and tomorrow, so lots of League of Legends this Easter weekend. HYG versus OMG will be match number 2. We'll see if OMG can continue some of their decent run of form, and if HYG can start picking up a few more wins for themselves here in the LPL. But our final matchups coming up, I believe. Oh, we're close. There we go.
There it is.
RNG versus VG actually will round us out, which is actually quite exciting. 2 relatively close teams. that really, again, desperate for these points.
Yeah, and stylistically different teams as well, so it'll be a really cool matchup to watch them unfold. The Deathblade, what used to be 1,000 paper cuts for
It's a little less
Vici.
now.
No, honestly, after their last
That's
set,
more?
it's about 1 million paper cuts, I think was the quote. Took them like 2 Barons, they had 7 kills throughout the entire thing. But like Vici, they can definitely show up against RNG.
I think so as well. But RNG are a team, I think, still showing quite dominant. We are starting to see the top teams lose games, and I think the second place team starting to separate themselves maybe a bit more. Again, not a whole lot of weeks left to play in the LPL. Week 8, I believe, we're in, so very few weeks left. I think RNG, they're still showing they're strong, because when they win, they just blow people out of the water.
Yeah, look, it's just so impressive. I can't say anything further to that.
I mean, it's not just RNG, as well as the entire Group B. All the teams in there, except for HRG, many look really impressive.
Well, we do have quite a lot of text there, but we'll take you through. We're actually going to look at IG versus EDG's history as a team. I said they're fierce rivals. Pretty interesting record between these two teams. They've played each other a lot in the years.
Yeah, so their rivalry actually spans 3 LPL years, and Invictus Gaming, as you can see over there, have won 10 out of their 37 games. That's actually not even more than 2 sets total, including their most recent best of 3 that IG won 2-0. So the probability of winning based off their win-to-loss ratio alone, 27%. But the last time that Invictus Gaming won was in fact the last time they played this split. Is it possible, Pastry Time? This could be the year of the Invictus Gaming against EDG.
It could.
I mean, to even out those stats.
It's definitely an important matchup as well, seeing that EDG are currently second, IG are currently third as well. And with the likes of OMG and Vici just trailing behind, there are only 4 spots for playoffs. So this is an important game for IG to try and bridge the distance, and for EDG to stay in that second place seat and try and catch up to RNG if possible.
Well, history does seem to indicate that EDG may look favored coming into it. But like you said, Rusty, 2016 has been a very different year for a lot of teams in the LPL. Certainly EDG started on Struggle Street, and they did play IG early on in their few weeks. Just to note, though, it was a best of 3, but it was kind of a weird best of 3 as well.
Yeah.
Not the one we'll hopefully see today.
It was a little bit delayed,
Yes.
both of these games. It became an effective 2 best of 1s opposed to a single best of 3. The first time they played as well, Fire Lolly, I believe, was in the jungle. So no surprises that IG got game 1 based off his start of the split performance. But what this really shows is that EDG were just dominant throughout every single split. And this split in particular is where they have shown struggle.
I would like to see if, even though they've been showing struggle this split, if they can pull back that dominance for this game against IG. Because when they last played, although they did have Fire Lolly in the jungle for game 1, once they came back after the huge break in between the sets, they put Clear Love in there, and Kid just went absolutely off.
Yeah. Just went crazy on window. We've seen Kid really evolve into actually quite a strong jungler. So it will be interesting to see 2 not completely new teams, but IG definitely feel quite rebuilt. EDG feel like they're ironing out maybe some of the issues. Definitely not quite at the form they were in the middle of last year and even towards Worlds last year as well. So a team that has been getting better, but both these teams have been looking quite strong. Let's have a look there. We'll start on the IG side of the Rift. I believe they'll be our blue siders for game number 1. IG's lineup hasn't changed in a while, but they will get Rain in for this one. Zatai, Kid, Rookie, Rain, and Kitties will start us off in our first one.
Yeah, bringing in the Korean AD carry this time around. Of course, Invictus Gaming have displayed that they're a team of very close-knit friends and that they are a happy team, which is where this performance has come from. Rain and time doesn't seem to matter. They're happy with both.
Yeah, well, there's the time that top side. Kid, though, the jungler, formerly their AD carry player. We talked about IG playing EDG over a long number of years. Kid would have been their AD for most of those games, but he's actually turned into quite a good jungler.
I'd love to see what his performance is going to be like in this game. He's got 4 MVP titles to his name. He's a fantastic jungler. He took it to Clear Love last time. I want to see if he can do it again.
Well, there's a man with 8 MVP times so far for IG. Rookie, absolutely stellar mid laner in the league. But we'll have a look at the bottom lane now. Rain, like you said, Rusty, is the Korean on their team, or one of the other Koreans, I suppose. Rookie, of course, being a Korean mid laner. Again, Rain and Time, it doesn't seem like the bottom lane gets significantly better or worse. Kitties has been solid. Rain and Time have both been decent. But I've seen the strategy time and time again from teams. It always seems to be pick on IG's bottom lane.
I mean, yeah, it's a perfectly viable strategy. They've shown very linear play styles in Invictus Gaming. It's not to say that they're by any means exploitable, but if it goes in the opposite team's favor, they're always picking on that bottom lane.
Well, let's have a look on EDG's side of the Rift right now. Seems like they will be playing the roster they were playing earlier this week. The full-powered MSI winners will all be taking to Summoner's Rift today. Good to see Pawn back in the lineup. Definitely, deserves a break. We've heard a lot about different issues that the player has had, but it's always fun to see EDG play to full strength. This Mako having a bit of a yawn, cracking a smile. It's always Fun to watch.
That was a very sly smile.
Mako's a bit like that.
That was pretty cheeky.
Well, he's pretty cheeky on the Rift as well. If you've seen that guy's stretching Annie, we'll have a look at the lineup though. What we expected: Korra, Clearlove, Pawn, Deft, and Mako.
Yeah. Pulling no punches here is the best way to describe this. Taking on Invictus Gaming. And even though historically EDG are favored, it has to be mentioned that only 3 people from both teams still remain.
Yep.
So it's still just an organizational battle, essentially, opposed to players.
Certainly is, and these two teams are battling when EDG was under a different organization. If you want to consider this man right here, Clearlove, who's been playing for a long time and absolutely on fire, I might add as well. Kid definitely gave it to him in their first bout. I wonder how grumpy Clearlove is after that. But Pawn, good to see him back in the mid lane. Whenever he plays, it just seems like he never missed a beat.
Yeah, I feel like it's which shade, by the way, of Clearlove
Yeah.
we're going to see, the dark or light. As Pawn, it is great to see him back in form.
Pretty sure Dark Clearlove will come out today. He wants to bring this game back to Kid.
We'll
Try
see.
to take him down.
There's Deft, of course. Vaunted Civer main of the LPL. He's been getting a champion a lot. We'll see if he gets it today. Mako, though, of course, his best buddy and very strong support. Although the EDG Best Friends Club may not be what you think it is. We've seen a lot of Deft and Mako in a strong 2v2. But definitely feels like EDG are back to the old synergy, you know? Pawn the pivot in the mid lane, Korra and Deft playing strong in their side lanes, and then the best buddies actually Clearlove and Mako starting to roam around and keep making plays.
And to me, that feels like they've actually adapted to the meta quite well, to be perfectly honest with you, because the best teams that we saw win at even IEM, where all of the Chinese teams did fall down, was a jungle support duo roaming around placing deep vision. Marta and MLXG were the best example of the closest we got to success in that respect. But it's good to see that we are getting towards the direction of the other regions in efficiency with those two.
I wonder how they're going to use this synergy between Clearlove and Mako, especially coming into this game, because a lot of teams like to attack Invictus Gaming's bottom lane. This time it's going to be Rain and Kitties in that bottom lane. So I'd like to see if they still decide to try and attack that, or if they're going to change it up and use that synergy between Clearlove and Mako to make plays elsewhere on the map.
Well, we're going to find out now because we are into champ select for game number 1. There's Coach Rapid Star giving out the orders to EDG. Kindred, Twisted Fate, and Callista are IG's first 3 bans. They will start on the blue side here for our first one. Gangplank, Lulu, and Braum, though, will be the EDG bans of choice as the tie is having some fun.
Yeah, the Braum ban in particular is a standout, I suppose, amongst the rest. Of course, Gangplank and Lulu both very much playable. Last time we saw Rookie play Lulu, he was solo killing Easy Hoon, which, you know, it says a lot. And then he got ganked and still got to kill 1v3.
So, just Rookie things.
Yeah, look, he's a pretty good Lulu. And, I mean, it does leave open, as an example, the Corki and the LeBlanc, which are 2 big champions. Corki more first pickable, if they were to go for that. Obviously not Malzahar.
Look, I'd love it, but I don't think so.
Put him in the jungle, 80 miles an hour for Kid.
The tie's pretty creative. There's Gragas, though. A bit more, probably our jungler, actually. Although Flandre has played at top lane recently. But I do like the pick there from IG. A very strong jungler, always good to take first. But we've seen a lot of Poppy. There's Alistar as well for EDG. Korra's Poppy is particularly strong, but the champion in general just seems so good.
Sure is, and it's a contested pick between Tatai as well. Tatai is his most played champion, played it 11 times so far in the LPL. It is also Koro's most played champion, but he's played a lot more champions consistently as well. So it's kind of taken away from Tatai as well, and also a really solid champion to pick up during your first rotation.
And funnily enough, it also gives them the Alistar pick because the combo can be denied by a Poppy W. It also puts work in against a Gragas. The engage becomes a little bit more lackluster if Poppy is nearby. And honestly, of all things that Poppy has in her kit, she's very hard to kill still. She does a lot of damage. It's that damn W that just stops movement that makes her unbearable sometimes.
Making 80 carries grumpy all year long. And there's Elise and Kog'Maw actually for IG. So Rain does have a few Kog'Maw games in the match history. Haven't seen him for a few games for IG. But it seems like they are going to give him a hyper carry. Good thing Lulu's off the board. But we'll see what IG wants to get done here.
This is the new patch though as well. So we are on 6.5. The Kog'Maw's changes have gone through, which means the early game is weaker, but the late game is still just as strong. It's just more of a passive stat growth opposed to items or spell-based. Interesting decision. I think that almost indicates hiding the Kog'Maw through lane swaps already.
Definitely want to make sure he stays tucked away and gets his farm. So we'll see how the rest of IG's draft develops. They've got a decent core built now, but definitely showing their AD carry rather early. EDG, though, going to lock in Civer Evelyn, because why not? This is pretty much the comp they've been playing all week long when they toured HYG earlier in the week. And it's much like we always want to give away Poppy to the enemy team. Feels like you never want to give Def Civer, but sometimes you have to give Def Civer.
But it also feels like you don't want to give Clearlove Evelyn, and that's the weirdest thing to say, but it's just indicative of how Clearlove plays as a person, right? And it's been said historically that he'll pick Eve when he wants to try hard the crap out of a game, like take it legit, and not pull any punches himself. As EDG with a full roster, Clearlove with Evelyn, they mean business.
I mean, they pulled no punches against HYG.
Exactly, that says a lot.
Definitely scary for IG coming into this match. As we'll see where IG wants to go with their last few picks here. Orianna Thresh currently being hovered, but plenty of options here for the Invictus Gaming squad. Important to note that Gragas is actually going to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
By the way, missed that one completely because the least, of course, locked in is their likely jungle pick. So could be Zetai's champion. That'd be the easiest guess. And based on those two picks, I have to say so, Orianna Morgana going to round out the draft.
Well, hey, Morgana's a top laner in the LPL. Don't be fooled. I personally rate Gragas support.
Yeah.
I think that it's good. There's merit to it, but Gragas top lane's the most likely answer. And I already mentioned how Poppy does well into it from the W alone. Could be interesting.
I'd like to see how Zettai places Gragas up at the top lane. He's played it once before in the LPL, and it's kind of coming back into the top lane. Gragas used to be a mid laner, then he was a top laner for some time, then he went into the jungle, so he's been all over the shop. I'd like to see how Zettai is going to bring it back into the top lane, especially into the matchup, like you said, Rusty, going up against Poppy. It's going to be a little bit difficult for him to land those body slams.
Well, because the EDG aren't changing tactics anytime soon, by the way. We saw the LeBlanc cover. Zed, though, seems to be maybe the selection EDG are considering. Pawn being back into the lineup, though, especially in place of Athena, who's been playing a few games recently. Very polarizing playstyles, almost very different Korean mid laners, despite the strength of both of them. Pawn's definitely got more experience on the lineup more than anything else, but he almost always brings an assassin pick to the table. Today, it will be Zed.
Yeah, no real surprises here from Pawn, but it's a very strong way to round out the team composition that EDG have. They have a split pushing option besides the Poppy now. I feel like there are a lot of question marks to be raised about how they're going to team fight into IG's composition unless they are ahead. But that is basically a press the R button and run at them fast composition that EDG have put together.
They want to fight, and IG have a team composition that can kind of dismantle that a bit. They've got a lot of displacement with the likes of Gragas. They've got a lot of stopping power with Morgana, with Orianna. I wonder if this unstoppable force is going to be able to go through the immovable object.
I guess that's the contrast, though, is the pendulum swings both ways. Is EDG is really good at engaging. They're also very good at disengaging because of the exact same spells. Poppy as well can go Heli Poppy and try and scare them off, stop the engages. Invictus Gaming on the flip side, they've got really good engage pick with the Elise Morgana and then hard engage or disengage with the Morgana and Gragas.
I think I like the little combo they built for Rain as well. Actually a decent Cogmore comp with Morgana Cog and Ori sort of rounding out the support crew. Exciting stuff here for both these teams. I think there's obvious plans. EDG feels like they're playing effectively the same way. IG mixing it up, I'll say quite a bit. But you can see where the elements lies. The coaches, they are going to shake hands. We're going to get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1. And here we are for our first game of day number 3, Invictus Gaming versus EDG round 2. IG actually held the winning record this particular year, already having taken out EDG 2-0, but different circumstances now, much later into the season as well, but still as crucial as ever. We'll take a look in with the Keystone Masteries.
There's a lot of Thunderlords.
Yep, 5 total.
Ooh. That is actually a jungler. Both junglers have Thunderlords, opposed to Strength of the Ages, which, interestingly enough, I don't think has been changed. They just really want to do damage. Like, really want to do damage.
Mako even deciding to go with Bond of Stone as his Keystone Mastery, so not picking up the Wind Speaker's Blessing that we see quite a few Alistars pick up in the LPL and across the competitive scenes of League of Legends.
It's all about the fight.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to suggest. Unsurprisingly, it feels like these two teams may want to fight each other right now. We have a lot of people from EDG grouped towards that mid lane. Deft and Mako are going to cheat towards top side. We'll see if they want to walk through that. Deft, though, hanging out. He's going to keep Orianna company as pawn.
It's funny, though. I mean, like, one of the big downfalls to me looking at the Thunderlords is that you have no health. And Elise going Runic Echoes first never has health. Never. You're always a very susceptible target to ganks, to dying very quickly in counter ganks. Clearlove, kind of going to have the sole purpose of counter ganking, but if Kid can find Clearlove, the same problem's going to ensue. You'll have no health.
Well, we have to see how having no health in the jungle works out for these two junglers as we take a look at the two lanes that are coming up for EDG and IG. EDG actually going to try and deeply invade here. Mako is going to pick up 10 gold for himself as he takes away one of the small wolves, and they deny IG their start on the top side of the jungle camp. So we are going to see a lane swap initiated by EDG as Clearlove is going to try and chase kitties out of his jungle as Koro will take away the wolves for his team. That's a smart little play from EDG.
Yeah. Just babysitting them, making sure he gets them. They'll go over to the other side of their jungle now. So successful mini invade there for EDG. IG a little late to the party. Clearlove already had his blue, but shouldn't hurt too much here as Mako actually is going to wander back in just to check, just to make sure nothing sneaky is happening. But we do have a lane swap here. Def just going to build this wave. Feel like both teams are going to probably do a fairly similar thing in the first few minutes, and we're starting to see an awful lot of this all around the world. It's nice to see post-IEM the Chinese might have the lane swaps down pat.
Yeah, they absolutely should have it down pat. Of all teams, EDG in particular, the ones that you would be looking towards when it comes to lane swaps. Of course, going into the jungle there from Mako did feel like it could have been wasted time, but it's effective knowledge that the bottom lane, or sorry, the jungle and top lane duo of Invictus Gaming is going to appear bottom sooner or later.
EDG now, they're going to be pushing up the top side of the map. Clearlove is going to be able to take away this blue buff, so he should be able to get a 3-buff start. As Kid, he's going to roam into the jungle, only has a Gromp camp to take for himself. The rest of IG are working on this bot lane turret, trying to race EDG, so to speak, to take down these turrets as fast as possible. And we'll have to see once these two turrets go down where the two teams decide to take the game from there.
Well, looks like EDG might just be winning here, although IG are stacking up a wave nicely. They're actually going to commit relatively hard as Koro's going to try and deny as many creeps as he can here. See if he's done his homework correctly. Has he done the math properly?
You can do it, Koro!
Seems like he's done just about right. As he'll take that first turret, and IG going to go ahead and do the same. Looks like both teams got what they wanted there. So Waves looks like they're going to bounce back.
There's still 4 effective minions there for Invictus Gaming in that stack. So EDG is not going to be able to freeze that top lane from the looks of it. As you can see, Koro doing the, I guess, standard thing now and trying to get as much farm as you can before the duo lane addresses you. It's as simple as keeping it as close to frozen as possible, and once the bottom lane arrives, just hard pushing before leaving. And he's going to be able to do that more effectively by having 4 minions there, but it also becomes a bit more dangerous on the counter push.
We're going to take a look at the mid lane now. The isolated lane, thanks to these lane swaps. Rookie going up against Pawn. It's relatively even between these two players. 25 CS each. Still have a couple of potions each to blow. This Kitty's going to try and find Koro. No, decides to just leave him alone that brush. Can't spot him out. Has no vision of that lane. Rain and Kitties are now going to rotate up into that top lane. They're going to send Deft and I presume Mako down into this bottom lane as well. But who knows where the cow's going to go. He's roaming around the jungle inside of IG's jungle right now.
Deep pink.
Yeah, actually.
He has 2 of them.
He's busy, okay?
Getting lots of division down. But Tatai is threatening a gank in the mid lane.
The problem is Tatai has nowhere to go. And so he's now prolonging his time walking to the top lane instead of recalling, basically. So Invictus Gaming are just going to work towards the strong side of the map as expected, but I guess it was a cute little gank attempt in between it all.
Yeah, might as well give it a go. The Rift Tail is going to be now taken out by IG. EDG, though, continuing to push quite a bit faster. Kog'Maw on his own right now in top lane. We'll get the wave going, but we'll see what EDG decides to do with this particular wave.
That's not a bad decision from IG. Like going for the Rift Herald might actually speed up their push once it crashes to the turret to be closer to matching that of EDG. And the question from here, to me, is now that they've got the Rift Herald, they will take down turrets super quickly. Do they stay here? And EDG then have to respond.
Well, IG did ping for that second turret as soon as the Rift Herald goes down, so we'll have to see what they decide to do. EDG have been able to take down the outer turret in the bottom lane and are continuing their push for the second as well. Clearlove's actually going to join them down in the bottom lane as IG up in the top lane, only barely able to finish that outer turret now. And a lot of recalls are being blown to try and get down to the bottom lane.
Could be time to trade perhaps. Def, though, is actually just going to push the wave in and leave it. Zatai busy denying off a few more creeps. So I guess they gave up on that potential push. A little too slow, despite the Rift Tower buff. Zatai, though, going to get that lane into a decent spot. But we've just traded towers for the first few minutes of the game, 2 apiece, as outers are gone in both of those side lanes. EDG, though, are going to collapse on the sensible objective. Rift Tower for IG. EDG will effectively delay the trade and get the dragon.
Yeah. I feel like, so EDG have actually put a lot of priority towards Rift Herald lately, and so IG's response to do it before they take a turret is almost indicative of that fact. Like, they don't want EDG to get the Rift Herald because of how effectively they've been using it. Instead, what they do is, I guess, it's delay their own turret push. They eventually match it as hello.
Nice cocoon coming out from Kid there to try and lock down Koro to tie.
He's going to juke back and forth.
He's standing on top of the Poppy, getting a lot of grass and the Undying procs off. Here come the Herald up minions, but a teleport's actually going to come in for EDG as well. Kid, he's already taken down incredibly low. Pawn's going to jump forward. Elise has to go up into the air. The Spider is definitely in trouble as Pawn will pick up first blood.
And just take a second to let it set in. How did Pawn get there? He teleported as Zed. What on earth does he do? Why does he have teleport, man?
See, I was going to mention this, but I forgot to when we hit level 1, because I saw him hover in Champ Select. EDG have been playing so much double TP, especially in their lane swaps. But he did it on the Blanc, and I'm like, okay, I kind of appreciate that. But to do it on Zed is an extra step forward.
And there's another teleport coming in for EDG. It's actually going to be Koro this time that tries to come down into the bottom lane. Mako is going to get stunned up, so it doesn't look like they're going to get anything out of that teleport play. As Koro is going to be able to just, run back and forth between Kid inside of this jungle. So this time the teleport play not working out so well for EDG.
No, now the freeze is given to Zatai, who has the teleport advantage himself. And honestly, the stylistic difference now between EDG and IG is very much evident, because one person playing Orianna on a control mage is going Ignite. The other playing Zed on an assassin is going teleport. And that is like taking a strategy and going like 110% in that direction.
Yeah, well, worked out for that first blood at least. Pawn happy to get some extra money. Has a Hex Drinker for himself now, so nice little boost to his laning power. Checking in with the bottom side though, Defton Mako hanging out. Does have a BF sword and that Cole on the Sivir. In fact, Rain, pretty similar looking build. Pickaxe and Cole plus the Doran for himself. So, should be the standard Essence Reaver. And Kinsu's Rage Blade for Sivir and Kog'Maw respectively. This is quite a fight around the blue buff, but I think Kid's going to win.
Koro got 40 gold from it.
Yeah,
It's about half of the camp's gold worth.
He killed 2 out of the 3 minions in that blue buff, so I believe he came out on top there.
Technically one. I like it. As Clearlove's making his way down the bottom side, but a nice pink ward's going to spot him. Clearlove knows now, but Rain and Kitty should have time. No, the teleport actually going to come in now. Kitty's going to get aggressed on. Clearlove's already burnt the ulti. They might need to go in. They are going to take out Kitty's. Maker, though, is going to die for the trade, but Pawn's down here already. Ulti's down in onto the Kog'Maw looking for Rain. Damage is there. That should be enough, and it is to take him out. But the rest of the cavalry have arrived now for IG as Def is going to go down to Zatai. Pawn's got to get himself out to safety. Will flash. Oh, no! Misses the fat part of the wall, and he's going to go down as well. Clearlove, he'll just get out, but IG win that trade 3-1.
Misplays essentially gift IG that trade. To be fair, the trade still came out. Pawn picking up a kill onto Rain as they were trying to do. His kid's gone a little bit too deep. Just chill out a bit, man. Let's watch a replay. Clearlove and Mako. So this is selfless from Kitties, I will say. Gives the black shield to Rain, but he's still going to go down. Pawn comes in and actually watch this. Zatai says, you know what? Go kill him. I'll knock you towards him. Thanks, bro. And this is the unfortunate part where the misplays didn't shoot. To be fair, Zatai put in work. Like, ridiculous amounts of it. Oh, well. You know what they say. You win some, you lose some. He lost.
Well, while that replay was going on, Zatai was actually the one that got a little bit caught out in that bottom lane, so it wasn't Kid that pushed out a bit too far. It was Zigrangus that eventually did that. When we take a look at the scoreboard now, after all of that little bit of action, his English is a little bit terrible right there. We're 1,000 gold ahead for EDG right now. 4 kills to 3, 2 turrets each. A Rift Herald to IG and a Dragon buff going on over to EDG.
Well, now Rain gonna see what he can do here in that top lane. Now trying to farm it up. Did get a nice little bit of gold with 3 assists, so pretty close to Rageblade now as he does have both the components finished, but it was Clearlove actually got that other kill which led for a 2-for-2 trade. Excuse me, misspoke earlier in the team fight. So pretty even across the board. Gold though going into the right places for EDG in particular. Clearlove almost always the ones to get a lot of early gold, and Pawn having kills is nice as well. But not to say that IG didn't get gold where they wanted it to either.
Absolutely. Rookie, the man who needs everything essentially for Invictus Gaming, because he is the heart and soul of the team. And the other big benefactor of this, Zatai, who has the tendency to carry quite hard sometimes, here and there, has shown up on this Gragas top lane.
Well, Tyra the Goddess actually there for Rookie, so curious to see where he goes with that build, but clearly a bit more of a scaling option perhaps. EDG, they are going to take that Rift Herald that they love so much recently, and we're dragging up in a minute 10. Actually very clean take. Pawn will actually collect the buff for himself, go back home. We might reset for our next objective.
Rookie's build.
A bit of everything, you know.
It's a variety bucket.
It is a variety bucket.
Can't make his mind up. You recall with 800 gold, that's what that is. Every single time you're like, oh, I need to buy something. And you end up with a tier, you end up with a Seeker's Arm Guard, you end up with a Fiendish Codex. And now, once a full item is completed, which it is for Pawn, he's actually effectively, I'd say, stronger. IG are kind of waiting for that 2-item spike now.
Speaking of Fawn, he's going to be moving down into the bottom lane this time. Like we mentioned earlier, EDG are running that double teleport, so he could TP in to join the action at any time during this game, as Rookie with his Ignite is going to be holding up the mid lane and just farming up as much as possible on his Orianna. Nice work to get all those 3 minions.
I will say, however, that is the standard anti-Z build that Oriannas have historically always gone for, is the tier Seekers. But the fact that he's gone for the Fiendish Codex means he is most likely going all in with the late game, opposed to the standard part.
Well, we've got a Cog as well, who actually does have his Rage Blade, so can start to begin to get that farm. Does need to get quite a bit later into the game for the old Cogmore, but should just be effective, assuming he gets there. Koro, though, busy tying people up here in that top side, keeping Rain busy. Kitty's here as well, of course, but we'll spot that off with a nice pink ward. Kitty's, though, going to clear it pretty much instantly. But you can see EDG. It looks like they are collapsing towards that dragon side of the map. Pawn is busy splitting bot with his shiny new More of Malmortius. Going to clear that pink. And EDG going to move in for dragon number 2.
Yeah, more of Malmortius and Rift Herald that he already had as well. So able to split push effectively with that, as EDG have shown immense amounts of objective focus. This is no surprise. Here it is.
Will be the dragon going on over to EDG. We saw quite a mirrored lane swap coming from both these teams, both taking the outer turrets in the top lane and bottom lane, trading the Rift Herald and Dragon at the beginning. But now it really seems like EDG are slowly starting to take over. They are 2,000 gold ahead. They've been able to control the objectives a little bit more efficiently now. And they have the split push on Zed now in the bottom lane, causing Tatai a little bit of trouble.
Don't know about causing trouble. There's a tank Gragas against the magic resistance stacked Zed first item. So I think neither of them are causing the other fuss in any extent.
We'll just
They're just chilling.
Yep, we'll just chill out as EDG. I've actually gotten some nice wards into this red side jungle of IG. See where they want to go next. So the map's starting to open up quite a bit, as it is wont with all these lane swaps and towers falling very quickly. Def, though, in the mid lane now with Mako. Going to try and pressure onto Rookie. Well, he returns with the blue buff. Should we just finally clear this out nice and efficiently? So could have some pretty long lanes to tend to. EDG. It seems like they don't want to do too much without big objectives to take off the map.
Yeah, some could say it's objective focus to a fault now from EDG. They haven't broken the map open too heavily. Mid lane turret is the, I guess, big one that's still standing, as Korra is very fast.
Classic Poppy.
Boots of swiftness, to be fair.
Yep.
You can't stop you that, Poppy.
Pawn level 11 now going to go back. So 2 levels up on Zatai is definitely a threat. Clear Love actually counter jungling. Does have the runic echoes completed. So it's actually a nice little advantage he has on Kid right now. But I can't imagine that window of power is going to last too much longer. It does feel like with an Ori in the mid lane, it is hard to break this mid lane for EDG, but they're going to keep their AD carry in the safest spot possible. Smack bang in the middle of the map. Just getting farm. Essence Reaver done already, so Deft feeling pretty happy with himself right now.
And I think the very big thing about that is that they've got a support and jungle duo that can now roam around, because Deft is mid against an Orianna, which is a non-impactful laners. Hello, kitties.
That's exactly what Mako's trying to do, roam around. Wasn't able to get the Pulverize down onto the Morgana, who did have the Black Shield available. Opts his ultimate to get away from the Cocoon there, so big summoner down for EDG, but that should come back up in no time, as Pawn, he's going to be moving back up in towards the top lane. I shouldn't say back up, first time up there for this Zed. That's going to allow Tatai to push out the bottom lane, as we have the AD carry duos with their supports in the mid lane, farming it up, just pushing the waves back and forth.
Oh, he teleported there for first blood. He's seen the sights.
Nice.
He's been there before.
He's been a little bit
He
of
had a tourist visit, you know, yeah.
Got his visa, it's expired now.
And to be fair, Zed going into the lane that doesn't have Gragas is effectively what they want to do, because at the moment Rookie is farming mid lane, and Rookie farming mid lane means that Rain can't farm mid lane, and they have to have everyone getting farmed somehow, right? So the Zed in the Cogmore lane is the ultimate end goal. Easier said than done, though, as Invictus Gaming are wholeheartedly attempting to match it every time.
Yeah, EDG are pretty fervently swapping, as Pawn did actually hit the recall button, but doesn't go back. Koro busy tying things up on that bottom side. So EDG just going to wait a little while longer. Are ahead by about 2,000 gold, so not too bad here. 17 minutes in, but IG, they are scaling. All jokes aside, Rookie and Rain will be very strong.
It's like
from the mid to late game.
It's like we've had a light switch in their head or something, and they've realized that Rift Herald is actually in the same pit as Baron.
Yeah.
And that is just all they want. Yeah, because it's in the same pit. That's the objective now. The Dragon doesn't give you anything until the 5th one. It's just kind of the free objective you take when you have to here and there because there's nothing else. Rift Herald, though, holy. Yeah, no, I get that.
Hugely. In fact, there you go.
I already saw IG ping it as well.
Yeah.
So.
EDG going to clear the vision out there as well. And that should be Rift Herald number 2, I believe, going to them. I think IG got 1.
Yeah.
So 3 total. As a very objective focused early start to this game. But Pawn's the one getting it. He is able to split push currently on the Z. So you can start to see what the logic is for the team. It's Dragon up in a minute 45. Understandably, those 2 major buffs are pretty close together as far as early timers go. And with the Dragon Snowball potentially started here for EDG with 2 already, IG might want to think about contesting for this 3rd one.
Or just kill kitties.
Yeah, Clearlove is working on that right now. So it's going to be Korra that jumps in and takes it away from Clearlove, picking up another kill for themselves. And with Dragon coming up soon, does look like EDG might be able to get control of this pit.
Yeah, fancy feat from Clearlove gets him an easy pick there under kitties, who was out pretty far without any vision whatsoever in the way of pink wards in particular. EDG, you can see the vision they've got set up in the river in anticipation as well for the Dragon being up. So full focused on their objectives and how they get into this game and win. And they're executing on it nicely.
Yeah, Pawn actually might just take this turret solo. Maker is going to zone him off with the Alistar. Clearlove's even here as well.
Well, this is the mismatch.
Yeah. AD carry just can't answer that Zed, especially when he's got help. EDG want to be on this side anyway, so smartly take a turret. Dragon up in 40 seconds. Korra top lane with his teleport ready to go. Even a red buff still can be squeezed just in there in the schedule.
And the sad thing is that is not just the first red buff that has been squeezed in. They have stolen everything on Invictus Gaming's side of the map. They are bleeding them out. Kid, not able to have an impact since probably level 2. And that was just to take a turret down. They have well and truly kept tabs on what they define as the weakest link of IG. And they're now exploiting him on their way to the late game win conditions.
Bleeding them out is exactly what EDG are trying to do. And from 2,000 gold, they're now 4,000 gold up, or close to 4,000 gold up ahead of IG. And they're looking to try and move towards the 3rd Dragon. Let's about to say 2nd. EDG have already taken 2 for themselves. 3rd Dragon of the game. But it's actually IG that are making their way in towards the pit. And they've already started onto this Dragon buff. But EDG may want to fight for this. Nope, they decided to back off, so this is going to be a Dragon going on over to IG. Instead, they're going to keep Korra up in the top lane. He's going to be able to push that one out and potentially get some damage down onto this turret.
Yeah, it was well timed with recalls from Invictus Gaming here. Sooner or later, EDG have to go back. They didn't have enough vision in their inventory to actually maintain any pressure around the Dragon pit. So they concede. It is only the first Dragon. It's not a big deal. The big deal is up in 4 seconds.
This is a massive flank, though, from Pawn.
Wow.
He's going to try and collapse in onto Invictus Gaming. Korra's going to come and join the party as well. Mako gets a 2-man knocker, but Rain's able to ignore the first one. Clearlove, though, flashes straight over the wall to try and get him. And Pawn just into the mix, ults the Kog'Maw. He's absolutely dead. As they're going to flash forward and look for an ulti. Korra doesn't quite get it with the Poppy, but EDG with 2 clean kills there.
Yeah, they forced a flash out of Rookie and everything burnt from Invictus Gaming. EDG, that flank was super deep, but they are playing with absolute confidence. They don't know they're on a ward now, but it doesn't stop here as they pressure the turret mid.
They concede the Dragon, but make a fantastic play out of their double teleports. EDG have been utilizing those teleports fantastically in this game, and with that play, they're now 6,000 gold ahead of IG. So not so much as bleeding them out anymore, but they've cut into quite a deep wound against IG. And although they do have the scaling team composition, that is a massive gold lead for an EDG that just wants to fight you.
It's like normal bleeding out, you know? Like, it hits the point where you start getting woozy, you start, like, getting a little bit unconscious, falling in and out of consciousness, and then they just strike there and catch you when you're least prepared to deal with it. That teleport in particular had to be set up as a reactionary tool to the Dragon being taken. You have to assume people are going to reassess lanes that are being pushed in. EDG, they jump on it.
Certainly do, as Deft here to try and defend this turret. IG, though, 5 strong here in the mid lane. The Cocoon does land in onto Mako. I don't think it's quite enough to stop this siege. The EDG might be trying to make a goal, but it looks like they will actually force IG off the turret. With no TPs, EDG have to be a little bit crisper with their map movement. Can't be too far out in the side lanes, but Pawn Going to ignore that for now. Create a bit more pressure in this bottom side. There's only that inhibitor turret now to threaten. But Pawn, that's an awful lot of pressure if he can get a push going. So Ty, though, here to answer it. Just going to take the Krogs on the way in. And with Baron back up, now even more things for IG to start worrying about.
Invictus Gaming decided not to siege mid, knowing that there are 2 people in side lanes, and they had an extra wave. They opt into just responding to the side lanes, which could be considered questionable, as there was nothing for Pawn to take down in that bottom lane. You just said one top. You have a mismatch, but opting into caution, I suppose.
Perhaps too safe here for IG. They are going to move bottom side now. Koro was busy trying to take out that turret, but they may have actually got a catch here. Kitties will get the binding down onto Mako as Rain's trying to fire back. Popping that W. EDG, though, it seems like they know what they want next. They've got good pressure all across the map now. Just going to try and converge on this turret and see if they can take a tier 2 turret out. They're 4 turrets up to 2 already. And with the Sivir wave clear well and truly here, EDG do not have to work too hard for this one.
EDG in absolute control.
Get him, Koro.
The Poppy Copter. It's the best. Now, a lot of people don't know it actually reduces the cooldown to 10 seconds if you don't throw it. So when you hear some person randomly just going like, oh, it's just Poppy. Just charging.
Well, Pawn mid lane. He'll do what he can. There's that top target awfully low. But EDG weren't quite able to complete that objective. IG, though, just going to wait and see what happens. Ulti down onto Rookie. Nice ult there from Ori to try and stop it. He's going to proctor. It's not enough, actually, to get the kill. And Pawn does live the tower dive, but Rookie very lucky to be alive.
That was close. Too close, you might say. But EDG, they've got responses everywhere. Their pressure is not letting up. They are relentless right now.
That's right. IG send multiple members into the mid lane. That does allow Koro to take down the top inner turret. So that's 5 turrets down for EDG, but they're looking for a fight once again. On the hunt has been popped by Deft. They're jumping in towards Kitties. Kitties can be taken down incredibly low, but a teleport is coming down onto the backline. Satai is here. Clear Love is going to get taken down as the Poppy comes in and knocks the Kog'Maw out of the fight. Now they're trying to take down the front lines for IG, and Satai has to flash away. Mako even going to try and jump away from this, but it does look like EDG, they're slowly losing this fight as Koro is the next person to go down. A great casket will separate the remaining members of EDG, but the rest of them can slowly just run away from this Kog'Maw. And that's 2 members gone from EDG.
They barely get out with health bars here, EDG, and saying that Invictus Gaming will low themselves. This Sivir is scary and not to be messed with. IG find an opportunity to do so, though, and they get it back on the board for themselves. That was close. That was too close for Invictus Gaming, even though they should have won it handily.
Yeah, not quite respecting the ulti there, the teleport, sorry, from Zatai. Very effective collapse there from IG. As EDG perhaps get a little too aggressive there. Paul No is going to move in, take that blue buff for himself. As you can see, Rain has completed the Runan's Hurricane. Deft's also going to take red. Dragon up in 40 seconds, so you can kind of see what these teams are preparing for.
That was one of the most commendable team fights that a Poppy could possibly lose, because his target selection as well was impeccable. He ulted away one person, queued the Morgana to slow them, and then knocked the Alistar, someone else into the wall as well, Zatai into the wall. Like, he did 3 things in a second that helped his team engage, disengage, and do anything else that they would like in the middle of that. But still lost.
Outnumbered by IDG.
Yeah.
So we are going to take a look and see what EDG are going to try to do next. They have Clear Love and Mako standing on top of Pink Ward's. Pawn, once again, is going to be split pushing up in that top lane. His teleport is up and available, and is the only teleport that is available on the map right now as Dragon will spawn. And this is Dragon number 3 for EDG. If they are able to pick it up, IG look to try and contest it to pick up their second Dragon of the game.
Well, they are going to try and get it. They should be able to. Still, not going to come out as Clear Love is able to take it. Koro, though, got to kick a few people out as Deft's going to pop the ulti. Rain actually could be in a bit of trouble. Now sort of isolated as Pawn. He's just going to dive straight in for him in the back of the pit, though. Zatai is fighting Clear Love, and now Pawn's way too low as Deft's finally able to take out Zatai. Mako trying to tank what he can, but Deft's going to die to the Kog'Maw. He's already got himself a double kill. Rookie not quite low enough as Koro's going to fall down as well. EDG get whitewashed there by IG in that one. Clear Love barely escapes.
EDG absolutely implode on themselves going for the Dragon. You might say too desperately. You don't need to go too hard for that objective. IG, on the other hand, they capitalize so damn well. Zatai is too tanky. The Gragas does not die. And now they've started up the Baron.
Baron should be going down for IG here, and suddenly This looks like a game for IG. It was EDG that was bleeding them out and slowly taking away all the objectives. But just like that, IG have a Baron buff for themselves. So we take a look at this replay, Rusty.
And to me, the big deal is always going to be Zatai, because Clearlove, his target selection, Deft, and Mako, that's 3 people hitting him. And look how long he stays alive for. You've got Pawn in the backline trying to assassinate people. On the flip side, like, he's not going to be able to do that to 3 people, a Morgana, Blackshield, and a Cogmore. It's ridiculous. But Zatai, he just lives and lives and lives until the cavalry essentially arrives. He may go down, but it doesn't matter because they still get the team fight, and as such, the Baron.
And that's 2 team fights in a row where Zatai has come out on top. Once with a fantastic teleport, this time just sticking around inside of that Dragon Pit, soaking up so much damage for IG. And they're still slightly behind EDG, about 3,000 gold behind, but that is a team with a Cogmore and a lot of people to try and protect him.
It's a team with a Cogmore that has a QSS and an Orianna that has a Zhonya. So we saw this at the start of the game with their itemization as well. They wanted 3 items apiece, hopefully on all of their carries. They've got 2 items on Cogmore and the most important live survivability tool against the Zed and the Zhonyas as well. So Pawn's in trouble.
Clearlove is looking for a flank, but Cora's already missed that ulti. He's going to get collapsed on now as IG. Chunk him to about 30% health. Clearlove no longer fancying that flank. Is going to retreat, but IG will take this turret in the mid lane. That's 2 that they've taken in about as many minutes. And now the lead actually up for IG as well, pretty much evening out the game.
Look at this. It does look like Clearlove wants to go for a flank. He is going to be spotted out by this pink ward. So IG know exactly what tricks this Evelyn is up to.
It's a very clever pink ward.
He's still going to try and look for it, it seems. He's not spotted out just yet. Now going to eventually be spotted as Cora is going to try and start off the fight. Clearlove is now in the backlines with Pawn, and Pawn will be able to take down the Cogmore. The key carrier's gone down. They're looking to try and take down the remaining members next. As EDG, they have their backlines really low. Tatai is not able to finish off Mako and Pawn, but they're slowly trying to take down remaining members. Even without the Cogmore, they're still leading the charge in this fight. They've taken down 1. They're going for Dev. They get 2 kills in their fight, with Rain going down immediately.
Invictus Gaming, they come up clutch as Clearlove's being spotted on a pink ward, not able to get a flank again. That is 1 turret for IG with that Baron buff, and EDG, they don't have an answer when it comes to team fighting just yet.
No, Garga's causing a whole host of problems, and Rookie able to carry the back end of that fight. As once again, that IG top and mid lane are able to really get some work done. EDG may have to reconsider some of their strategy because that flank was very nice from Clearlove given the situation. We're not able to quite win the team fight. Feels like Def does want a bit more damage. I think solely lacking Infinity Edge, which he does have 2 big pieces for. But I think really wanted it in that last little fight. You can see the Cogmore damage. It's here now. It's arrived.
Well and truly. The Cogmore is so scary, even going towards another lifesteal item. Has his QSS as well to get out of Zed. And honestly, even though he died at the start of that fight, didn't even matter, surprisingly, because Zatai and Kid are still doing damage. Rookie is still doing damage, and Kitty's able to save people. Black Shield usage has been great.
There's a lot of magic damage coming out from this IG side. And EDG have smartly picked up a Locket of the Iron Solari for themselves. That would be on Mako, so able to mitigate some of the damage. But look at Koro here, positioning himself a little bit aggressive. Decides to get right out of there as soon as the rest of the team tries to collapse. Clearlove, he is invisible and on the side looking for another flank again. Wards have been put down, but it's not a pink ward this time. But once again, it's going to be a turret taken away by IG. And now the lead is in their favor. They were 6,000 gold behind earlier. Now they're 2,000 gold ahead of EDG with a scaling team composition. It seems like IG's team comp has just suddenly come online.
Yeah, that one team fight into the Baron. And it just feels like IG have had so much momentum now as the game is completely flipped around. AD carries are getting stronger on both sides. Rain actually going to go ahead and take that red buff. As Dragon number 5 of the game. EDG's 4th, IG's 2nd is due up in about 50 seconds. Koro back in that top lane with the teleport ready to go. Just going to go and answer some of the pressure that Zatai started. But map's really wide open now. Death timers are awfully long, 30 minutes into the game. You have to be careful.
Absolutely. 1 death could cost the entire game. In fact, last time we saw Invictus Gaming play, Rookie was the one that got caught out of position from a nice flank from a top laner. So there's opportunities here for EDG if they set up their vision, consolidate effectively, or Zatai could just say hello to Pawn.
Tazai actually fancies a fight here. Gets him down
Yeah, he
to about a
does.
third of his health. Though Gragas is still chasing after him. Pawn is slowly trying to run away, but there's a lot of members of IG trying to
he is
collapse
dead.
onto him. He is gone. Cocoon is not going to be able to land. Pawn is still trying to juke around here. The rest of EDG are trying to push for as many objectives as possible while this is happening, but the Zed will eventually go down. Pops the death mark to try and continue his run away.
Oh
Kitties
my
is there.
God.
Pops the
Yeah.
ultimate.
Oh
He's
my
going to go back
God.
to his shadow. Hang
What?
on. Pawn might be able to get away. No, he's not. It's Tatayo flash in, body bop him, take him down. EDG not able to take any objectives during that chase, though.
That took like 40 seconds. The mid tower was low, but it's not dead. What it does give is EDG control of the Baron area for the moment. We'll see where IG respond, because look at the pings top side. EDG have an idea.
Yeah, and you can see how the gold's really equalized. There was that little graphic there in the middle of the screen. EDG, though, they'll say, okay, you take the dragon. You only have one. We have three already. We're going to break that top side instead. Just cheekily duck in and take that objective. Can't get anything else out of it, though, and Dragon does go to Invictus Gaming. Most importantly, it's time to get out, because it's still a 4v5 at this point in the game. Baron up in a minute 5 as well. There's a very obvious objective is Deft. He calls pretty late. Corey, though, is going to be okay. Banshee's Veil was there anyway, just in case. Goes back and picks up a Spirit Visage for himself. No armor really on that pop except for the Iceborne.
Doesn't really need it.
Yeah.
Kog'Maw's damage is still mostly mixed. I think the problem is if Kog'Maw is free hitting, people are going to die regardless at this time in the game. It's all about locking him down. If he QSS's a Z ultimate, Koro's got a free way in to hit him himself and lock him down next to walls. I think at the moment, surprisingly, EDG playing our second game called Covert Ops. And it does come down to shot calling. I think that's the most important point we can make from that. We're at a point in the game. Everyone is at even gold. 33 minutes in. Map's broken everywhere. One team fight is all it takes. This is where shot calling is the most important thing. Who engages the best can actually lock down the Kog'Maw if you were EDG, or can just completely diffuse any team fights. Zatai maybe gets a massive keg and locks down EDG.
I'm really excited to see how this next team fight takes place as well, because the last one, Rain was locked down. They were able to take down that key carry on the side of IG, but it still was IG that came out on top, despite the fact that Clearlove got the flank he was looking for. And now IG, they're looking to try and push once again. This time it is Korra that's split pushing for EDG. He has a teleport available, so we'll be able to get towards the team. He's actually recalling now. IG looking to try and take down this inhibitor.
Yeah, to teleport.
Yeah, he's going to home guard in for it. Pawn actually going to move in for some poke. Mako finds his way around and gets a two-man knock up on the Kitties and Kid. Now everyone else is going to move in there as Pawn just dove straight in for the AD carry. Kitties is getting him out on the front line as Range is getting chased down by Pawn and taken out. Now Kid, he's in trouble off the other side as Rookie just dies. EDG throw the team fight straight into disarray and take 3 clean kills.
EDG, all it takes is to get an effective flank. Well, this time it's Mako putting in overtime. Pawn is going to have,
I'm not sure Kid wants
let's
this.
say, an easy 1v1.
Pawn's happy to duel here. Mako's here as well. And Kid just says, you know what? Probably not making it out alive. Pawn's going to clean up their 4th kill of that fight. Now EDG are on to Baron.
All the time in the world for EDG, and only Zatai alive who has to defend the bottom lane. That's all it takes if you're EDG. One team fight, one good shot call, and now they are in absolute control. They're actually running towards the top lane inhibitor. That is, yeah, I wouldn't. I can see this again. Thankfully, of course, Rain had the Morgana Black Shield on him. Most importantly, as it ended, Mako went in. Pawn does the exact same thing, and target selection was great here. Even having the exhaust used onto Rain to defuse any kill threat onto Pawn, as that's the most important member dead. The Shockwave was timed poorly with the explosive cask as well from top laners and mid laners of IG, and that's where it really started to unfurl. No protection on Rain, all disengaged for themselves.
I love that team fight from EDG because they were able to lock down everybody except for the Kog'Maw and just leave Pawn to take him down while he was split from the rest of the team. That was locked down in that little bit of a choke point. This time EDG able to take down that key carry and follow up afterwards. And now the gold has swung back slightly in their favor. They are 1,000 gold ahead of IG. It's 13-12 on that scoreboard, but it's still anybody's game. But EDG do have that Baron buff, and they're looking to see what they can do to make use of it.
Yeah, I think my first question is the priority of the Baron buff over perhaps an inhibitor, but they were stuck on their side of the map, so they have to go for the middle ground, neutral objective. And unfortunately for EDG, even though they got the successful team fight, it's not as simple as winning a fight next to your inhibitor just yet. You need to win closer to the middle of the map.
Yeah, the times are long, but not that long.
Yeah, that's unreasonable.
As they're now going to push in and try and at least get some turrets down for themselves. They will take out mid-tier 2. So Ty going to eat some poke. As Def to Mako down here in this bottom side looking to break. Turret's going to get low, but Def does have to back off. Good spell shield, but Cocoon wasn't quite in range. Dragging up in a minute 40 as well, so EDG could perhaps just consolidate. But right now, trying to split push 3 different lanes. They do have 2 teleports, although Korra isn't up just yet. Horn, though, he's the furthest away from the team. He does have his TP ready to go. And Rookie, I don't think he can fight 1v1, especially against Supers, but here comes Kid. Going to dive in on top, try and make a play, but he gets crit almost to death. As they're going to pop the Sivir ulti and see what they can get done here. Pawn still dueling on the top side. He's just going to cause so many problems here for Rookie. Rookie has to be careful. He can't stop this on his own. And EDG going to get 2 inhibs, perhaps.
Wow. EDG breaking the base convincingly. IG needs to actually pick a fight. They just can't. Being run around.
They can't and didn't pull the trigger at all. Just like that, 2 inhibitors gone for IG, or against IG, I should say. It's EDG with a 6,000 gold lead once again. This time looking a little bit more convincing in their pushes. And suddenly it looks like it's EDG's game to take once again. IG did have that moment of brilliance. They still have a Kog'Maw in their lineups, but EDG have shown that they can deal with that.
It's just I guess the lineup that Invictus Gaming have put in place here. Protect the Kog'Maw just doesn't feel like something Rookie wants to do. He wants to be a carry on this Orianna. And at the moment, because he's gone 4 items, and this is through greedy build paths, he doesn't have a Void Staff. He does no damage to any of the front line of EDG. He has to hit Sivir, and he has to hit the Zed, but Zed even has a QSS, Merc Trades, and a Moribel Mortis. How do you kill that?
And I love what Clueless done here again with his build, because Korra really is sort of the salt tank with, I guess, Ali with his ulti up. Lichbane, Rylai's Abyssal again. Clueless gone pure damage on this Evelyn, because he just loves to assassinate carries.
Yeah, he's even, like, the Abyssal and the Merc Trades once again. He's got enough MR to potentially deal with what Rookie's got.
Oh my god, they're going for the split.
They're going for the backdoor as well. Look at this, the teleport's actually coming in from Korra. Pawn is there as well. So look at the side screen.
Not again.
EDG are just trying to stop this, actually getting rid of 1 teleport. They cancelled the only teleport inside of IG. That's 1 turret down on the Nexus. They're looking for the second. Korra and Pawn in that small screen. They're looking for the game. They're trying to take it down. Pawn and Korra have got it down to half health. They're just battering it down. Clear level here. They've got EDG get a backdoor against IG. What a fantastic game between these 2 superstars.
Well, we talked about the double teleports really doing work for EDG this week. That was a very special kind of work to end that game, but hey, very effective nonetheless.
IG looked broken. No one moving, no one talking.
What a way to lose a game, though.
That is disastrous if you were Invictus Gaming. They had it. They actually had the advantage in that game. And it all got thrown away by the end of it.
To be fair, I think EDG maybe kicking themselves for that mid game, which did look a little bit sloppy, losing that fight. I mean, you expect to lose a fight that way against Kog'Maw Orianna, but Gragas especially, but you shouldn't get there in the first place with the comp that you're playing.
Exactly, and it's it's kind of strange when you take a fight against IG, you take down the Kog'Maw and still lose the fight. That must have been for EDG like, what is happening? How did we lose this fight after killing the key carry? But they executed it brilliantly time and time again once that happened.
And these have been such chaotic fights as well in these games. Always all over the shop is the best way to explain it. That particular fight, IG somehow win a team fight where a Shockwave hits 0 people. Like, outright doesn't. It was Rookie's game to win, to be perfectly honest, but he just never hit the right targets. Def with the spell shield, Pawn with the mobility. You don't want to hit anyone else on that team. Even as Def flashed it.
Yeah, Def flashed that last Shockwave in the team fight, which turned it around for EDG. Just seems like Rookie wasn't able to get these 3,000 elo Shockwaves and just destroy EDG's lineup. He was left to try and protect the Kog'Maw, was not able to do it in the later team fight.
Close from IG, to say the least, but when we come down to the back door of all things to win this game for EDG, what a chaotic game.
Well, this was the fight EDG were able to turn around and win after 2 lost team fights that we just saw. And you can see using terrain wonderfully separating all of IG. And unfortunately, you kind of got to play together with the Kog'Maw comp. And Rain had absolutely no help at all as Pawn chased him down. Even Rookie. I mean, when your carries end up on literal opposite ends of a team fight, I feel like something has gone wrong.
And to be fair, it's like, the composition that EDG had actually caused disarray from
Yeah.
IG, right? Like they've got effective control mages that need to stand next to each other. They've got an Orianna that wants to protect a Kog'Maw, but the Z ults Kog'Maw, your immediate response is fight or flight, right? And he's got a QSS, he wants to kite back. But EDG have forced them towards the jungle. They've almost caressed them towards where they want to fight, which is complete disarray in small choke point areas. And they just destroy team fights. They catch control mages in areas they don't want to be.
And you mentioned, Pastry, that it's in a protect the Kog'Maw team composition, you need to be with your Kog'Maw to actually be able to protect him. And that also goes the same for objectives. When you want to try and take to the objectives at this team comp, you need to be together as a team trying to take that. And that crippled them in that final team fight as well. They're all together as 5, where you had 2 people split pushing or 1 person split pushing. A Korra teleported in eventually. You try to back away and try to protect your base. Not quite able to do that.
Well, perhaps a hiccup in the mid lane, but very well played from EDG to end out the rest of those games. Don't go too far away, though. EDG IG is only just starting to heat up. We'll be back right after the break. And welcome back, guys. We're going to check in with our MVP of our first game as EDG were able to take it, and Pawn, perhaps for some very creative teleport usage on his Zed, will take it here for the first game. His third MVP of this split.
I think it sums up Pawn, doesn't it? Creative. Causing disarray is probably the best way to describe what he did in that last game. Who runs teleport and Zed is the first question. How the hell do you make it work is the second question. And how do you backdoor a second time in one split and win a game as Zed? Like, what the hell is up with this man? He's just too good at being weird.
Second back to one is too good at being weird is a good way to sum it up. But I was actually really impressed by his team fights as well. There were a couple of team fights, especially this one, where he was just able to isolate Rain and take him down one-on-one.
Yeah,
it was great.
I think the best way to explain it as well, he ulted and immediately flashed to avoid any disengage. And because he's so damn fast, he just walks up to the target, hits him a few times, puts down some work. But this is the important part, right? We spoke about it. Separated Rookie from the rest of the team. And this is the clutch ending, I will say. Klitlov, of course, making sure it happens.
You got exhausted, but we're able to take it out. I love the blockage there as well. As there's Pawn on your screen. Another great game for him. It's good to see him play 3 games in a row for EDG. Feels like it's been a while since I've actually seen him be able to do that. But again, Athena's a great player, don't get me wrong, but no one plays or does what Pawn does, especially for this team. Like Rossi said, he does weird stuff well, and that's honestly the nicest we can beat a Pawn, because he has such a unique play style.
But I mean, it's like Doinby is to QG, right?
Yeah.
Pawn to EDG is essential. Without Pawn, it feels like the mid laner is too standard. EDG don't want a standard mid laner. They actually need chaos to be caused and random things to happen. The unpredictable nature that is Pawn is actually what makes this team good. Or a big part of it, I should say, not all of it.
Yeah, I got you.
In my opinion, it really feels like Pawn and Athena, they do a similar thing, which is create that pivot point in the mid lane for EDG quite well. They just do it in 2 very different styles, and it's really which style do EDG prefer more. And it's quite evident and quite obvious that EDG really like that aggressiveness that you can see in the mid lane, which comes from Pawn. And even in this game, it was apparent, even though he was doing these weird and quirky teleport ganks, but they were really aggressive, moving up in the top lane, getting a gank here and there, then split pushing once again. And I don't know, if it was Athena, I don't think we would have seen that backdoor play.
I mean, he's not going to play teleport Zed. I don't know if anybody plays teleport Zed but Pawn. But there you go. Was able to make it work there in the first game. I imagine he's playing for the second game as well. IG did put up a strong fight there. And let's actually talk about the comp they put together. Kog'Maw we talked about, sort of different on the patch, not maybe nearly as strong. But they had all the strengths of the comp sorted out.
Yeah.
Feels like they were on the way to winning. And then EDG team fights happened.
They played an adaptable and reactive protect the Kog'Maw type of team composition. And to be perfectly honest, the answer was there from EDG. They were on red side firstly, so they got the counter pick. And the counter pick was actually Zed into Kog'Maw, which is just plain and simple defined in the LPL as the counter. Everyone likes to play these other comps that just get into the backline, big tanks, but just kill the Kog'Maw is actually what they do, and they make it work.
And eventually was kind of working for IG towards the mid game. They pulled back that gold lead. They were 6,000 gold behind them, ended up 3,000 gold ahead, and they got a few good team fights for themselves. But I have to give Rusty, the team composition that EDG put together was able to shut that down completely. And the Kog'Maw pickup to me was quite questionable as well, just as in theory the composition in general, although it's still really good late game pick. A lot of teams were dropping the Kog'Maw pickup late into 6.4 anyway. Last week we saw a lot of teams just leave the Kog'Maw out, went through picks, went through bans. Nobody decided to draft around it or draft towards it. Even now that it's changed, and instead of getting the extra attack speed on your W, you now get extra base damage instead when it's active. It's kind of questionable for me to see that IG are picking this up as a draft. Worked well towards the mid game, but early and late game just wasn't working out. And late game's a time with this team composition where you really need the Kog'Maw to shine.
It was also, I'm going to say, very interesting that they went for the Morgana pick, not into a Braum. They actually had a Braum banned away, and Alistar was the pick. So, like, yes, it's good into Alistar, right? But the threat then is the Poppy. So Morgana was effectively picked for Poppy to disengage. But that just meant Mako was completely unlocked, and he got so many good engages in that.
Yeah, you could see just almost too many engage tools for EDG to do work with.
Precisely, and with that, I would really love to see how IG change their draft coming into this game, especially. I want to see if they're going to try and go with something very similar, especially now that they're on red side. They can potentially get that Kog'Maw on a side where they can draft around it and not draft into a last pick that can potentially counter them. And I would like to see what EDG decides to do, see if they're going to try and counter out the team composition or just stick to their guns and play a really nice team fighting comp.
Well, we'll have to find out, because EDG, you have to think about that mid-game there. I feel like they definitely stumbled at a point where they didn't want to. And it's actually pretty funny, because EDG often stumble at this particular objective. Amako's talking about the dragon. They had 2 dragons. Things are looking good. They tried to fight for the third. They got it. And then that was the fight that actually may have cost them the game. They did bring it back nicely, but that was a weird team fight to watch them lose, given the lead they had.
Yeah, and I think it's funny because the attention they're now giving to the Rift Herald opposed to the Dragon actually benefits EDG much more so because no one fights for it. No one. It's not worth it.
Well, we are into Champs League here. We'll see if IG do change things up, as we have had a sub in for IG. Actually, Time will rejoin the roster for their AD carry. So played Rain in Game 1. We'll play Time here for Game number 2. Not too sure who they'll play if there is a Game 3. We'll have to find out when we get there, because the bans are already done. Gangplank, Poppy, and Kalista banned for EDG. Kindred, Twisted Fate, and Lulu by IG. And the first pick, Brom, instantly there for EDG.
Oh, I don't like it when Time plays second. I like it when he plays first, because then when Rain comes in, you can say it's time for a little bit of Rain. Can't do that anymore. Makes me a little bit sad.
Well, now's not the time to say that.
Oh, yeah. Started again.
Stop setting yourself up for things like that. Effectively the dad right now, so you need to calm down. Let's take stock, though. I think the first pick from EDG is actually a very big deal. They banned it away as well in the first game, so they now actually pick it for themselves. So Ty's having a giggle.
Yep. He's playing. He's like, guys, I can play all these champions. Trust me. I got this.
Garen works here, right?
Shaco? Kid's like, I'm taking Gragas. We'll figure it out later. Please don't pick Shaco, as he is going to be Thresh actually for Kitty. So take a support that's available. Don't show anything there with the pick. Didn't need to take it then, but might as well. Just not to show off too much there for EDG. It doesn't seem like any particularly stand-up picks are getting through, because they've been pretty much all banned away this time.
Yeah. The other big point worth mentioning is the Poppy was banned by EDG. So they play it, they get rid of it. Very much aware of the fact that Poppy is a strong champion right now. Not just is it a strong champion, it's actually ridiculous at locking down AD carries. And by having the Braum, there could be an indication that they want to have a very big damage threat in the AD carry role once again. Perhaps not the Sivir, because Sivir's got the self-peel. They need the Braum 2-peel for this AD carry they're picking.
And they actually take Nautilus and Lucian. So another Game 2 Lucian here for Deft. As Nautilus could be Pawn's champion, could be Kara's champion. Heck, could be Clearlove's champion if they're feeling frisky. But probably
That's
a good
quick
guess that
off.
it's a top laner, as Elise and Jin are IG's pretty quick picks there.
Wow. It's kind of like a pick comp. Jin actually complements the pick quite well, but at least Thresh is coined as a pick composition, right? Gragas to follow it up or disengage if it goes bad. Jin actually has very good follow-up to pick also. The Thresh hook lands, throw down the W, lock him down for even longer. Invictus Gaming missing their mid laner. I would imagine it's something like a LeBlanc.
Well, no champions really banned away from Rookie this game around, except for TF and Lulu, which actually banned themselves, not wanting to give them away to EDG. So we'll see how EDG complete their draft here. Are in need of some junglers and solo laners. As I got very confused by Graves for a second, realized he is back in the jungle. But with Elise already there for Kid, we saw Clearlove was happy to play the Evelynn. Has the option here if he wants it, but Lissandra's going to be the pick for Pawn. Graves will actually be EDG's last pick there.
I like that. I like that they picked up Nautilus and Lissandra here on blue side. It means that they have relatively safe lanes to be blind picked into whatever can be picked up by Rookie coming in here. And I'm actually interested to see what Rookie decides to pick up. He didn't go with Corki the last game, which was his most played champion, nor did he go with LeBlanc. It said Orianna. So I'd like to see what he decides to pick up coming into this game, and it's going to be Jace.
Oh, baby. Rookie with another unique pick. He does play almost every champion, but into Lissandra, he's actually going to go Jace. He does have the cleanse, which is standard into the matchup. But I haven't seen Jace in a while. I think he's had 1 or 2 games in the LPL this split, but...
I think Pawn played it once.
Oh, of course he would have.
So, yeah, the Jace guy, right? IG's comp finishing it out with a Jace to me is, I'm going to say, a curious thing. They've still got a lot of crowd control. Doesn't matter. They've still got frontline with their top laner, which, you know, Zatai is loving the Gragas at the moment. So he's always going to be quite handy, Jace, in keeping time safe, as well as doing a lot of poke damage himself with the Jhin. I'm just thinking about the Gate Shot Blast combo with the Jhin ultimate. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of damage, I think is one way to put it, but it looks like it's all physical primarily.
Yeah, we'll see if the lockdown from EDG can maybe thwart that. As we do have the team comes on the screen. Nautilus, Graves, Lissandra, Lucian, and Braum for EDG, with Gragas, Elise, Jace, Jhin, and Thresh, the IG picks. Again, pretty different team comps for both teams.
Yeah, and EDG, that's pretty standard.
Yep.
To say the least. Nautilus in the top lane, Lissandra in the mid lane. They have lockdown in every single position almost. scary proposition for IG.
Certainly is. We'll see if IG can answer back or if EDG are going to take a sweep. It's time for game number 2. And welcome back, as we're going to get into our second game between EDG and Invictus Gaming. EDG with a very creative way to end the first game, where it would take it. We'll see what happens here in our best of 3. EDG only needing this game to advance and pick themselves up their second win of the week. We'll see if IG can answer back and try and force a third. As we have a quick look at the Keystone Masters, once again, pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
Thunderlords everywhere.
Kid, of course, committing to the Thunderlords. Clear love the big change this time around. There's Bond of Stones, the fighting mastery, opposed to the sustained team fighting based one. Pretty standard, I will say, across the board. Besides, I guess, the Thunderlords at least. Why not have more burst?
Pretty much. It's a bit of a cheeky invade, but just some vision put down there for Deft and Mako. Not going to overcommit to anything, as by the looks of things, we might get standard lanes here. We'll see how Jin does. Known as a lane bully, certainly. Thresh, always a good support to have in your lanes, especially into melee support. So, have to think IG 2v2 could have an edge there, but never count out Deft and Mako. Especially with a Braum in the bottom side, as kids are tight, having some fun. Deft and Mako going to start on their Krugs, though. Looks like Grump is going to be the start for IG.
So it was EDG that decided to initiate a lane swap in the last game. This time around, not quite in favor of doing so, so they are going to be able to match this Jin and Thresh lane. And like you said, Pastry Time, Jin is known as a little bit of a lane bully, and especially with Thresh being an initiating support. You're going to have to see if Deft and Mako are able to keep up with that pressure, or even potentially fire back. But they are going to be able to both of the AD carry and support duos take away a camp at level 1. So they should both get a very early level 2, and it is actually time that gets to this lane first. Deft's going to be able to put a little bit of damage down, actually hitting level 2 immediately, going really aggressive. He's actually going to try and lock down Kitties as a crit comes out from Time with that 4th bullet. They're looking to try and move forward. They've got one to attack, flashes in for the second. Kitties is trying to get there for the third, not quite able to.
AD carry.
And it's going to be Time that gets a lockdown for quite some time, but 2 summoner spells burnt from Deft, and 4 actually burnt on the side of IG.
What a chaotic fight. 3 summoners for 4 summoners, no massive win, but Invictus Gaming not getting the level 2 mark quick enough are the ones who fall into trouble. Unfortunately, Deft doesn't hit the right target with his spell combo and uses it early to put down damage, so IG can effectively turn it around once that hit. There's a volatile lane will now ensue indefinitely.
Well, expected action in the 2v2, and not disappointed there early on, as Kid's going to go ahead and take his blue buff. Seems like junglers are on the same side of the map. And funnily enough, converging towards bottom lane. So we're maybe not done just yet with the action, but you can see that early level 2 has put EDG's bottom lane in a nice little lead. Jin should catch up, as the minions are going to crash in under this turret, but most importantly, they're stopping the aggression out of IG's duo lane, if they are thinking of getting putting any in place.
Time's actually running into a lot of trouble here in this lane. The pressure that Deft is essentially putting down by himself is noteworthy. I don't think there are many situations where Jin can actually 1v1 in a bottom lane either. So by causing issues, Mako, and maybe forcing Kitties to roam and place vision, gives complete advantage to Deft.
I'd really like to see how this bot lane continues, or progresses, I should say, as the later this game goes, because we would be able to see Mako join up with Clearlove if Deft is allowed to be left alone. And speaking of the man, Clearlove's going to be aggressive here against Kid. Going to try and take it down. Is able to take the Grumble. Forces Kid to flash over the wall with just a sliver of health. And Clearlove just being Clearlove once again.
Wish you had that strength of the ages now, Kid, don't you? That extra health would have been valuable. But no, he wants to do more damage. Unfortunate stuff for IG, but of course, great vision as hello, that's a dive.
Yeah, teleport here actually on the top side. Pawn's going to come in for it. The tie's going to go down, and once again, Pawn TP's top lane for first blood.
How does this man do it? Rookie, obviously not playing a champion that can stop it from happening, but even the coordination from Clearlove to be mid and take all of the free farm. Well done here from EDG.
It almost feels like Pawn's like, I'm sick of these casters saying I'm the pivot of the team. You guys are my pivot. I make plays around you now, teleporting to the top side 2 games in a row, getting
Isn't that
2
essentially
backdoors.
the pivot, though?
Is it?
Yes.
Well, he's pivoting to other lanes.
He's
Like,
pivoting
they're not
too,
ganking
but
mid.
people are not pivoting on him.
He's a pivot, not a fulcrum. Don't make me silence you again.
Look, I mean, either way, they're getting kills. I'm not gonna dispute what words mean. He is getting kills.
Well, Pawn, again, more creative teleport play there. I think is the easy thing to look at. As it's been great to watch him play all weekend. Trouble though on the bottom side. Lanson's going to come in. It's now not there though.
Oh,
now the
no.
counter TP is going to come back. Kitty's is going to get stunned up. Damage out there from the Lucian. He's trying to peel for the rest of his team. But Koro barely misses that hook down as Kitty's is going to fall to death. They will dive in though. Time's absolutely in trouble as Koro able to take him out. One more turret. It is going to be enough to get the kill. And now Kid's back here as well, but he's going to get stunned. Clearlove is now down. He might look for the dive.
Push.
All they're looking for a quick hit is stuck underneath this turret, has no flash available, goes into spider form, trying to wait for that repel. It seems to get away, but Clearlove's jumping in close. The human form spider is not going to be enough, but Pawn inside of the river is actually being jumped on by Rookie and Tatai. The rest of EDG after that tower dive is going to try and back him up, but a good body slam coming out from Tatai will be able to take down one. They're looking to try and clean up the remaining low health members of EDG. Tatai's going to try and dash forward, gets another body slam down. The shockwave acceleration gate from Rookie will be able to take out one. He's looking for Clearlove. Is it enough? No, it's not. The tower's going to be able to take him down. The shotgun from Graves pelts some shells into him as well.
Invictus Gaming really wanted to make a trade of that situation that went poorly, as Kitties is also coming down to say hello. Both people that followed up what was a disastrous start from Invictus Gaming, they do find kills. They find a lot of them, but they sacrifice themselves to get any semblance of a trade. It wasn't time wasted, but it was definitely a lot of time spent. I did not mean that pun either. God damn it.
6-3 now for EDG. Up about 2,000 gold after the carnage in the bottom lane. IG this time not interested in letting pace be dictated by EDG. Opted to fight them instead. And definitely cost a lot of different lives in that particular skirmish. Koro, though, has some free time in that top lane. Does have himself a Negatron cloak. So it could be Abyssal first here into the Gragas. But he's got a cloth armor as well. So it could be just about anything. Could even be his Rot Portal. Who knows? Maybe we're in for a treat. As you can see, Catalyst
really,
there for
wow.
Oh my god, he's going in.
Are you kidding?
Pawn's here as well. So is Clearlove.
He's so tiny.
Ulti's down to Ty. They're going to try and take him out. But he's already used all his cooldowns. They have to keep diving in for it. The tower juggle's
He's
nice.
too tanked,
But they
man.
need a few more ultis. They're not going to get it. Clearlove's going to go down.
He's
Oh, and he dances!
So Ty gets a kill in a 1v3 tower dive. And you know why? It's because he's a full health tank Gragas. And you can't dive a full health tank Gragas. Here comes the cavalry once again.
That's right, IG looking to try and clean up another aggressive tower dive from EDG. The shockwave acceleration gate doesn't come out nicely from Rookie, but they're still looking for this one. They take that Pawn. Kid's in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be able to repel that with a sliver of help on
it's happening
Rookie.
again.
He's going to down Pawn. You need to go for a little bit of a dance now. Is he just going to be able to clear out some of the wards? But Kid, he's still looking for it. He's really low.
Oh my
Is he going to
God.
go?
What are
He's
you
jumping
doing?
in. No, Kid, what are you doing? Double kill going on over to Koro. What was that?
I refuse to analyze anything that just happened. This game is just what is... Oh my
We've
god.
just headed into chaos. Bottom lane now, 2v2 as Mako's going to get himself hooked. Box, I think, used by Kitties as well. No, not level 6, so can't use that ultimate. But it's just fighting everywhere. These two teams, we know they like to stick it to each other when they play, but this is over the top.
It's fighting and it's baiting. That's the problem. So they dive top lane. They've got a 1v3. The advantage is theirs. They actually misplay, right? They try and dive someone that is very difficult to dive, and they get low. So EDG, or IG rather, are like, oh no, we can dive them now. And then they misplay, and it goes backwards. And then Kid's like, oh, I need to get something from this, right? And then he dies. It's a series of trying to make plays, but actually misplaying over and over.
Calm things down though. It seems like we have at least got some reprieve from the chaos of the first 9 minutes of this game. Rookie in mid lane clearing things out. Does have that tier charging up nicely already. And looks like he's going to be going Ghostblade first with that serrated Dirk in his inventory already there. Def there with a BF sword. In fact, a lot of swords. Able to do good
That's a
damage here with
great
that
ult.
culling. You can see Time and Kitties once again getting pressured. And eventually this tower's going to start taking damage. If they don't get the kills, tag there onto Kitties. Make your way to tower hit for it. And EDG's bottom lane. We haven't seen them 2v2 in a little while, but they do like to be aggressive.
Yeah, that was actually fantastic from EDG, or for Deft in particular. Every single bullet of the culling connects. They don't have a Braum to protect them this time around. If you were Invictus Gaming, of course, EDG, Mako in particular, running around with that one. Even the fact that they didn't recall is greedy because they didn't have items. So much, I guess, space now given to EDG.
EDG putting a lot of pressure onto this bottom lane, and it has been the way teams attack IG previously. To attack their bottom lane, even if it's rain, even if it's time, they just keep on attacking this bottom lane. That's exactly what they've done. And this is a bottom lane for IG that's Jhin and Thresh, a very aggressive, very strong bottom lane. It's a little bit worrying that they haven't been able to do just that in this game at all. So far, it's been EDG that have been making the aggressive plays, and it's kind of the kid and rookie cleanup crew that try to come down and pick up the cleanups, essentially. Every time EDG try to be a little bit too aggressive, it's not working out too well for them just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how a level 2 can actually influence a lane, to be fair. So EDG actually finding a lot of advantages through that level 2. They get dives down there, and it kind of just snowballs in that direction.
Meanwhile, we are going to see the objectives traded as well. Rift Herald was picking up, and Dragon will go on over to EDG. So 10 minutes into this game, it's a Dragon to EDG with a turret to them as well. And they are 2,000 gold ahead of IG, 8-5 on the scoreboard.
My God, that is gross. That's a straight rush.
Straight rush is a rock portal on Nautilus up in the top lane.
Yeah. So the standard is generally a Balmy Cinder before you go for the rock portal, so you have wave clear, but he's 3-1 and 2. They're killing people left, right, and center. I think the more that he's not laning, the better it actually is for EDG and their skirmishing. So it makes sense. Kind of does give a lot of free space though to Zatai, because he does still have teleport.
There's still a lot of teleports in this game. You can see both EDGs are back up, but Zatai is his. So we'll see if we have any more crazy cross-map plays. Things have certainly slowed down though, in the last few minutes at least, so it seems like they are giving us a breather while everyone just farms up to their first major item. Still no major items complete, actually. Just an awful lot of components for everyone. So after the objective trade, we'll have a bit of a rest period. Tower did go to EDG in the bottom lane though, so you can see where the lead's coming from. As Rookie is trying to bait him in there. Mako does get the tag, but Kid's off to the side as well. EDG don't overcommit for it. And IG had everyone there ready. EDG though smartly back away.
Yeah, they actually have to back away, and this is a Rift Herald push, so quite volatile. See what IG can get done.
They're getting a lot of tower damage onto this outer turret in the mid lane.
Ooh.
It's a nice shockwave acceleration gate coming out of Rookie. Takes Spawn down incredibly low. He's going to have to recall and get the heck out of mid lane. In fact, a lot of people are now rotating towards that mid lane from both teams. Elise is going to come in and join the rest of IG. Lucian actually made his way up and is going to be able to return down into that bottom lane. Look at this. Zatai's trying to clear out these minions. The Zerat minions are just not letting him do that quite nicely.
It was actually a very good time for IG to group in the middle lane as well. It was just a catalyst for Pawn, who had the money for a Rod of Ages also, so prolonging that is a good decision. Unfortunately, they run out of mana on Jace, and they can't continue the onslaught. So reset time, item buy time, and now everyone's dangerous.
Yeah, first mate is pretty much completed now. Pawn with that roller that you mentioned. Manamune now completed for Rookie. And Essence Reeve is on the way. Pollution in particular, as Koro and Zatai still having a battle. Balmy Cinder now there for the Nautilus. But you can see Zatai pretty much just ignoring what's happening as Pawn's going to eat another shock blast. Rookie, he's going to try and go for an all-in. But the slow's going to be there. He's going to dodge the hook and the cocoon. Very fancy feat from Pawn. Just makes it look easy.
Does make it look easy. The rest of EDG grouping up towards this mid lane now, trying to protect that mid laner. And IG, they put a little bit of pressure onto the mid lane, getting nothing out of it. And trying to look, seems like they're trying to look for places to farm up. Zatai is still pushing up in this top lane, trying to push against this Zerat portal, which is stuck underneath the turret.
Oh, rip. We're still on 6-5.
Oh, no
Poor
5 hits.
Oh, get it.
So it'll totally be worth the 15 gold he gets when he takes it out.
If you can even get there, that is.
Not yet.
Koro does have his teleport available. He's probably just going to sit in between that Zerat portal with his Balmy Cinder now. Just try and shove out the wave as much as possible. As Rookie, he's going to be able to take up his blue buff. I'm still looking at this bottom lane. Seeing that depth is 40 minions, or close to 30 minions, I should say, ahead of time right now. That is a huge disadvantage for the Jhin in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and it's prefaced by already having lost lane. So Invictus Gaming struggling through what is defined as their weak link when it comes to laning phase at the very least, and other teams focusing it also. Coming out on top in that respect is Edward Gaming. As there falls the objective.
Oh, Kid actually feeling keen. That Koro going to ignore him for the most part. Pretty tanky on the old Nautilus as Culling used in the mid lane until Rookie gets a good amount of poke down. EDG, though, you can see starting to get a bit more ahead in this game. About 2,000 gold up. I guess nearing 3 as far as the current numbers are concerned. Dragon up in a minute 20 and a tower taking it topside. Hook misses. Kid should be safe for now, but he's going to eat all the ultis. Pawn's going to lock him down. And that will be a kill, but now Kitty's going to flay them back into the box. Clearlove's here, though, as time. He gets tagged by a Braum Q. And it's just not safe for IG to enter their jungle.
He's getting close to the poke comp being strong. Lots of fancy feet required by EDG as the tie.
He's going to get locked down. It seems Koro's going to jump on top of this Gragas. We'll be able to get the next sword attack for the stun.
He has no mana, so now Koro runs.
Just going to run away and try and clear out waves once again as Steph's going to eat, I should say, an acceleration gate, shock blast to the face, as Koro now is being really, really aggressed on by Tatai, actually diving in for a couple of turret hits, forcing him out of that lane. And it will be Tatai that gets a nice push on towards this tower, but once again, Zerot Portal just dropped immediately by Nautilus.
Yeah, very difficult thing to kill. Invictus Gaming have cemented their strategy on this mid lane turret. Remember, Kitties has a lantern, so Rookie can afford to play up.
And does. Gets the lantern out to safety, but most importantly, EDG actually able to defend a lot of their outer turrets. They're 2 turrets to 0 up right now. So it is gold that they want to keep out of IG's hands.
They've actually separated Pawn from Rookie as well. The damage that Jace is doing is ridiculous. Like, he's half healthing everybody. Deft has a bit of sustain with that Warlord's Bloodlust and Lifesteal that comes from that. So we'll be happier in this middle lane as well with Mako to block it, whereas Pawn needs to get the heck out of there and use his teleport more effectively above all else.
Another nice culling though. Does chunk out Rookie. This Dragon is back alive, but team sort of setting their map back up from our previous stint of action. Time going to waddle himself down to that bottom lane as Rookie still poking out. Does get good damage onto Deft, but Fargons and Lifesteal should help alleviate some of that. And it does feel that EDG, with their double TPs, can freely swap these lanes back and forth. Set up for a pretty easy objective if they choose. IG, though, just holding on right now. Need the map to open up a little bit more, or at least some items to come out for their poke comp to really start getting work done.
When we take a look at the score as well, EDG are 4,000 gold ahead of IG. So if IG want that poke comp to come online, they need to try and close this gap as well. If not, EDG just going to effectively press all their ultimates and run at you like they did inside the red buff earlier. And time needs to start to come online here as well. He doesn't have his Essence Reaver complete, which looks like to be his item of choice for his first pickup. In fact, Deft already has his Essence Reaver, looking for his first Zeal item to get the extra cooldown reduction as well from the Essence Reaver. That's something he can afford to do with that 30 CS advantage that he has in the bottom lane. In fact, even with the advantage, it means that time has to freeze up the lane, and he's just going to group up in the mid lane as well.
Yeah. Grouping up in this middle lane is actually the right idea from Invictus Gaming. I will continue to reiterate that fact. Solely because they've got a great siege composition, they've got really good pick, but they don't have vision either. So IG's real goal should be actually to establish some kind of control in the river, because that's 4 pink wards that EDG actually had in the river that are now starting to get cleared out, or at least one side.
And you can see all those wards able to get them a pretty easy Dragon. IG, though, going to look for the same trade they made a Dragon 1, try and get themselves that Rift Herald. Culling, though, used again. Rookie just continuing to get poked out here. Doesn't have too much sustain on the old Jace, but he's very strong. If any sort of engage was to start.
Does look like EDG were able to successfully push IG off of that Rift Herald, so they're not able to get the same trade as they were during that first Dragon exchange. And EDG now, they've sent both of their teleport members into the side lane, so it's going to be Pawn and Koro split pushing. Meanwhile, it's going to be Deft shoving out the waves in the mid lane, arguably the safest lane in the game right now.
They still don't have teleport on Rookie, so they send Jace to a side lane, then EDG can take the Herald for free. It's a very clear-cut strategy that IG, by not going teleport on the mid lane, don't have an answer to. Basically ever.
And teleport Jace, I don't know. We saw teleports that last game. Not sure I'm convinced by it just yet, but you're right. It's definitely causing IG problems. The EDG will take this Rift Herald down for themselves. It's going to go to Deft, actually, whose mid lane Siege Crusade might be made a little bit stronger with that acquisition.
I mean, like, the idea behind a Zed not going teleport generally is because you can kill the person that you're against. Jace is never going to be able to kill Pawn on this Lissandra, so that's where the problem is.
Feels like he wants that cleanse. Has to be safe as Deft You can see he's doing enough damage. Certainly not the problem there for Rookie, but IG getting a little run around the map once more by EDG's double TP usage. And EDG aren't going to really slow down too much at this point in the game. They're almost 4K up as they continue to stop the push here from IG. It's pretty crucial to deny IG's grouping, but IG are very adamant about trying to get damage done here in this mid lane. So I feel like this tower is only a matter of time. EDG, they're going to hold on to it for as long as they can. And look at Pawn, back in a side lane.
I mean, breaking mid is the #1 goal here for Invictus Gaming, to just break open the map more so. So they can control that middle lane, place deeper vision perhaps, and actually catch EDG on rotation, which means they can be there on time and effectively look for team fights. Or fight for objectives opposed to just giving them all up. This, what feels like a slow snowball starting to cascade towards the EDG, will actually be faulted. But IG, they just can't break it. They just seriously cannot break it.
And it almost feels like EDG are suffocating them in a sense right now. Especially with that double teleport allowing them to be all over the map at one and kind of splitting up the lineup that IG has. They can't keep all the members they want in the mid lane, for an extended period of time. Here comes a dive, potentially from Tatai, who's looking to try and jump in towards depth. And then finally, IG are able to take down that inner turret. Out of turret, but look at this, EDG just split pushing. It does look like Pawn will be able to take down the inner turret in the bottom lane.
That Dragon #2 feeling where every auto attack does an extra 110 damage to the turret. Gets taken down pretty handily as Rookie.
Damn, Pawn got really greedy for this, but the Ghost Plate's going to get popped. Slow's good, that's a great flash though out from under the queue. And that's going to be all she wrote there for Rookie on that one. And now EDG going to counter push in that mid lane, burn a TP, and it's Pawn again. Once again, they're ready to apply the Dragon Stacks as EDG look threatening. Kitty's, I think, ate a snare there for EDG. Just take the tower, don't commit for a kill into the support.
In the wise words of a professional team, baited and outsmarted. I think that's the way that went. The teleport, of course, from Pawn is the big point that we mentioned. Rookie, the one to deal with him. Honestly, yeah, maybe you can kill the Lissandra at this stage, use your cleanse to get out of the crowd control and put down damage. Pawn doesn't directly want to fight you. He actually just wants to take objectives. So he gets the bottom turret, you walk bottom, he gets the mid turret through teleport. Like, they're just being run around. They're constantly chasing themselves around the map, and EDG are 2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead, and definitely ahead in terms of gold as well, as they're 5,000 gold up ahead of IG. So EDG, they've been able to successfully split the team composition from IG and capitalize on that fantastically by taking all the turrets so far. It's 4 turrets to 1. And like you've mentioned time and time again, they do have those 2 dragons. The next dragon will be up in a minute 30. We'll have to see if IG are able to try and contest for that, because it was the 3rd dragon for EDG that IG successfully contested. They weren't able to take the dragon away, but they got a nice team fight for themselves in the previous game. If history repeats itself, they may be able to do it once again.
Certainly does feel like map play has been taken to the logical extreme for EDG, though, with the way they've been playing this week in particular. It's 4 games in a row now of double TP on varying champions, which has certainly looked successful for them, even in this particular game. Not over yet, certainly. IG certainly have plenty of room to maneuver, but have fallen behind here. EDG have built themselves a nice lead, and we'll see what they do with the rest of it. As right now, it seems like just getting vision on this top right-hand side of the map, making sure they cover high up into the jungle around the dragon area. Deft just being an anchor here in mid lane, able to clear out these waves very nicely with that rapid fire cannon that he's got now. And in fact, if they want to start a siege, maybe some damage out onto the mid turret as the tie. He's going to eat the culling. It's a good amount of damage. He's pretty tanky though. And just a bit of tower damage on the back end as well. Nothing crazy.
EDG have actually set up vision around the bottom side of the map. All of their control is around the dragon area, and it will be their 3rd one they go for, but they've also been pinging out the Baron, as that's a point of contention that you would imagine Invictus Gaming are going to look towards. Based off their team composition, they want to spend a prolonged period of time grouped up as 5, so they can utilize their pick, they can utilize Jace for poke, and start getting objectives based off that. But EDG so on the ball.
And it's perfect timing, as you mentioned, Rusty. They set up all that vision and were able to effectively use it to take away that dragon, what seems to be for 3. So dragon #3 will go on over towards EDG, and IG were nowhere close to try and contest for it, conceding another objective away to EDG.
But it's as simple as recalling now with EDG, reassessing the map, getting some pink wards and looking at the Baron area, because the dragon has been taken. You don't necessarily have to put the Nautilus bottom, but the ideal situation would be to have a rot portal working bot lane. The outer turret or the inner turret has also been taken down there, so to be arguably too risky. So they can afford to group now if they would like. Just put a rot portal in the side lane.
Well, I think Portal is coming back up soon for Koro, so we'll see what he wants to do with it. Currently top lane right now, was pushing while that dragon was happening. It feels like EDG clean up that dragon take there. Got a little bit too frisky in game one, but a very clean third dragon there. As Zatai and Koro going to have another battle once again. Two tanks fighting each other.
Yeah, fight. Let's go.
I don't know if anyone really wins there. I certainly don't.
I can't name one person that wins in this particular one-on-one.
At least having some fun.
Teleport coming in, though. Does look like Tatai's going to try and look for a flank onto Pawn here. He's going to take a little bit of damage coming in from the acceleration gain and shock blast combo. The rest of IG trying to take him down. The claw will not be taken. Actually successfully jukes away Rookie. But Pawn here running towards the enemy base.
It's Invictus Gaming's base.
Yep, that's the wrong base for you, Pawn. He's going to pop the ultimate, try and lock down Rookie for a little bit and keep himself alive. He's getting a little bit of damage down to Rookie here. And he's going to pop the Zhonya's. Rookie might be in a little bit of trouble here. Nobody from IG's here.
It's a standoff.
Oh, he's going to miss the acceleration.
It's like a Mundo cleaver off all over again.
Pawn has flash. No, don't go to this.
Yeah,
no, he don't want this fight.
Koro is going to get it as Rookie's able to claim Pawn in the end. Fight there has broken out. IG actually looking to win. The curtain call is going to get pumped out, but Mako's going to try and block that all off. Def is so low on the backlines. Kid's going to jump in and take him out. Zatai, though, about to get stunned up at EDG. They have to get through so much health on this Gragas, and Time still firing away from the backlines, and EDG, they get nothing but 2 deaths.
Time firing from the backlines is still Time not auto-attacking, which is so important on Jin to do. He actually doesn't get a whole lot done in that fight. EDG, they may lose members. IG almost lose a couple themselves, and we'll see if they can get anything from this pressure and time they have.
And the Braum pickup as the first pick coming in for EDG is fantastic. That Braum was able to block off all the shots coming out from Time, and you have to imagine when it's a 5-on-5 fight as well, Rookie Shock Blast Acceleration Gate's going to get blocked off as well, but here comes a teleport from Pawn. He's going to try to jump at the Time. He's gone.
Greedy.
Free spawns.
Hey!
Still wish we saw that one-on-one as hello, Clear Love.
Clear Love dropped that. That is going to be a kill, I think. The Sterix is going to pop, but it's not enough to save him as Rookie. He's able to take him out. Kid, though, getting chased down by Pawn and Koro. Now the rest of EDG have separated. Pawn there with a nice ulti as Mako is going to look for the wraparound. Jasto's able to get the double. And Deft, he's just not there in time. He's off
Get
for
him,
his spot
Koro.
himself. But Koro's going to try and tie them up. Mako going to get in there as well. Kiddies gets hooked up. He'll get taken out. Now Deft is here as he pops out the calling, and Zatai once again is left to go 1v3. And Gragas is too tunky, man. He's going to flash over the wall and be okay.
They don't get the Gragas, but once again EDG, after a prolonged fight where they started off, they get re-engaged on, then Invictus Gaming get outdone, but it's just absolute madness that has broken out onto Summoner's Rift right now in this best of 3. No one really wins, but everyone gets kills and a bit more gold in the back pocket. I think the real benefactor is just how enormous Koro is. He's never going to die.
4-1-4 on Koro here. Went for the Zerot Portal Rush that we saw earlier, then went for his Sunfire Cape. Has the Frozen Fist as well with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Now looking for a Randuin's as his final pickup. That is one tanky Nautilus. And it feels almost as if the small amount of magic resistance he gets from the Merc Threads and the Zerot Portal is just enough to counter out Kid and Zatai.
It's the same thing as the first game, right? Invictus Gaming had too much magic damage. This time around, it's too much physical damage. And everyone's builds have been adapted this time around for EDG. Went from instead of stacking Spirit Visages and magic resistance to stacking all of the armor in the world, which is what Koro is doing. You'll see even armor boots picked up by Clear Love, recognizing that fact. Zonias opposed to an Abyssal Scepter in the mid lane. Like, they all have a clear-cut strategy, and that is recognizing that the damage of Invictus Gaming could drop off indefinitely because it's one type of damage. It's a Jhin and a Jace primary.
Yeah, and Koro's about to finish a Randuin's as well, so he's not getting any squishier anytime soon.
Which is great into the guaranteed crit.
Always nice. It's like, yeah, I'm getting value. It's Koro. He's going to fight a pink ward. Tatai's going to fight the minions. That's pretty standard in top lane 1v1s. But it seems that they have transferred their split pushing to that bottom side of the map. There's definitely clear out the Scuttle Crab. Pretty massive right now. With a Bloodthirster actually on the way. So no IE just yet. As Pawn caught up a bit. Curtain Call's going to come. There's bullet 1, 2. He's going to land in. Def going to try and block them off. The last bullet's going to move into Mako. Able to block that one off, and Pawn does get off to safety.
A lot of damage, though, is coming out of this Jhin. Well and truly hitting his peak performance levels with getting closer to 3 items, most importantly. He only has 2, unfortunately. And still, Pawn, this is what he's been doing all game. Just getting poked out. Thankfully, has the teleport to re-establish himself.
It's all a ruse. He'll be back.
It actually is a ruse.
Dragon, they're back up soon. I think that's where EDG are looking next. They've already got 3. They could look to snowball for number 5. The tie again, trying to work these turrets in the bottom side. Gold's going to get a lot more even if IG can get some structures, but EDG have done a really good job protecting their stuff this game.
Fight me. Why won't you fight me to tides? Koro just slams the anchor down a couple of times. Kid was looking to try to go towards bot side, but this is Dragon respawning. The rest of EDG are looking towards trying to contest it.
Number 4.
Do have Pawn up in the top lane. He's trying to split push. Koro, he's going to leave his little home in the bottom lane. Ooh. Nice acceleration game. Shock Blast combo coming in from Rookie to poke down the depth. But here comes the teleport. Dragon's really low. It's going to be taken down by EDG. Will be clear that picks someone up now to Tyus. He's going to be locked out. They're going to try and jump back onto the backlines. Pawn's flashed in. They're going to take down Kitties. The rest of IG are just trying to run away. Tyus been locked down. Def is going to be able to fall down here. No! Def. He's able to jump away, but it will be Kid in the backlines taking him down. The team fight is slowly turning around from IG. Now it's time getting a lot of auto attacks up. It's 3-on-2. Koro is huge, but he's not going to be able to take it up for too long. It's Clearlove.
No, he's got them.
Team. Oh, he's got them. What is this Nautilus? Absolutely beating down people. Trying to take their remaining members. It will be Clearlove that goes down eventually, and there's only 1 left from EDG and 2 for IG.
Well. Dragon, the new big objective the teams have to fight for. Watch the creative pathing from Pawn. Actually throws out the claw whilst EDG are going for the Dragon. The hook from Kitties is like, oh, we'll catch him. Flashes in and locks them all down over a J Shock Blast Gate combo. That's a lot of damage out the window for Invictus Gaming. But here's where they turn it around. And the beautiful thing is that time involved in all of these kills actually drops down his E passive on every single person. Pawn gets hit by 1 and 2 because Rawmjai is next to him. And just like that, everyone starts to implode. Fortunately for EDG, we mentioned it, Koro's kind of big. No one could really kill him.
That is disgusting.
Yeah, our damage is a Jhin.
Well, it's only a 2-item Jhin, unfortunately.
And now has a random.
So even though Pawn couldn't lock him down with the Lissandra ulti, Koro was able to finish the job there. Pretty messy fight, but EDG get what they want. They get the Dragon, which is their 4th of the game. So looking good for Dragon number 5.
And we saw a semblance of what Invictus Gaming can actually do in that fight as well. They didn't want to just start the Dragon. They made sure that a combo from Jace went in. They hit the Dragon, then disengaged, but kept EDG keen to actually fight. Hit another one, and then tried to engage.
Now just an invade onto the red buff. EDG continuing to apply pressure on opposite sides of the map. Mako puts up the door. Kid not going to get his red buff this time around. He'll go ahead and clear this ward out instead.
He smoked it.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Effective use of smite, you know.
Got him.
Need it on that red buff as an Elise. Denying it from Def, most importantly, of course.
He's now top lane. Busy pushing things up. Only a few tier 2 turrets left for EDG to try and take out. But again, they are really just playing around the big major objectives on the left and right hand side of the rift. Dragon being down, Baron being up means EDG going to move everyone to their different spots. And again, double TP, able to make plays wherever they want. Koro's got his right now, so he's going to go ahead and meet to time that bottom lane. Probably got the portal ticking away as well, and does.
Taking stock of the game as well, EDG, they're 6,000 gold ahead of IG, so the gold lead hasn't changed too much. They still have that nice gold buffer. But team fights look really even between these 2 teams. Like you mentioned, with Baron buff up now and available for contention, and also the 5th Dragon coming up, it does look like these next 6 minutes are going to be crucial for EDG and IG. There could possibly be a massive team fight taking place over one of these objectives, as IG are going to be able to try and clear out some of the wards in this pit, try and take vision control of the Baron area for themselves. I think we'll see them do the exact same thing when it's closer to Dragon number 5 respawning.
Yeah, that was well-established control. The big concern that you would have if you're an Invictus Gaming fan is that Zatai hasn't opted into the rot portal himself. Now, the answer to a rot portal has always been a rot portal. You have to kind of meet it with itself, fight fire with fire. He doesn't have enough wave clear to effectively deal with the Nautilus, and Koro's keeping him pressured as wow.
Yeah, Defson Kid actually going to have a battle, but Curtain calls down. Don't even need it. Rookie swoops in for the kill. The last few bullets are just going to go straight into Mako's door. But Def being dead, IG with a power play with Baron up 5v4.
Def unnecessarily far out. EDG are going to have to come down to if IG start the Baron, I wouldn't wager they want to, but never mind, there's a teleport.
Here comes the teleport coming from Gragas. Ponus nicely stayed
Blank
out of vision. He's inside of that tri-brush. Kid's actually really low, so the jungle's getting taken down, but here's the teleport coming in as well. Nautilus coming in. Paul's going to jump in. They take down time. The key AD carrier's gone. Kid is the next target for EDG as Ponus locked himself up in stasis. Tatai tries to keep him busy, but he just simply flashes out. Rookie is gone. Kid is the next target. EDG sweep a team fight. 4-on-5. They're looking to try and take down the last member. Tatai will be able to get out of there, but that's the Baron buff going over to EDG.
4v5 does not matter when Pawn has a flank that strong. Invictus Gaming, AD carry in particular time was stuck inside the pit, should not have stayed inside the pit. It shreds your resistances, it does damage over time, and you are susceptible to being closed in on. EDG get a Baron. Pawn is putting in work.
Yeah, he's TP'd actually to try and take this turret down, but the Ty's going to block him off. He's just buying time for the rest of the squad, though, as EDG, with Def coming off the respawn, going to be able to try and take down mid. Pawn's going to die as the Ty, though, as that ulti isn't enough to kill him, but mid and hip still under threat. IG still with 2 down. EDG get what they want. Pawn did have to pay the price, though, as Def is back. EDG might be ready to fight Ty, trying to bait them in. But they know how tanky he is. They're not going to bite this time.
He actually laughed next to them to kind of taunt them into fighting. Pawn is creative, he's quirky, and he does give them the inhibitor, but he sacrifices himself for it, as they do all of that without Deft, as Deft takes away jungle minions. And I mean, that's a 4-man strong of EDG that I would not want to fight anyway. The lockdown they've got is unreal.
Just like that, EDG, they've been holding a 6,000 gold lead for this entire game. Now they're 11,000 gold ahead of IG. Dragon number 5 is up right now.
Just do or die.
It's do or die for EDG. They have no pawn. He has no teleport available. This could be a good 4-on-5 fight coming in for IG if they're able to get good positioning. But a Knight's ultimate from Mako is able to stop their advance to the choke point. They're able to collapse on him, but it will be Dragon that does go over to EDG, and they just get the heck out of the Dragon Pit.
Absolutely. That's 5th Dragon and the Baron buff essentially now for EDG, and absolute control of the map should be theirs. Every single time, though, that they take an objective, someone just seems like they want to die. This time around, it's Mako who selflessly throws himself in, uses the ultimate, which was amazing, at zoning away IG from the Dragon Pit. This is a powerful EDG now.
Certainly is. And we'll see what they can get done with 4 people back up. I guess Mako's going to take a little bit of time to come back, but plenty of pressure they can apply. Def no Baron, though, because he did die in order for the team to get it. As IG trying to do something cheeky, hoping Clearlove maybe makes a silly mistake, but he's just going to clear out vision. Pretty hard to kill Graves as well. It's really tanky at this stage of the game, despite how much damage he's built. And we'll see what EDG do next. They've got mid inhib open, 2 good lanes to push. With teleports coming back up soon. Mako's back up as well. EDG 5 strong. We'll see where they want to apply their pressure. Looks like bottom lane to kick things off. As Pawn, he's going to clear that mid wave out. Just take a bit of extra gold for himself.
He's even bought himself a Negatron cloak to deal with Zatai after that last exchange. I don't blame him. Of course, Zatai going Abyssal Scepter does a fair chunk of damage, and only now opting into that role.
I feel really bad. Whoever has to deal with Korra in this game as well. He's got 6 items picked up. Thornmail as his final item. It just feels like time with his 4 bullets. They're just not quite enough to take down this tanky Nautilus. He needs way more than 4 bullets here. I mean, Jace might be able to help him, but every time they auto-attack this Nautilus, it's just going to hurt them even more, it feels.
And now the siege has really started. Damage. You can see the power that Def does with the rapid fire cannon. That turret's going to melt as EDG just going to push in and continue trying to take out this inhibitor. IG not interested in fighting, but they starting to run out of stuff to defend. EDG able to break the bottom side now. There's just 1 left.
Yeah, seamlessly working their way into IG's base, denying any opportunity to engage is the most important factor. Kuro's too tanky, so if he stands at the front, they can't poke the backline. Plain and simple.
Well, they're going to keep sieging up. Curtain Call used, actually. IG is going to use it for wave clear, I think, but Kuro's in the backline. He's just going to go straight in 1v5. Take some damage. The EDG get the tower, and they're not done yet. Dragon's still not going to wear off.
Horn's actually going to recall after they take that turret.
That's teleport.
That's his teleport available. We'll have to see if he goes for something creative once again. We did see the Korra pawn backdoor earlier. We'll have to see if they try to go for it one more time. They still have Mako and Def split pushing up in this top lane, trying to get some damage down onto this turret. Dragon number 5 is still running for EDG, so they still have the double dragon buffs.
I was wondering this. Rookie goes for the Duskblade of Drakthar, which makes a lot of sense as it's one of the flat penetration items that are now in this game. Still a very curious item. I mean, it doesn't give him anything in the way of life still. No other stats where a Jace would usually like a Bloodthirster, which means he's just all in on the Gate Shock Blast. He's also a patch where got a slight buff.
Yep, that's true. He's adorable with his W in cannon form as well, but I'm not sure he's going to live long enough to assassinate somebody. I guess we'll find out shortly, because EDG, they can look for a fight very soon. There's so much pressure they can apply. Baron's up in 2 minutes if they need it. So we might see things slow down just a bit as EDG look to close out the game. IG, though, just have to hold on and see what miracles they can start working here. 40 minutes have elapsed in this one. Gold lead is massive still for EDG, but starting to matter less and less as the game gets later. EDG do have to finish the game.
To add insult to injury, you've got a 6-item Nautilus and you've got the Frozen Heart of Mako as well. Time, it's not going to be really affected by that attack speed debuff, but Rookie is going to have a hard time shredding through these tanks. EDG looking to try and take down this outer turret, or the inhibitor turret I should say, up to the top lane. It is the final inhibitor turret, I believe, to take down.
Indeed.
And they're looking towards taking it. They've got it down to half health. Now they're making that final push towards it. Clearlove did get hooked, but it doesn't matter. They're just working their way towards the base. Tai's going to try and initiate this fight. Paul's going to jump in.
He's going to look for something here, but EDG's running a little too tanky. IG just getting run around here as Koro almost is going to go down. Nobody dead for now, though, but the curtain calls here. Pawn flashes his way back in to try and make a play, but Tai's going to get himself out of it. Ults himself, but Kitties is going to go down for collateral. And EDG still not done. Jeff wants it, and the knock-up's there. They're going to keep going for a Pawn. Another massive shot needs to bait them all in. Mako has got to flash his way out, but Pawn is going to get aggressed on. He goes into the Nexus and does go down. Tai living for an awful long time, but EDG cleanly win the fight, and they are going to take the game.
EDG are looking unstoppable at this stage. This game was chaotic to say the least, but at the end of the day, the team that sets themselves up better for chaos comes out on top.
And there's a 2-0 from EDG. Feels like we saw a lot from this team all weekend long. 2-0 HYG, 2-0 Invictus Gaming. And IG, they tried to match the wackiness that was happening and couldn't do it. They tried to match the clean macro play and couldn't do it either. EDG had all the answers today.
Just like that, EDG are able to tie up the score between EDG and IG for this split, but continue that impressive run of dominance that they've had against IG in their history of competitive play against one another.
It's still only 2 sets.
That's true.
The best way to explain it, that IG have beaten EDG in. One this split, one way too long ago, 2014.
Well, history does repeat itself this time. In EDG take another commanding 2-0 lead and close out a very good-looking week for them here. Have to feel like their last 2 weeks have been pretty straightforward for them. Form has definitely been good. It only gets harder from this point, but the team will take a well-deserved bow as Crazy Pawn and his teleports are back into the lineup. But EDG feels like they're playing well individually, they're playing well together as a team, but most importantly, that map control seems to be back.
Absolutely. EDG, I think it's the setup as well. They've had constant pinks. Every single thing that EDG have executed on today just felt strong and felt solid, and it felt like a really good foundation to work from. Mistakes or not, IG, they bit back here and there, but they still didn't have control of the map.
That's exactly right. It feels like even though IG were able to bite back at certain points, especially during the mid-game, it really felt like during the mid-game was IG's time to shine in both Game 1 and Game 2. They knew exactly when to pick fights against EDG, and it worked out for them a couple of times where IG played those team fights fantastically, but it was always EDG on the front foot. They were always the ones making those aggressive plays, forcing the objective team fights. Even Paul with the fantastic teleports early into the game in both Game 1 and Game 2, setting up advantages for both of his lanes. It was just EDG always being aggressive, always being on the ball, and always taking the game to IG.
And we had a look at the top of the segment at the series between these two, and you have to think that just consistency is probably the difference between these two teams. If it's such a lopsided historical record for EDG for the last 3 years, today no different as they do take another one. IG, you can see where the brilliance of this team comes from, but EDG, especially recently, have just looked so consistent. Even when they did make mistakes, you could see what they were trying to do with their game.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas IG, consistently inconsistent, the best way to describe them. We've said it time and again, but how more obvious can we make it? They have moments of brilliance even against the consistent EDG side, but the rest of the game was faltering, where they make mistakes. The bottom lane just doesn't really cut it up. cut it in a 2v2. I think it's the best way to explain it. There was no situation where they actually looked in control.
That's something that I really wanted to touch on as well. And we talk about it all the time, how teams always attack the bottom lane from IG. They always want to make sure they isolate that and make it a point where they try to advance in the game and get ahead. And we saw that in game 2. IG, they had Jhin and Thresh in the bottom lane, what is arguably a very aggressive matchup, a matchup where they should be ahead. They had Elise, who's a really strong ganking jungle that can control the jungle as well. But I know that they were against Clearlove, who was on Graves, but just in the 2-on-2 alone, it was EDG that was coming out ahead, and that is very worrying for IG as well when your bottom lane can fall behind that far when you have what seems to be an aggressive lane.
I think it comes down to vision as well, though. So EDG at level 1 actually saw that the Gromp was being taken, and they recognized that they were going to get level 2 first. They won the lane from that moment, right? Clearlove places vision as well. Around the level 3 mark, spots Kid doing the jungle Gromp once again, and actually tries to kill him, forces a flash. Just like that, they dive bottom. I feel like EDG have set themselves up more than 20 seconds in advance for every single play that they make from that, and from that they get advantages through objectives, through kills. Even though it looked chaotic, they were the ones setting up for it. IG were the ones reacting to it.
And that once again really shows how on the ball, I would say, it is for EDG. They know exactly where to pressure on the map. Like Rusty said, took advantage of that pressure they had in the bottom lane, were able to set up those ganks on the bottom side of the map. And at the same time, they identify, okay, bottom side of the map has pressure from Clearlove, has pressure from the bottom lane duo. Let's send Pawn up into the top lane once again with his fantastic teleports and try and get an advantage there as well.
And this is one of those things where even though Pawn, he's doing crazy stuff, he's having fun, it is deliberate from the man. He's definitely doing what he needs to do. As we are going to look for the MVP for that game, it is Koro and the massive Nautilus, 5-1-12. Another great game from the man. Different tank this time to Poppy, but still just as effective.
I hate how much I agree with this all the same because he was just so overbearing. No one could kill him, and he was taking out carries essentially by himself. Koro, a very impressive performance for EDG in Game 2, and he was the catalyst of the success.
Yeah, he just got so much work done there. And again, EDG's planning and general execution was great. We talk about Pawn. It is nice to see him back, but I want to talk about his counterpart this time around. Rookie had such a good split up until this point, and it just feels like he wasn't doing as nearly as much work as we know he can. That's a good example. Skara is able to pick up a, honestly, pretty reckless kill, a reckless move from both Kid and Rookie, as Skara just baits him straight in for the wall kill.
That feel when you have mana as Nautilus, always for the W. Doesn't cost a whole lot, but obviously baits them all in. That was one of the scrappier dives that we saw from Invictus Gaming. It was actually on the flip side of the exact same thing from EDG, to be fair. And in the middle of a mad game, to put it lightly, I mean, Koro was the one who came out ahead, and he was the one that gave the benefits to the rest of EDG.
It was just fun, again, to see such a chaotic game. But I think EDG, they managed to slow it down. They played more deliberate. And like I said, the X factor that's always been there for IG is Rookie. And Jace, Orianna, not champions he certainly can play, don't get me wrong, but not common picks, not meta picks, and just picks that it felt like he wasn't having impact with.
You know, it was very surprising for me, the Orianna game in Game 1, because when we talk about Rookie, we like to look at the way he lanes, how he's really aggressive, how he's always able to be dominant in that lane and shut down an opposing mid laner. In Game number 1, he had a fantastic lane swap where he was isolated in that mid lane, but because he was playing Orianna against a Zed, he was always on the back foot just trying to clear out Way's farm. He bought the right items to do just that. But because he wasn't able to be this aggressive Rookie that we know him to be, it wasn't translated into team fights where he was always there just to try and protect the Kog'Maw, try and protect his teammates, try and facilitate these fights, and was just never able to show that aggression that we're used from Rookie, and was never able to be that superstar we know of IG.
And I think, to be fair, last time we saw Rookie play Orianna, he solo carried. He was actually ridiculous on this champion, right? But he's playing against Pawn. Pawn is sporadic, he's erratic, he is confusing, and he does things you don't expect. But what he does is also shut down the lane. There is no situation where you feel like you can actually kill Pawn unless he makes a mistake. So realistically, Rookie was diffused, and that's not what Invictus Gaming need. They need to actually focus him through not lane swapping or through lane swapping and having Kid make a cheeky gank in the mid lane to get him going. When we see Invictus Gaming win, Rookie's getting kills.
And that showed a lot during the second game as well, where we saw IG's bottom lane walk behind for most of that early game. That meant that Kid had to be down there trying to protect him, and that Kid had to also help out the top lane, which got ganked by the TP coming in from Pawn as well, which meant that Rookie didn't get that help when he wasn't isolated in that lane, either wasn't able to transform that into an advantage against a mid laner like the likes of Pawn.
And I think we have to honestly look at summoner spells and see a really clear difference here. Cleanse Ignite in one game for Rookie, double teleport there on two different champions there for Pawn, and you can just see the difference, right? One of them's trying to play for his team, play around the map, aggressively help his team get into positions where they can make plays on a macro level. And Rookie's just trying to lane. And he's a great laner. He's one of the best mid laners in the world, especially when it comes to his actual laning.
Yeah.
But it's just not enough here. Not against EDG playing this well.
This is also like you send the AD carry support to the mid lane. This is what EDG have been doing, and it's actually becoming a staple now for most teams. The second you put the AD carry and the support into the mid lane, the enemy mid laner is shut down. He effectively cannot actually do what he wants to do. Rookie running a cleanse or running ignite can't kill the person that's in that middle lane because Mako's there to protect him this time around. Deft was just hyper aggressive. He'd already won bottom lane, which means Pawn's got freedom to move around. I just feel like the strategy that Invictus Gaming have needs to revolve around much more map play from here on out.
And in that second game especially, we saw how Rookie was trying to match the split push pressure that Pawn was able to distribute, trying to move down to the bottom lane, trying to flank Pawn aggressively. Actually blew his flash a couple of times in that one-on-one situation. But because he took cleanse to the fight as well, it just meant that all Pawn has to do, burn his flash, back away, teleport somewhere else, create a pressure point on the map, and then Rookie has to walk all the way back to wherever Pawn is teleported to try and help out his team, which means although he's being, trying to match the pressure Pawn's giving out, Pawn is always one step ahead.
And it does feel like just in general, we talked about it at the top, EDG just feels like a metagame suits them again. Like, Pawn running teleport is not something he has to do necessarily, but he is very good with the spell. Like, if you're ganking side lanes, you're, using your mid lane the way you want it to, this sort of thing's going to happen, right? Where you get ahead, you pick your team fights, and you just execute as well as you always have.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Invictus Gaming, it looked like this fight was going to go well for them. It's the Jhin theory where his E destroys everybody, but Koro exists, right? Like, when it comes down to the team fighting, when they set themselves up for this in a choke point as a Nautilus, pretty easy to knock everybody up. There was so many positives for EDG.
It looks really funny when two big tanks fight each other, but not so much when you've got a big tank trying to fight a Jhin. That just looks horrible for the poor Jhin.
Time had a rough game, let me tell you. Nautilus is pretty good into these low mobility AD carries. Jhin, a strong laner, but 2v2. Deft and Mako managed to get it done anyway. Again, EDG have always had strength across the map. I feel like now as a team, they're getting some of their strength back as well.
And I mean, Nautilus in particular as well, that's coined as the counter to Kalista, who is one of the most mobile champions and locks them down. But even on the flip side, Nautilus is just a counter to AD carries and just destroyed them.
Yep. Koro, the anti-carry on the tanks, looking good there for EDG as they are able to take a 2-0 versus IG. Don't go too far though. LPL is going to be come back up. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be HYG taking on OMG. welcome back, everyone. We're going to get ourselves into set number 2 as HYG will soon be taking on OMG. Hello, my name is Julian, Pastry Time Car. Still joining me is Matthew, Fitch, Stewart, and Zach Rusty Pie. Gentlemen, EDG with a 2-0 there versus IG. But let's move into our next series, HYG versus OMG. Two pretty different teams, I'll say. You know, we've got two different groups. It's 6 teams apiece. You know, the standings sort of are interesting because you have to look at 2 different spaces. But HYG, easy to say that they've got the worst record currently of the split. They're not doing too well, unfortunately.
Easy to say from maps as well as results. So 1-11 right now is HYG. They've won a single set. Unfortunately for them, that is all that they have won, and they have won 3 total maps throughout it. So they've won a set, which is 2 games. They've won 1 other game in every single other game that they have played, which is really unfortunate for them. And that actually effectively puts them in 12th place, not just 6th place in the group.
Yeah, not looking good for HYG at all. On the other side of the table, OMG, they're still fighting for playoff contention. They're currently 6-5. So although it should be a relatively easy game for them against HYG today, it's nonetheless an important game for them to pick up.
Well, these games are very important for teams, especially when you're more middle of the pack for that exact reason, right? You cannot afford to get into spots where you just think, oh, it's going to be an easy series. We should win here because they expected as the better team or the favored team coming in to have a good performance. HYG, though, we saw EPA almost push forward elite to the brink yesterday. There's definitely room here for the teams to really get moving. So HYG, we've seen their strength. It is early in the landing phase. OMG, though, have played well together, have played well in some of their lanes. Be interesting to see how this matchup works out, because stylistically, they feel actually very different.
And that's what I really want to see coming into this game as well. I want to see if HYG can once again use their early lead, but this I really want to see if they can close out their games and play Blue Shell in this match to try and knock OMG out.
Well, OMG not quite first, but certainly ahead of them. We'll see what HYG can get done today. S17, Chimin, Gosu, XQ, and Shu with the starting 5 as per usual. We'll start off in the top side here. S17, former Lysandra God. Still been playing a bit, but really been mixing things up. HYG in general feels like they've been trying an awful lot in recent games.
They definitely have been. And I mean, at this stage, what else is there to try besides some crazy champion picks or map plays? But this is the one guy that won them this best of 3 that they have. Jimin. He's a beast.
And he's been back on the Gragas. Been looking good on it as well. Gosu, very streaky player. Certainly looks good on his comfort picks. One of the Koreans on the side, of course. Lots of Lulu in the recent match history, but he really does stick to what he likes. XQ, though, one of their AD carry. Oh, their AD carry, I believe. Not sure they have more than one. At least at what we've seen. You can see Lucian and a Siva and a Vayne game in there most recently. It's probably the surprising one.
It's played 2 Vayne games this split so far, so does have a decent champion pool, but he is very comfortable on that Lucian, which is his most played champion.
And there's Shu, supporterless in the match history. Got some Alistar in there as well, and some Braum. So I like the picks that we're seeing in the bottom lane, getting a bit creative. But HYG, as we said, do come into the match underdogs, given their current record in the LPL. OMG, though, I think still with quite a lot to prove. It's been just up and down all split long. I think that's the only way to put it.
Yeah.
They've looked good, they've looked great, they've looked really not good, they've looked really not great. It's just been a team that's definitely rebuilding, and you can see where they're starting to find some form, but it's been very temporary.
Yeah, they're here, there, and everywhere, OMG, and we never really know which one's going to show up. They're not like Invictus Gaming with the consistently inconsistent. They're sometimes brilliant, they're sometimes in the middle, they're sometimes not good at all. Who really knows?
Well, it does feel like they're sticking to a plan, and this seems to be the roster they're going with for a while. Poor Icon, haven't seen him in a while. I'm missing him. But Xiang, Xuan, Cool, SMLZ, and 5 will be our starting lineup here for the team. We'll start in the top side. Xiang, that is so much Poppy, my God.
His most played champion as well. It's actually him and S17's most played champion, but Xiang has played it twice as many times as S17 has.
Well, there's Xuan, their jungler, who's been mixing it up a bit. Starting to see some Sejuani in the LPL.
Hello.
Xuan was one of the players to bring it out, but he looks good on the picks he's comfortable on. That's always been his thing. Whereas Cool, he's really been reaching for picks, and it feels like every time we see him play, especially recently, he's just reaching to make plays and not quite getting there.
Yeah, but 77% kill participation means if he makes the plays, people do in fact die. It's just very difficult to actually get them to work out.
And SMLZ definitely been looking good on some of his strengths as well. I think evolving into quite a strong AD carry player. His Jhin game especially was a standout from recently, but 5 might honestly be the true star of this team, at least as they currently stand. They've got a superstar like Cool. SMLZ is coming up. Even Xiang and Xuan, sort of the new guys, if you will, are sort of making their way into the league. But 5 is just so good on Alistar and Thresh. Our only question is, what are your other champions? Because he is so good at the champions he's good at. And this feels like an OMG special.
Yeah.
The champions they know really well.
Yeah, that actually sums up the whole roster, I guess. Lee Sin is an example for Schwen. I mean, cool. He's got his signature Ari, picks like that available to him. I guess the question is, will they branch out? SMLZ's even been looking decent lately. Most impressively, I will say, and most surprisingly.
To me, a lot of supports in the LPL really feel like they pick two really strong champions, and then every game they go, okay, I'll take this one this game, and go for this one this game instead, and they throw a curveball in between. 5 feels like that with his Thresh and Alistar.
Certainly does, as we are going to get ourselves into our first champ select within HYG and OMG. HYG will start things off on the blue side. OMG will kick it off on the red. Twisted Fate and Lee Sin, the first 2 bans there for HYG. So continuing to respect the cool Twisted Fate and the Lee Sin there from Schwan with those target bans. But Lulu and Kalista, very standard bans here for OMG.
Yeah, get the strong champions off the table. Makes a lot of sense here for OMG. The target bans from HYG means that being first picked actually want the strong ones that are being banned from. The very standard stuff, I will say, across the board. Blue and red side strategies. Because that's a surprise, but a good one.
And another target ban there.
Laughing.
Jin is banned away. Yep, Xiang apparently likes it. He's like, this is none of my champions. Give me the poppy.
Yeah.
OMG, they do have a ban to give. Coach is going to go ahead and give the order. It is Alistar, actually, that they decide to ban. So 5's common champions cut in half with Alistar banned away. But they are going to have to give something over here to HYG. Haven't seen too much Nidalee recently, but is an option as HYG are going to hover it.
I think we haven't seen too much Nidalee because she's always banned, is the thing to take from that. Most people resorting to Kalista as the second, Kindred as the second best option, but it's always because the first best is actually there. They might want to go for it.
Feels like even Kindred's getting some bans now as well. So we're starting to see a lot of patterns as we get late into the season. HYG, though, are going to lock down Corki. So good mid laner, good AD carry. Nice safe pick all around. But I think Xiang is going to play Poppy.
Well, HYG have not played that Corki as an AD carry yet, so we should see Gosu pick this one up in the mid lane. It is his most played champion in the LPL as well, so wouldn't be surprised if they picked him up. Very nice and safe mid laner to pick up very early into the draft. Like you mentioned, Patreon can be flexed as an AD carry if they want to. This does leave Nidalee open as well. Gragas wasn't banned either, so Gragas and Nidalee, 2 really strong junglers, are left available.
And it's Schwen after all, so I don't think he'll play the Nidalee. I think he'll go for the Gragas. I'd be surprised if he goes for the Nidalee.
Well, Xiang actually maybe goes away from Poppy this time around. Perhaps favors the Nautilus a bit more instead. Seems like OMG are starting to lock down their first 2 picks of the draft.
Hello.
Just as we think we know what's going on. Xiang has been throwing curveballs, by the way. I was getting tested on Chinese client champion art portraits. Had to recognize Swain for a second. That was a fun one.
Quiz, yeah.
Yeah. But there's Nautilus and Gragas for OMG. So very tanky frontline core to start their draft.
Yeah, and it's worth assuming as well that HYG will go towards the Nidalee from this point onwards. Perhaps the Kindred if their strategy revolves around a low-range AD carry, and they've already got the Corki there, so it's entirely possible and almost preference, I will say.
I really like the Nautilus pickup coming in from OMG here, even though Xiang has played it way more times in the top lane than 17 has. Effectively, as a whole, HYG have played it equal amount of times as OMG just because they're able to flex that into the bottom lane more with Sue, whereas 5 has not played Nautilus at all this split. So you take away Nautilus not only from 17 in the top lane, you also deny HYG from flexing that in the bottom lane. And it's an overall solo pick as one of your first picks that can just be thrown into any of the lanes comfortably and blind as well.
Could be a great bait. Oh no, they are going to take Poppy. I was going to say maybe they're trying to trick HYG into giving them Poppy, but I think HYG are wise to their tricks. Oh no!
Hello.
Kindred Trundle actually picks 2 and 3.
Interesting.
What
Kindred, we've actually just recently touched on saying it's potentially better than Nidalee, context-based, so they will be picking that one up. Don't be surprised if XQ sticks with his Vayne or something to that extent. Lucian perhaps another option for them. One of their most picked.
Well, I wonder if we'll see the Azir here for cool. Seen it already. Pretty good against the old Kindred. And Gragas isn't bad either, as they're going to lock in that Thresh there for 5.
Shocking.
Yeah, I know, right? And I guess the Gosu's champion, pretty likely with that first pick, Corki, might just wait to give Cool the counter pick, as Lucian is going to be the next pick there for SMLZ. So nice and aggressive 2v2 lane there, as 5, again, gets his unsurprising support pick there.
Comfort pick, best pick arguably as well. This guy is a monster when it comes to Thresh play, so keep your eyes peeled on him, and OMG have actually cemented themselves the double hook composition, which is ridiculous for pick-based play, skirmishing around the map.
Put a Blitzcrank in there, make it 3. We've seen Blitzcrank in the LPL before.
Where would you put him?
Just put him in the top lane.
I'm not sure about that one. What? Wait, hang on. Who goes? No, never mind. You're crazy. I was like, hang on. Who goes mid if you do that? But I'm like, no, not going to entertain this
I'll
one.
put Thresh there.
No.
Nautilus mid's better than the rest of them.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Not the Blitz
It's
top.
just the Troll Fiesta. Put all the hooks everywhere. All the
Anyway,
hooks in the wrong lane.
in more viable strategies.
Well, we have to see what HIG decides to round up their team composition with. They do have the final 2 picks. It does look like they're going to go for Ezreal and Poppy here, so they will give Poppy up and towards the top lane. They will have Ezreal as their AD carry, and the 2 strong spell-like AD carries of Corki and Ezreal being picked up.
Yeah, it's the poke siege style of play. HYG, they do have a preference towards the Ezreal and Corki. In fact, Gosu has played the Ezreal mid a few times also. So if it comes down to it, and they decide that they really want an Ezreal mid lane, they can flex that still. Lots of options. HYG, they've got a very strong team comp, and it's something that they're comfortable with as well.
Yep, we've seen double or triple AD carry, and Kindred being one of them. Actually be a pretty strong core for a lot of LPL teams recently. So you can see what HYG are trying to do with their 5. We'll see what OMG finish their comp with, though. Seems like they are going to counterpick Cool's champion. He's played 1 Quinn game already. It was a loss, but his Quinn did look fine, especially in lane. I wonder if Quinn is going to be the selection again. Cool's going to take it. AD carry versus AD carry in the mid lane. It looks to be Corki versus Quinn.
Yeah.
Cool again is going to have to really show that aggression off today.
Yeah, definitely will be, of course. Even with the summoner spell that he's looking at the moment, Ignite would sum up the aggression that he does need to show and that he may well do. Xuen, entirely capable of ganking that middle lane on Gragas also, being one of the smaller lanes. Having Flash Body Slam can let you catch pretty much anybody. Volatile, OMG's comp is. They could go off in any direction.
And it feels like a pretty similar formula for them. You know, decent playmaking jungler for Xuan. 2 aggressive lanes there, 1 for mid and 1 for AD carry. And then Xiang just hanging out in the tanks in the top lane, looking to shot call and make teleport plays. HYG, though, we've talked about how snowbally their games can be. This is a pretty good comp when they start to get the ball rolling, if they can. We'll see the comps on the screen once more. Curious to see how this game goes.
I believe they would be able to do it once again where they get the ball rolling. I just really want to see if HYG can close out their game, because that's what they really have been struggling with in the LPL so far. There's no doubt that they're really good at the laning phase. Just once that ends, they just look lost.
Well, coaches are going to shake hands. We'll see if HYG's landing phase can continue a little bit further into the game. It's time for our second match to begin. And we're on to Summoner's Rift for our second best of 3 of the day. HYG going to be taking on OMG in our second set here. OMG looking to maybe get some additional points. They've had, I'm going to say, it up and down last few weeks. HYG, though, would love wins anywhere at this stage of the game. But we'll see how these teams are looking today as they move out into their lanes for our first game here. Warlord's Bloodlust is actually the choice there for Cool.
It's not bad. I think Warlord's Bloodlust is actually one of the better Keystone Masteries at the moment. I mean, Fervor's okay, but you want to sustain yourself in mid lane. You don't have a support to give you Relic Shield stacks. I think there's a lot of merit to it, and it also gives you the 7% penetration just below the Keystone Mastery also, which is actually the bigger deal. Whereas in the middle tree, you get like a 5 flat rate with a smaller amount of scaling. It's so much more beneficial to have the percent value.
I like it on, I would say, close range AD carry, so to speak, something like Quinn and Graves, just because they build a lot of these component item builds where you have your Morma, Mordius, you have your what's it called? Flat penetration armor items.
Yep,
Flat
Ghost
penetration
Blades,
items like
etc.
Ghost Blades and
Not
etc.
lifesteal items.
Sorry, not lifesteal items. And also because those builds generally give you a lot of extra health stats and extra tanky stats, like the shield from Morma Mortis, the Steris Gauge giving you the extra shield as well, which means you go low, which makes your Warlord's Bloodlust even more effective, because the lower you go, the more health you get back.
Olaf mode, baby.
Exactly. It's actually an effective Olaf mode, especially with the more of Malmortius giving extra life still below. The value probably equal to that of Warlord's Bloodlust being at its max health life steal amount. So pretty ridiculous amounts of health can be given back to you. And Quinn, one of the better champions who rushes the Hex Drinker generally first.
Yep, you can see he calls at it already. Vaulting aggressively onto Gosu there in the mid lane as soon as that lane starts. We are going to have standard lanes though, with junglers starting on the same side of the map, so not the same buff.
Oh,
As a good hook there onto XQ. SMLZ is going to straight go aggressive. Ignite's already down. Maybe just needs a little bit more damage down. Shu though does get a nice trade back, but Five's back with a grasp of the Undying.
Yeah, these, I'm going to say supports are quite volatile. Five though, the benefactor of the level 2 start here in OMG. They are in absolute control. We saw this last game. Level 2 is actually a very big deal.
Both the junglers started on the top side, which means both the bottom lanes once again took away a camp at level 1. They rushed towards taking level 2, and it is going to be the aggressive lane this time with Thresh and the Lucian, the low lane and the bottom lane, being able to come out on top. Flash burn on XQ, exhaust burn as well on the side of Siu. So OMG going to be able to continue being aggressive there, as meanwhile Gosu taking a lot of damage in this mid lane. Cool's doing a really good job of weaving those spells and auto attacks in, trying to get a lot of pressure down onto Gosu.
Yeah.
Actually took a tower hit as well to get some harassment down. So
Still won the trade.
yeah, just Quinn things. Early levels very strong. As OMG are going to keep fighting themselves down here in that bottom side. You can see.
Yeah, you can see them just bouncing back and forth here. Farming it up, training it out. Still a lot of pressure being dished out by OMG on all of the lanes so far.
Hey, let's not forget the biggest deal in this bottom lane right now. The fact that there is an extra potion for the Lucian. It may not seem like much. It's only 50 gold worth of stats effectively, but for a laner in a bottom lane, if you're an AD carry, recognizing they don't have sustain to the level you do is actually enough to cause extra pressure to be placed down here.
I hate that feeling as an AD carry when you're a potion down. Just
Well, you
makes me
know
feel
that you
sad.
can't trade, because if you trade even, you lose the trade.
And things like this will eventually happen. Tren now making his way towards that bottom lane. They're going for a dive. Heal's being popped by XQ already. He has no summoner spells.
Jesus.
First blood. Immediately going over towards Gragas. 5 flashes out of there. Gets out, but 17's trying to come in and get some action in this bottom lane. Gets the aggressive slam against the wall, but not able to pull one back for his team.
And you know, we were talking about potions and how effectively they can be. Well, OMG, they start those early, ready to dive. They give about 5 seconds notice to the Savvy that they are going to execute on that, but that was done very impressively from Schwen and the rest of OMG. 5 doesn't miss a hook.
No, and again, it feels like a similar story for a lot of success stories in OMG's recent games. Just get ahead on your AD carry, either with a gank or strong 2v2 play, and then the rest of the game sort of unfolds from there. SMLZ is really stepping into his own, but he's got a pretty good support crew behind him as well.
And this is looking really good for OMG as well. Hyper Youth Gaming are a team that want to get ahead of the laning phase, and their problems have always been trying to close out these games. Now that most of the lanes, in fact, I believe all the lanes of OMG right now are doing fantastic. We take a look at the mid lane. Cool's putting a lot of pressure down. He's 10 CS ahead of Gosu. Top lane, you know, 2 of the tanks farming it up. Not as a slight CS advantage, but most importantly, bottom lane, SMLZ is up in terms of assists, has 15 CS ahead, and has all of this pressure. The lanes are not looking good for Hyper Youth Gaming, and that's not the position you want to be as the strong LSPL laning team.
It's also the fact that, I mean, Gragas has jungle pressure, he's got gank pressure, whereas Chimin is working towards his Devourer. He's actually looking to scale up with items, and there is a farm discrepancy between junglers. That's where the one advantage for HYG lies at 5 minutes in the game. He actually does very well to spot that pink ward. It's a deceptive one.
That's the pink ward that sometimes lasts forever. Shimon's going to be able to chase Tren out of his jungle, so still keeping up that farm advantage. Tren still has a kill to boot, so has a slightly, but here another hook's going to land onto XQ. Ignite's immediately popped. He's probably going to go down here as the exhaust comes out. Doesn't matter. SMLZ flashes forward. It will be XQ living with about 12 health, I believe it was. But OMG being so aggressive in this lane.
But he's pushed out of lane. He has to recall. There's no way for XQ to hang around. If he does, he runs a massive risk of dying because there's 10 health to his name, and it's a tier Ezreal, so it doesn't get better.
Well, cool in the mid lane now, going to drive in past that Phosphorus bomb. 2v2, he's going to start though with Shimmer's here first, but Chuan is going to try and turn things around. Huge amount of damage out onto that Kindred as the TP's burnt Fisher Young as well, but not going to quite make it in time for Party.
No, but he finishes the teleport, which is the interesting thing. Doesn't cancel it, which means there's a lot more activity than meets the eye if you're a HYG member. And they actually have to just leave the turret, which is a lot of farm going to waste.
With all the pressure down the bottom lane, means
yes, that
Five
ward
can
spotted
move up.
him.
The ward did spot 5. But look at all the pressure they're putting on towards this mid lane. Gosu now. Sorry, not Gosu. Seoung and 17 are going to meet inside the river. Poppy dealing quite a bit of damage to this Nautilus. Well, has decided to go for double Doran's ring and a cloth armor, so no crafting potion for him.
I love this spectator. He is a strong, independent spectator.
Yep.
Just doesn't need cast the direction.
Certainly not. He points out that nice little ward that did unfortunately spot the good room there from 5. Quinn though now level 6. He's going to fly back into that mid lane with a Hex Drink already, so Cool's good lane should continue to get better here as XQ's lane unfortunately is going from bad to worse. BF Sword Lucian is just dishing out the damage. The culling is there, the flash will save him, but that would have been a kill if he didn't have the summoner.
My god. SMLZ is just leaps and bounds ahead. It's still only a tier to a BF sword. Ow. Oh! That sums it up nicely. If you were XQ, you just sit there and be saying, oh, because you're taking damage every time.
Unfortunately, he's starting to get zoned now as well. Has to go back a 3rd time. Thankfully, this one he got to make a choice on. The first one he didn't actually get to choose. In fact, that's going to get cancelled off by 5.
Well, they chose not to let him, yeah. That's the flip side. This is still pressure under the bottom turret. XQ not even 6 for wave clear.
And now Shu's taking it. Half health already. Passive's going to have to work overtime to try and heal him up.
And they know Chimon's not here. He's going to get his stack on the other side of the map. The top lane scuttle is where he needs to be. And Xuen can actually sit bottom side as well and pressure it because top's doing well, mid's doing well. Doesn't need to be anywhere else.
Great timing as well because he can give the blue buff over towards Cool, which is exactly what Trent decides to do. Immediately makes his way towards this bottom lane. Has his ultimate available. The hook will not connect coming in from Thresh. But it just looks like he's providing the pressure that he needs to continue being this aggressive.
Yeah, he's actually not able to hang around. There was vision to deny him a gank, and if he stayed any longer, it's going to be an obvious fact that Chimon will be nearby. And of course, a level 6 Kindred, diving's pretty difficult, to say the least, when you're under a turret with the Lamb's Respite.
It's also good to dive turrets that EDG showed us this week.
Yeah.
But I think this time for HYG, they're just going to have to siege up. Or turtle up, I should say. It's a good dash to the pillar from SMLZ. Going to let him continue some of that aggression. Does take the Lantern, though. Having a bit of fun with his bottom laner right now. Unfortunately, it's no fun at all for HYG. They do find themselves 1,000 gold behind, mostly from the action on the bottom side. Jimin is here still trying to make the difference. But Xuan pretty much right behind him, dropping aggressive pink wards and deep vision into their jungle.
Yeah, so the thing is, there's 3 wards placed by HYG. They don't have enough vision to consolidate elsewhere on the map, so they don't know where the Gragas will be, which means there's a chance that he gets ganks off elsewhere.
And he was trying to pull off a gank in the mid lane. Ghost was able to just casually back away, but Cool is still asserting dominance in this lane as 10 CS ahead as 5 lands a nice hook onto Shield. Will be able to get the Flay back as well. Pops the box. Shield's getting taken down incredibly low. The Ignite should be enough. SMLZ gets that last auto attack to take him down. And they're continuing to pressure this bottom lane.
This is a massacre in the bottom lane is the nicest way to put it right now. The amount of control that OMG have through just the 2v2 winning. It's a repeat offense of what we saw in the last best of 3 series. The fact that EDG are able to control Invictus Gaming's bottom lane caused issues everywhere on the map. Xuen decides to sleep and have Raptor Sense at the same time, but that ward's super dead.
Oh yeah, it's so unbelievably dead. It looks like all the time. Instead, another hook there into the Ezreal. No mana left to shift out. SMLZ going to take him out for another kill.
5's disgusting.
Yeah, he's
when
so
he
good
plays
at
Thresh. Level 2, he hit 1 hook. I don't think I've seen him miss one since. But he is a beast.
He is one of the best engaging supports in the LPL, I would say, right now, and it's fantastic way he plays Thresh. But Chimon, he's fancy his chances here. He had a great opening game in the LPL for HYG, pick up their only win. But it's difficult for him to have any pressure on this map when your lanes are that far behind.
He's probably the only person on this map that's feeling good about himself, besides maybe 17, if you're a HYG member. all he's really done is farm because he's against the Nautilus, so that lane is effectively diffused.
And again, the formula continues to stay the same for OMG. Let the bottom lane pressure. Cool's applying his own pressure in mid as well. And just let the tanks farm up, and eventually you'll join together, get some fights happening, and start snowballing the game from there. We're getting pretty out of control, as that tower almost went down in bottom side as well. Chimin did do well to defend it, just to make sure that HYG can hold on to a bit of extra advantage for now. But OMG, pretty much lucky that they're not busting straight through the front door at this point, because the gold lead's already 2k up, and they've actually swapped SMLZ to top lane already, because in their minds, that bottom tower's dead.
And you could even see the resolve that XQ had there, thinking about how he plays the lane out. He wanted to freeze, and then quickly realized that there's no point freezing because the tower will fall. So he has to push. But now that he's against the Nautilus, there's actually no way that he can take this turret down successfully without 3 people there. They've already set up pink wards for Xiang to be safe. Now the map is completely blown open, and they need Shu and XQ to then match, which means a lot of time wasted for 17.
And with all this advantage that OMG have, and sending their strong duo lane up and towards the top side of the map, they're able to control the objectives like the Rift Herald, able to take that one down. HYG going to nicely respond with taking another dragon, and they're going to even up the objectives 1 for 1. But OMG arguably do have the stronger map pressure right now. Gosu has this package available, looking to try and create a play for himself, but not going to try and dive in on towards the Gragas
Fighting for a
yet.
pink ward. It's glorious. Xuen really wanted that pink ward. He was deterred. This is the issue, right? So even if they trade turrets, they're still effectively so far ahead that the accelerated gold values that OMG will have will probably give them bigger items sooner. HYG need to accelerate their build to 2 items on XQ, 1 item and a half essentially on Gosu. And the teleport's in.
Well, we're going to try and make a play here for OMG. Xiang does move in. S17's not going to find a Nautilus hook. He's going to go wide, but he hits the wall instead. Ulti's going to go down. That should be a kill. So Riptide's enough to finish it off. Hook again onto Gosu. He's absolutely wrecked. 5 once more pulls a miracle out of thin air.
I don't know how he does it. I wish there was a Thresh cam right now at every single second of the game. He is such an impressive player. OMG are just running over HYG at the moment. They came into this series and they mean business. Top lane is not finished.
OMG definitely driving the freight train in the right direction now. So just trying to take away all of the objectives possible and suffocate HYG as early as 14 minutes into the game. But here's a teleport for HYG trying to create a play for themselves. Siu is trying to lock the way with a pillar.
That's deep.
It is a very deep teleport. Look at this.
He's sacrificing.
Is sacrificing himself. Not only the playmaker, but also the facilitator.
You
The
can
one
do
that's not
it,
being
5.
too greedy. It's just waiting. Oh, they're going to donate it on over to XQ. Very sweet of HYG, but 5. Very, very nice.
And most importantly, SMLZ gets out because only Poppy was there to pressure the Lucian. He's got enough mobility to get himself out to safety, no someone is burnt. So for what it's worth, they get a beneficial trade out of it, HYG to a smaller extent. OMG willingly give that one up.
They take that bottom tower as well, so Xiang able to finish the early work that OMG's duo did. As Cool's able to steal the red buff there as well. More of Marmorti has already finished. And Xiang's going to get his back cancelled by the True Shot Barrage that was trying to check for the red buff. Cool, though, already stole that one away.
Small victories, Pastry China, small victories.
And that's all they can really hope for at this point, as OMG continue to charge ahead in gold. They're almost 6k up right now. SMLZ has blue buff, which I believe he stole from HYG's left side of the jungle.
He did.
And that is a huge Lucian. Essence Reaver done already. Iceborne only just now finished for XQ.
It's scary. There's a Lucian that no one on the map can match. There's now a Quinn with double buffs. I don't know if anyone can match that directly either. Accelerated his build going for Boots of Swiftness. The more is effectively to diffuse any pressure that Corki can put down, as well as that Warlord's Bloodlust that we mentioned earlier. So extra sustain out of thin air. This is a point in the game where OMG can open the map even further than they already have through breaking the mid lane turret if they rotate effectively, which they are.
You have to imagine that opening the map for OMG is suffocating HYG in multiple ways now. Not only is the AD carry of XQ going to be suffocated.
Throw the culling.
No,
Just do it.
He does.
It's so predictable. I love it.
I think I just saw a hook miss, though.
Oh, no, you didn't say anything.
That's true.
No such thing.
Flag was pretty hard to track. So I can't confirm I did. I'll have to get the threat cam in on that one.
I just refuse to believe it at this stage.
Certainly on target.
Well, sacrifice his life for SMLZ. All downhill from there.
Uh-oh.
Did you see that one?
See what?
Yeah.
I saw nothing.
Thought so.
OMG actually grouping up now. They're going to try a little bit harder to take out this mid turret. Xiang not going to join them at least right now. Actually looking to recall, but I think Poppy's going to stop that over in the minimap. And looks like that push going to be thwarted. Xiang does get back to safety. He has a Zrot portal now. So we'll see where he wants to use that to apply some side lane pressure. Or maybe bolster that siege in mid. But OMG certainly really riding a big lead at this point of the game. And it's only going to get worse here for H2G. You do have to hunker down and just try and get their gold in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and we're at a point in the game where OMG with a Quinn and a Nautilus with Rot Portal can split push in more than one lane, which means Xuen is either unlocked to gank the lane where someone attends, whether it's XQ about to get ganked, or whether it's the Poppy who wants to get collapsed on. There's so many options available, whereas the mid lane SMLZ and 5 are drawing pressure of 3 people because they are just so far ahead. Corki can't deal with it alone. Even Shu's not going to be able to really help him, and so they need numbers there to keep him alive.
And now it's just mid lane pressure from SMLZ. He's kind of doing it solo.
But he's getting no jungle too. Oh, Chimon's getting no stacks.
Yeah. Chimon's having a real rough game.
It's not in the solo lanes that are being so pressured now. It's not just Ezreal that was already far behind, but because they can suffocate them so well, the jungle camps are being taken away left, right, and center. Means the Sated Devourer is not going to be sated anytime soon.
Is he even going for it? I feel like he's not even he's finishing Warrior. Or does he have it?
He has the
has the
Devourer.
Okay.
But it's not
Couldn't
sated
quite
yet.
see. Well, that's problems. As Chimon is actually going to get hooked up there by the Nord. Does put the Lance Respite, but he's already so low. OMG just going to back out and try and re-engage perhaps as SMLZ does to get himself to safety. Cool though, he's going to look for that re-engage as that'll force a flash out of Gosu. Culling is down, but it's not quite enough to get any kills as OMG. They'll take the tower and run.
And OMG only really looking for the turret. They're poking their heads in aggressively to see if they can get anything further, but it's difficult to execute. Is there? Oh,
They're looking
he
for it.
messed up.
It's going to be Cool that tries to jump in. XQ is definitely trying to run away from Cool here. He gets a couple of auto attacks down. He's going to flash forward. Probably will pick up that kill off the screen. But meanwhile, the rest of OMG trying to collapse the remaining members of HYG. Trent bashes forward. He's going to get taken down. Now a teleport's coming in. It's going to be Poppy in the back lines trying to take down as many members as possible. SMLZ in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try and kite away from this Poppy. Xiang's trying to help him out. The Riptide will be enough to take him down. Gets a double kill on the tank. Gosu doesn't have enough mana for that final rocket. And OMG pick up a little bit of a shaky team fight.
And they're already just so far ahead that it doesn't actually matter how poorly the team fights go. They find advantages regardless. Xuen misplays an unbelievably high amount. He body slams into a wall and then flashes over it with no body slam left. Throws the ultimate, knocks them all to safety. But it still doesn't matter because they are so far ahead. He doesn't, look at that. Body slam, throw a kick, miss everything, go down. Oh, no big deal. So target selection from 17 as well. Actually going for the Thresh is questionable. But Xiang's never going to die. SMLZ's kiting like a monster. And like, just run over them.
Well, another small victory for HYG though, as they were able to pick up a kill onto SMLZ. It was Ghost that picked the one up while the replay was going on. He's also going to add insult to injury and take down this Zrot portal in the bottom lane.
Well, it's up again.
Oh, it's 25 gold. It's not 15. I got it wrong. Huge pockets.
He actually killed that as the Rot Portal became available for Xiang again. So,
Well, H2G
unlucky.
are actually going to get a dragon as well. So from a very small objective to a much bigger one. As they'll pick up themselves actually the second dragon of the game. That should help the Devourer stack up there for Chimon. Actually quite a bit faster.
17 stacks for the Kindred right now. We saw it flash over once the dragon was taken. So getting towards the strong point that is needed. I will question, however, going for the Serrated Dirk opposed to the defensive aspect of the item, given that you are currently losing the game. I feel like it's a desperation offensive choice, and he already had the 2 long swords in that direction. Kind of may as well finish an item. Questionable, though.
General issue might be OMG's overall gold lead, which is actually pretty close to 10k already at 20 minutes into this game. You can see Cool with a Phantom Dancer now finished, looking to hunt some people down. SMLZ 2 items done as well. He's got the rapid fire cannon finished. Even Xiang has 2 items, which always feels good as a tank. You can see Cool's just going to keep hunting. Looks for Gosu, gets the damage down. Culling's almost enough to take him out. Gosu going to get massively chunked. OMG back on the offensive down mid lane.
Yeah, we're looking at Cool and Gosu trying to put down the poke. So if one of them is gone, it's very difficult to deter OMG's advances. I don't think they're done anytime soon.
They're not done at all. So OMG still grouped up to try and push down this mid lane inner turret. Corky just headed back to base and is now going to try and move back out to stop this push from OMG. You mentioned the 10,000 gold ahead pastry time. They're certainly acting like they are. Constantly being aggressive towards HYG, trying to find a point to fight them. And look at this, they've got vision over the Baron buff. They're hiding behind the vision that has been put down by HYG, trying to bait them out to put some vision down themselves and try to face check this.
Nice.
Pillar's going to be able to spot them out, so OMG do get spotted out. Surprised they didn't try to just take the Baron buff then.
There's no point to outright go for it. It's basically a throw pit at this stage. They are far enough ahead they don't effectively need the Baron. They just wanted to bait kills so they could take objectives from it. The mid tower was also pinged by HYG, so their strategy is definitely not revolving around fighting at the Baron pit unless it's started, in which case it shreds resistances. They don't have a lot of tanks on OMG. SMLZ and Cool are very frontline heavy AD carries, so they're entirely killable. It's dangerous and it's unnecessary to go for the Baron.
So don't take the risk there. Instead, they'll consolidate and actually maybe spend some money. Cool now on the bottom side of the map. He's going to clear out this pretty juicy wave. Make himself some nice bank. SMLZ went back as well, so a second BF sword now. As we likely move into Infinity Edge. And that's a huge power spike for Lucian. And he'll be there nice and quickly. HYG have collected sort of their first major items on most of their carries, sort of walking towards 2 in almost every lane. But again, the overall goal lead's overwhelming for OMG at this stage.
I mean, look how far Shu actually wanted to travel into the Baron area. There's a pink on either side of the wards that he placed, because he is not game to go anywhere near the Baron pit. The Baron itself not cleared. And all it takes is one fell swoop from OMG's support. They're out of vision once again.
Well, sideline pressure continuing here for Cool. As OMG trying to run HYG around the map a little bit. Xiang actually topside as S17 is going to lock down Cool. Damage is good from Poppy. Can't vault out of that one if he gets locked down by the W, but the Blinding Assault is going to finally come in. Cool's going to turn around for some damage.
Poppy's ult missed.
Oh, that was a sick vault though. Damn!
He interrupted the E with his vault. Damn!
And he's going to keep chasing. Very slick there from Cool. Not sure how intentional, but it definitely looked awesome.
We'll go with intentional.
Yep.
Let's just go with it.
Good work, Cool.
Kind of schooling 17 to an extent there. Whether intentional or not, you're right. It still schooled him. No kills, and Poppy's ultimate actually completely whiffed.
OMG still keeping up this map pressure, not just only in the one-on-one outplays that we just saw from Cool against 17, but also as a group, they're grouping up nicely and still trying to deny as much vision as possible and keep all of these lanes shoved out so that HYG have difficulties moving around the map. And look at this, OMG just maintaining control of the vision on the top side of the jungle, putting in the deep wards, dewarding as much as possible, putting down pink wards as well to make sure they have that permanent vision. And just looking to try and pressure this Baron area. They've been doing a really good job of that. Just haven't been able to quite get anything out of it just yet.
This is kind of OMG's thing.
Oh, that flank is
Now though,
massive.
they got
Oh,
a flank.
Cool might have found it. Does go into Gosu. Damage is there, but Schwann's going to try and lock somebody else up. Xiang already has a kill into the Trundle. That 17 TP's in, but that's pretty much to his death. He's pretty tanky, but he get ult up by Nautilus, and he's not tanky enough. Cool, able to take him out. Schwann flies in with a flash body slam. There's someone that gets the execute out onto Kindred. Execute's trying to fire away as Gosu's forced to flash out from under the Nautilus hook. And OMG get a big win there. 3 kills and a turret.
3 kills, but also the 3 frontline members as only the poke remains. Contesting the Baron is honestly a pipe dream at the moment for HYG. They're counting on a miracle steal from XQ. Results not even available yet. Spamming that Q. Might have it. Probably the only thing they've really got to dream for.
Well, Baron is going to go down. It seems down to 800 health. The ultimate is going to get thrown out, but it's not going to be enough.
Stops the recall
Stops
twice.
the recall. Worth it. Good
Xiang
job.
again. Same guy. Just couldn't get out of the pit, man.
Poor bloke. 13k ahead. Just can't recall.
Yeah, it's a tough life really for OMG.
He's struggling.
He's
Oh,
just
cool.
so far ahead.
He's looking for some blood.
He's
here.
low. Like, he's very low.
He's still going for
Bloodlust.
it. Flashes forward, actually, looking for Gosu. Gets exhausted. Here comes a Poppy. I think he regrets his decision right now. 17 picks up the kill.
Fair enough. Cool. If that's what you want to do with your life with Baron buff, by all means, waste a minute of your team's time. Feel like OMG, though, that won't deter them by any stretch, as they are ridiculously far ahead. Kindred, since we last checked in on the Dragon, has only got 7 more stacks in that jungle, which is nothing.
Yeah.
because Dragon's available. So in 6 minutes, 7 jungle camps have been taken by Kindred.
Well, OMG going to get this Dragon. That's a nice big boost to their stats at this point, and does deny the stacks away from Chimin as well. OMG, like you said, not really going to slow down, although cool without Baron is actually going to make him a little less effective on the split push front. He's going for Infinity Edge, though, again. And it's actually a Bloodthirst that SMLZ decided to go for. So, sort of differences there for the two different OMG 80 carry champions. I think cool. He's already shown us that he wants to be aggressive.
So I prefer the Bloodthirster this time around, just based off what the team composition that they're playing against. I think that's cool, showing a bit of disrespect with his item build, and entirely respectful out of SMLZ. Wants the front line, wants to out-sustain the poke that is being thrown around by the Ezreal and Corki of HYG. He doesn't want to disappear anytime soon, whereas Cool can take some poke and then recall, turn into a bird again, or pick up his bird jetpack rather, and just fly back in quickly.
Well, he's been split away from his team for most of this game. He's continuing with that trend. He's up in the top lane now, pushing that one out as much as possible towards the inhibitor turrets. A hook does come out. It does land onto Chimin. He will have to pop that Lance Respite. So you do see them trying to back away now. XQ's actually going to jump aggressively forward. Kendra will live with a sliver of health, but here comes the charge from OMG. They jump into XQ. Another nice ultimate from Trent will knock him backwards. Sue is the next target as he gets taken down incredibly low. And this will be an inhibitor getting taken down for OMG. They're onto SS17 now, taking him down really low. The rest of HYG are going to be able to back away, but OMG have broken the base from Hyper Youth Gaming.
One inhibitor down. Very likely that this second one follows. HYG are in desperation mode.
Cool is just so hyper today, but his aggression actually is rewarded with a nice dive from OMG. Another hook that lands on a Chimin. No ulti this time as he's going to get flayed back and killed. Lucian, they're going to collect that one as Gosu's not getting aggressed on and does have to flash out of the area. OMG might even look to close in for the kill here. HYG are just too far behind. That's one Nexus turret that's going to go down. They're going to try and defend their base. S17 dashes and flashes back to the fountain. XQ is going to try and herd them out. Gosu with the package is threatening. OMG can't quite end just yet, but HYG's base just crumbles before OMG.
I think it's hook dependent. Gosu.
They're looking for a fight. Gosu does get locked down. It will be Lucian that picks up a kill here. They've taken down a key carry. Cool's looking to try and go aggressive against XQ. Took the full culling. Triple kill coming out from Lucian. They're now going to be able to end the game off. So HYG desperately tried to defend and repel them out of the base. OMG pick up game one of the best of 3 series in fantastic style.
Ridiculous amounts of gold ahead, OMG. They close that one out very seriously.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say before. We saw the mid-game Baron where OMG was sort of dancing around a bit, looking for an opportunity. They couldn't quite get sideline pressure going. Cool even died sort of on the late end of that game, and I thought, is the OMG mid-game coming back to haunt them where they do slow down a little too much? As it turns out, not really at all. The double hooks come up big. They get pick after pick after pick after pick after pick after pick after pick.
Lots of picks.
And OMG are able to close out a very well-played game for themselves. Awesome stuff there from the side. And SMLZ just continuing to impress.
Absolutely. I have to give credit to his item build as well. I mentioned it in the game. He showed respect to HYG and due respect as well, because even though he gets poked out, stayed full health. They've got the Nautilus, they've got the Thresh. The pick composition is ridiculous. Disregard that hook. It definitely connected. HYG had no response.
Well, he hit the wall, got a bit closer, got a few auto attacks off. Worth.
Very impressive.
5 hit quite a lot of hooks in that game.
Yeah.
He was impressive on that Thresh, not just in the bottom lane, but also in the fights as well, landing the hooks in team fights, getting SMLZ ahead in the laning phase as well. And OMG really felt like they just took the game to HYG and beat them at their own game, which is get ahead in the laning phase, have a substantial lead after laning phase, and dominate throughout.
And again, the OMG plan has been very similar throughout almost the entire time they play, but especially this incarnation. You have a strong AD carry. You have a good aggressive support. Get them ahead. We saw where Shuang was putting his jungle pressure. It was bottom. Yes, Cool needs some attention every now and then, but he didn't need too much. He had a very good Queen game, actually just doing his own thing. Sometimes to a fault, but for the most part, doing a very good job for himself. Shuang on the tanks, I mentioned he didn't play Poppy. Nautilus might as well be Poppy for a lot of purposes there, and I feel like OMG just got a lead and never slowed down.
Yeah, picking the Nautilus was actually a big deal because it rounds out their team composition very nicely. Of course, being able to sack the champion, give it over to HYG, proved to not be that big of a deal. So honestly, an impressive game from OMG. They won from level 2.
I'm going to say OMG. They drove the freight train in the right direction. I'm not going to say they picked it up and threw it this time. They didn't have that big of a gold lead or that big of an advantage to do just that. But really impressive for them. Beating HYG in the laning phase is no easy feat, even though the team is 1-11 in the LPL right now. They're still a really good laning phase team. OMG beat them at that, did fantastically transitioning out of it, and used their team composition nicely to fit to their win conditions.
Yeah, a nice clean end there for OMG. Very well played, especially from their bottom lane. We'll see if they can do it again, but we are going to go on a quick break. When we return, we'll have game 2 between OMG and HYG. Welcome back, guys. We're going to look at our MVP for the last game. It was 5 in his thresh. 1, 2, and 14, making plays for days in that bottom lane.
I usually have a quarrel with who they pick as
Yep.
MVP. We've had a misunderstanding for many weeks. They're showing up this week. Whoever does the MVP votes, I'm a big fan this week. You've done well.
I agree.
I mean, what a ridiculous Thresh player. And again, my only
Yeah.
question for 5 remains the same one. Can you play anything other than Thresh? I know you can kind of play Alistar, but it doesn't look as good as your Thresh. And the biggest issue might be, like, what else do you play? We've seen some teams try and ban him out. It just feels like his top-tier champions are not the same as his, like, champions below that. He can play others, but he just plays this one so amazing.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that HYG should look towards banning the Thresh come next champion select, because all of these hooks, Duke, no Duke, he doesn't care. He'll still hit it somehow. The magnetic Thresh hook, pretty ridiculous. 5, very much deserving of MVP.
He's played 13 games of Thresh and 9 games of Alistar. And his complete champion pool for the LPL so far is just 5 champions in total. Those other 3 are just like 3 or 4 games with a one single bar game somewhere in between there. But I do like his Alistar as well. I think that although it's not as impressive as his Thresh, he's had some fantastic moments where he's got 5-man knockups, great 4-man pulverize, where he's able to protect his AD carry as well, likes to dive with that champion a lot. So I think he has a he feels like he has a shallow champion pool, but we don't really know because teams aren't taking away his Thresh. They're not taking away the Alistar. And when he's put on champions like Braum, he's still okay on that champion. Not as great as his Thresh, but he's still okay. But teams aren't testing his champion pool.
I was going to say, if it comes to a support and you question their champion pool, it's a very hard thing to do because there's basically 4 supports at the moment that people are playing. So everyone, if you have 5 champions, it's a luxury, I think is the best way to put it. In saying that, you are absolutely right, and I love the point that they don't ban it away from him, so he doesn't need to play other champions. We don't actually know. I'd love to see it properly tested.
Yeah, and really just push him. But unfortunately, there's plenty of other threats on OMG. Their AD carry is doing well. The mid lane is actually looking quite good as well. As we'll get ourselves into draft for game number 2. OMG, a pretty decisive first game win. As they're going to ban out 2 junglers to start things off this time around. Nidalee and Kindred both taken out as Kalista and TF were banned by HYG. Seems like HYG are sticking with more of their targeted style bans. OMG continuing to target junglers this time around. We'll see what they want to take for their last ban away here.
I like the Twisted Fate ban still. I think taking away from cool, but to me, HYG should probably just ban the Thresh. I'm not going to lie to you. It was pretty ridiculous. There's no point banning any other champions. OMG on the flip side, they can do the exact same thing. Why not? It works. Except maybe the Nidalee.
Continue to ban Alistar, as that is their final ban. HYG, do they pick a support? Do they ban Lulu? Maybe they just leave a bunch of strong champions up. Hard to say exactly what they want here for the draft. But only 10 seconds left to lock in this final ban. You can see coaches behind the team ready to finish off that draft. And there's Poppy banned away, so it makes sense. Very strong champion. Xiang's played a lot of it. But that has opened the door to a whole host of picks here for Xiang.
He's done it. He's got his Lee Sin. Let's go, Xuan. Of course, usually banned away from him. The legacy player from LGD had Lee Sin notoriously banned from him in every single game at Worlds. So wouldn't be surprised to see him play it. But this is the other thing, right? Like, Gragas is just a thing on the map. HYG honestly don't need to ban Lee Sin because Xuan should preference the Gragas. If he doesn't, Shimon will take it. And he is a beast Gragas player himself.
A lot of people used to coin Gragas as the better Lee Sin for quite some time as well. Fits his playstyle quite nicely, but at the same time, Lulu's not banned in this game and is left available. It's possible that OMG can pick it up.
The flip side, of course, Gragas may be the better Lee Sin in regards to standard competitive play, but when it comes to Xuan, Lee Sin's the better Gragas for him. Doesn't make sense, doesn't need to. It's just Xuan.
Well, he does get Gragas at least for this game, or at least that's their first pick. Could go into the top lane. We've seen that already today, in fact, in the last 2 weeks of the LPL. HYG, though, likely looking to deny that tank away from Xiang. He's played a lot of Nautilus and Poppy, so taking one half of that away, probably not the worst choice here. Top lane tanks continue to run rampant in the LPL. But HYG do have some pretty obvious things open to them as well. I think Lulu is the pick that you've mentioned. It's already the one that's sticking out the most, but HYG, they don't have to pick it if they don't want to, but they may feel compelled to.
Yeah, to me, I think that HYG almost might want to look towards Trundle again. To take away the Nautilus and the Trundle in one rotation, actually denying Xiang another top laner as the counter option to a Nautilus, which is actually quite a common thing to see. Unfortunately, they don't, but they get a strong champion nonetheless.
Yep, Lulu Nautilus is what they decide to take. So, good start to any team comp. Very AD carry dependent, though. Because you have to think if these are your solo lanes.
Hello.
That's pretty utility-based. But yeah, Maokai's been insta-locked
No, it's
by Schwan.
slowly not becoming too much of a surprise to see Maokai in the LPL anymore. He's a resident here.
I'm just thinking like the instant lock-in. Like I don't care. I'm playing potato.
Yeah.
Not playing matchup. Why not?
Well, 17 has played one game of Maokai in the LPL so far. So can I add one more number to
In
that?
before it's jungle, and they're really mixing it up. No, I don't think so.
Look, don't discount it.
I never do.
Next
Throw
patch,
back to
next
the old
patch, we'll start seeing
Oh
it.
no,
60-second duration on saplings. Off the dream.
Oh,
it's back. There's a zero actually for cool. So actually takes that quite early. I guess knows his matchup is Lulu most likely. So feels relatively safe taking it now. We saw a cool Azir earlier last week, I believe. It was good, but I feel like he went a little too deep on some plays, which were interesting. So
Sounds like he's quitting game one.
yeah, we'll see how he manages it. As Graves and Lucian actually are the picks for HYG. Lulu going to be able to help out some of these AD carries, but a pretty weird start to this draft overall for them.
Yeah, so my favorite thing about what OMG did in this draft was pick top and mid, knowing what the mid lane matchup was, right? So they, by doing that, actually give themselves at least part of a counter in the bottom lane, because you have to pick 4 of your 5, right? Weirdly enough, I think flexing the Nautilus to an extent is HYG with their last pick. But what it does give is knowledge that Lucian is there. OMG are able to pick their AD carry and support duo accordingly to beat at least a Lucian. So something along the lines of perhaps Braum. Thresh is always going to be what he does, though. Let's see what they want to go towards.
We could see this lane again. Oh, we are going to get it. The Jhin Thresh lane for OMG one more time. This went off the last time they played it.
Yeah, Jhin was banned in game 1. To sum it up nicely, we saw his Thresh in game 1 as well from 5. Put them together. You get an explosive bottom lane, and that was picked knowing that the enemy had a Lucian. I personally hope that Shu plays Braum. Because if you can't play the champion, or if they don't play the champion, I'm going to wager it was a mistake.
we will have to see what he decides to pick up, because Stu, his 3rd most played champion is Nautilus as that support. Braum is his 4th most played champion. The other 2, Alistar and Thresh, are not available for him to pick up. But we have to see what HYG decide to pick up. Like we mentioned earlier,
jungle, what am I?
they've got
they've got Graves.
oh yeah,
You calm down.
they've got 3 flex picks. So to
Graves
speak.
top lane, Nautilus support.
Yep, 3 Graves top lane, not a support. Lulu can flex top and mid.
Yeah.
Looks like they want to round out their team composition with a jungler, and they're going to use Rek'Sai to do just that. And they are going to throw Graves up into the top lane, which 17 has played once before.
Of all the things to hide in your draft, your Rek'Sai was not the one I expected.
The unseen Rek'Sai's deadliest.
Maybe.
Well, he doesn't see much.
She certainly doesn't. Well, we'll see how it works out for HYG. I do like the Graves top for a 17. Bit more carry potential coming out of that top lane. It does feel like a lot is on the top and bottom lane here for HYG with Gosu on the Lulu. And given how aggressively Cool and SMLZ were able to play in game 1, Xiang's back on his same old tanks. Feels like the warning signs are there already for HYG. I guess we'll just see how the lanes go.
I mean, they're running the Lulu Lucian composition. It's the LPL special with Lulu for no particular reason. They just really love it. Strong team comp, very well rounded with damage in most roles as well for their carries. Once it hits late game, the question is about armor stacking from OMG. That's the real concern, but I don't know. I just don't know about flexing Rek'Sai as your last pick.
On top of that, you can do you can armor stack as well, and you have a Maokai effectively reducing that 20% of damage as well. So when you do get to that stage where you can tank up a lot of damage with your armor, it's going to be another additional 20% added onto that.
Well, it could be tough here for HYG, but the coaches are going to shake hands. We'll see if they can do it here and bring it back in game number 2. It's time to get on to Summoner's Rift. And here we are again for game 2 of our second best of 3 of the evening. This is OMG up a game here in the series. See if HYG can bring it back and force the third of OMG. Gonna look to close out their weekend in style with a 2-0 here. Definitely looked good in game one. You saw where all of the power was and what the game plan was in general. I feel like we're going to look to the bottom lane once again with Death by a Touch and Grasp of the Undying. That's the 5 special on Thresh. These two are aggressive before. I think HYG, they don't want to 2v2 lane, but I don't know if they can handle any other situation. We'll have to see, because it did not go well in the last game for them, as Xuan forced a level body slam level 1. Not too much of an issue, but does get chased out of that jungle.
You would wager the standard start anyway. It reduces the cooldown. I think based off cooldowns, whenever the body slam connects, it's lower than any other spell that he has. So makes a lot of sense to level at first anyway. I think, to me, looking at these Keystone Masteries, the standout is Tsu going Thunderlords on Nautilus. Which really, he's got Bond of Stone, he's got Grasp of the Undying, things available to him that keep himself alive. What that says to me is level 2, OMG are probably going to do something cheesy all in. He wants to match that damage with more damage.
I really like Thunderlords on Nautilus. I used to run it a lot. Top lane just as a little bit of a cheese, and then found Grasp of the Undying, and never changed from that. But we have to see how Sue is going to be able to utilize that Thunderlords in the bottom lane, as both of the bot lane duos are going to once again take away a jungle camp at level 1. We are going to have Trend starting on the blue buff, whereas Rek'Sai, he's going to be starting on the red buff. And
3 cheeky raptors taken by Maokai.
Maokai.
Very nice.
Saplings, man.
Well, able to get some early goal for himself. He's going to be a little late to lane. What's helping Xuan there in his jungle, but shouldn't be too bad, as this is where the action is really. Level 2 all-ins are very important in this lane. There it is again for OMG. Snare does land in. Shoot. Going to try and get the hook down, but execute. Why is this time to the tricks?
He was ready this time around.
Ooh.
Turn it around.
Jumping onto 5.
Never mind.
Get a bit of damage down, but both these two lanes, understanding that each one of them wants to go really aggressive and just keeping their distance. So
Well, even the cameraman's down here. He knows.
They know.
We all know that this is the lane where something's going to happen.
Well, it looks like OMG are back to a good start in their lane, though. Didn't quite get the massive level 2, but managed to win a couple trades here and there. And they're pushing them into the turret, so Jin, whenever he gets ahead in the lane, it feels like he never lets go of control. We'll see how well SMLZ can do this go around. As we're still here. Again, everyone knows that there's potential here. And even the junglers, I think, are on this same side of the map as well. Very bottom lane focused so far in the series. And given how well SMLZ and 5 played in game number 1, I don't think I can blame either team.
It's kind of pushing to the point where we know Xuan can't gank, but he's worked towards the bottom side of the map. So he'll most likely look to invade, try and get some knowledge of where the Rek'Sai is, see if there are any camps alive, which means he hasn't been there for a while. Or he could just look elsewhere. I don't know, just farm because you're a Gragas. Reasons.
We'll have to see what his reasons are in this game. He's walking away now, moving towards the top side of the jungle, which is where a lot of pressure is being put down by 17. But once again, this bottom lane, OMG just shoving XQ and Seal underneath this turret, showing how aggressive Jin and Thresh can be. Take a look at the mid lane. Gosu and Cool just going to be trading back and forth. Relatively even between these two. In fact, farm is dead even between this Lulu and the Zir. As Siyoung's going to have to teleport up into the top lane. He's at a little bit of a CS deficit up there. Losing by about a creep wave.
Yeah, forced the teleport as well, the other big deal to me. Gone for the refillable potion as well, so actually knowing that he'll have trouble in this lane.
Double drones might make it a bit better, but teleport used there from S17, knowing that Xiang's already used his. Double longsword is the response there, so we'll see if Graves can continue to try and bully this lane a bit.
Yeah, he is. Nice. So the jungle movement of Shimon there was prolonged. He went to all of the smaller camps before he went to the blue buff, around the level 4 mark. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Gosu gets his blue, which means he actually controls mid lane. His Cool runs the risk of running out of mana, and Gosu can more aggressively use his Glitter Lance and shield himself.
On this bottom side, though, seems like things have calmed down just a bit. I guess we're past the all-in period now, so I have to wait for maybe jungle intervention.
Still feels like there's like a lot of tension building.
Oh, there's so much tension.
There's so much tension building in the bottom lane, and eventually it's just going to blow up. One of these two hook-like champions is going to land a hook, and it's just going to be disaster from then onwards.
It's all chill for now, though. As Cool is struggling, like you thought, Rusty. A little low on health there. Does have a potion, though. Gosu also has one, so probably not too bad. As he, though, just trying to conserve mana using those regular autos. And looks like Gosu's not interested in getting too aggressive there. In fact, Cool, giving us a nice trade back. Does get the Thunderlords proc in.
Nice.
If you can force the shield onto Lulu as the Azir, then you're effectively at least evening the lane out. If Lulu has the blue buff and can afford to press her E on a minion, and you get traded for nothing, that's where you start losing the lane. So, smart play from Cool. Ticks over that 6.
You do see a hook land onto 5. He's going to try and flay, execute backwards. Rek'Sai trying to move down here, but it's now execute that has been hooked up by 5. It's going to be trading hooks left, right, and center. Get a little bit of damage down in between. Rek'Sai not able to help out with that engage.
Straight up smacked him. OMG actually just turned it around and won a trade in a 2v3. The pressure from Jimin was just by body presence. He didn't actually get anything done. Xuen on the flip side. Nope.
Just looking for something in the mid lane. Cool is a little bit low. Gosu now going to find him inside the bush. Does get slowed down. Has his ultimate available to keep himself alive if he needs to. Trent just going to get a little bit of damage down to this mid laner instead.
And the smacking continues in bottom lane though. SMLZ and 5 able to continue that aggression.
This feels like the big difference to be in this game as well. It's OMG no longer have that dominating bottom lane. They don't have that level 2 kill anymore. They don't have the pressure that they had in that first game. So now it's relatively even between these two teams. So we could potentially see HYG trying to snowball their lane as they do see another nice hook coming out of SMLZ. Lots of damage going down onto Jid. Chimin was actually down there as well to try and help them out if that went successfully. They've effectively knocked them out of the lane.
Should 100% be recalling. Xiang has no teleport. And Gosu does, so they can dive.
Very greedy, and here's HYG's porting in. SMLZ is going to get dove in on. He looks to be the first blood and will be as Lucian's able to take him out. 5. Now going to try and do something back here, but the last tower hit's not quite enough. He's going to go forward, but he does die there to Gosu, and HYG live in a very nice tower.
Cool doesn't have teleport. Xiang's teleport isn't available. They overstayed their welcome. They should be very much aware of that fact. And they pay for it with their lives.
Poor 5. Almost able to pull it out and pick up 2 kills for himself. And look at how much pressure they're putting onto the bottom lane. Take a look at the tunnels that Rek'Sai has made. It's just a little train that goes all the way down into the bottom lane. Chimin's like, I've got an express path to help you guys out. No more game 1. Not the same thing's not going to happen anymore.
I wish Rek'Sai was like Diglett. You know, just it actually just popped up randomly. It's like a beta gank.
Please no. That's Twisted Fate. Beta Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate doesn't dig anything.
He doesn't have to. He just destinies himself there.
Then that's so far from the point that I'm making.
They both get... never mind. I give up.
Good to quit while you're ahead, mate.
I don't know if I was ever ahead there, though.
Look, they didn't have to know that until you told them. Xiang is going to get a bit aggressive in the top side. S17, though. Smoke screen down, able to get some bullets back into the tree. But looks like the lane's going about as well as we expected. Xiang actually keeping himself in a nice spot as far as CS goes. It is this bottom lane, though, we have to keep our eyes peeled for. BF swords are complete for both of them, but it's Caulfield's Warhammer versus Crit Cloak there for the Jin. Unfortunately, this time, Xuan's not been able to come down to the lane. Unlike Chimin, who's actually been a couple times, including that one successful 2v1 tower dive trade.
I will say first recalls still kind of benefit the Jin lane, because Lucian being a low-range champion, the crits now hurt a lot more. They need to show respect, especially given they don't have vision. And Xuen, very patient man.
Way to try and what seems to be go for a gank here. 5 could potentially lantern him over. Chimin did head back to base. So no jungle pressure coming in from the side of HYG. I believe he was just spotted in the front of the wall
just got
there.
spotted.
And here comes Rek'Sai immediately. Just holds down to one of the further tunnels that he has in that tunnel train.
The best part about that was OMG pinged that bush about 10 seconds ago, and they're like, we think Rek'Sai's here.
Yep.
He wasn't.
Now he is.
Now he is.
And they probably know that too.
Yeah, absolutely. The yell, the really loud yell probably indicated that he was coming bottom.
Well, unfortunately for Xuan, his first gank attempt that he looks for is unsuccessful. There's a blue buff going to go ahead and get turned it over. SMLZ, it's so much of the culling. Good play there from 5. Puts down the box as well. They maybe could turn this around. Curtain Call's going to get activated. Shots are there, but Shu's pretty tanky. Chuan coming back though with Xiang is also going to make his way down, but S17's also joining the party. Xiang is going to try and tie down Shu. That's going to be their first target as they are going to take it out, but it's a trade already as S17 goes straight back into the team. SMLZ does need a bullet left, but he can't quite close the distance. Cool though, he's made his way down. He's going to shove him back as Chuan takes out the Graves.
And thankfully, Xuan is there to take out that Graves. Otherwise, they may not have picked him up at all. Jin was too low. No summoners available. That was close for HYG this time around. Cool managing to rotate, though, without a teleport was the biggest deal.
And although OMG don't have the dominance they showed in the bottom lane game 1, they are able to match the pressure that HYG have pushed out, and now they're trying to look to go aggressive in this mid lane as well. Xiang's trying to get a wraparound onto Gosu and to Chimin. Throws down the sapling, trying to get the slowdown. Chimin actually turns around aggressively, trying to jump onto Cool. But now there's 4 members of OMG here. 5 joins the fight. You see that Chimin's trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Will eventually go down to the Birdman.
They definitely wanted to give the kill to Cool there. It took an awful long time for the Rek'Sai to fall, but that's because the Azir was auto-attacking him. And so eventually falls down. HYG overextend and overstay their welcome in this middle lane, trying to put damage down onto the turret. They do pay for it. At least the damage was still done.
Well, Gosu is going to try and keep Cool back. Doesn't want to spend that money anytime soon if he can help it. S17 though waddles down to try and get some pressure down, but is spotted by the Wolf Spirit instead. He's just going to move himself over.
Cool stays.
Pressure this turret. And yeah, again, OMG's lack of recall or greed for a lot of these CS could cost them again, but looks like 5's in his back pocket. Chuan's coming back to the lane as well. And SLZ all alone right now in that bottom lane. He's going to try and take what he can. Hold the wave. He's getting pretty close to that Infinity Edge, but XQ has finished their Essence Reaver. So things getting explosive in the bottom lane once again, even though it took a little bit more time this time around.
Definitely took a long time to get to that point, but you're right. I think with these item spikes, we'll see a lot more objective control or forced fights from both teams. It comes down to vision as well as the items. So pink wards are essential, and most teams have them. In fact, you know what? OMG, they have gone the efficiency route. 4 refillable potions right now.
Including one on the support.
Yep, everyone except the AD carry, who has a biscuit.
Get in line, SMLC.
Nah, it's about, so like, the refillable potion actually indicates a lot of map movement and small skirmishes that involve having to recall. Doesn't give you a lot of health back, but Cool, as an example, picking it up, knows that he's going to be fighting Lulu, they're going to be trading evenly, and he wants to stay healthy and then recall if need be. Maokai has sustain, but needs more sustain. Same with Thresh.
And then junglers, because junglers.
Junglers are just junglers, yeah.
As Chimin is going to see what he can get done there. Curtain call pop, though, just for wave clear. Oh, fires on off.
Oh, got him.
All right. Some poke down. Does move back to clear the wave, so reasonably effective ultimate there from SMLZ.
Oh, the hook's on.
Oh, very nice. Snag to land in there as well. XQ better get chunked out, but Chimin's also around the backside. Ignite is down, but a great double knockup could convert this nicely. SMLZ really wants it, but the last order is not enough as Nautilus takes him out.
They actually block him away from the lantern. HYG's jungler is here on time. And whilst XQ actually gets out-traded, they turn it around and then some. Bot lane is broken.
Chimin waited really patiently for that, and although 5 got a good hook down, wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, they had no vision either. And this damage, you would think that XQ is done.
Ouch.
But he doesn't actually get the box down in time to lock him. Lucian, no flash available, is susceptible to dying and gets completely blocked from taking the lantern. Goes down.
Poor guy.
Well, nice play from HYG. Trying to turn the fortunes from game 1 around in that bottom lane. They're actually ahead. Not quite 1,000 gold, but ahead nonetheless here. They really paid some good attention. Here's the mid lane though, as Cool's able to surf. Gosu straight back towards his own turret. That's going to force the flash out of Lulu, but the Sand Soldiers will chase. That's an easy kill for Azir.
Here's a sapling I prepared earlier. So Xiang, of course, slows him down, gives enough time for Cool to lock him up. And the pressure in this middle lane is starting to mount.
Good hooks, guys. Nailed it.
Schwann's actually... Hello.
Got him.
Message definitely received as S17 takes the outer turret in top lane. Map's starting to open up now. 2 turrets to 0 actually for HYG. It's pretty much all of their lead. SMLZ is now back with that Infinity Edge into that bottom lane. Going to be doing quite a bit more damage at this stage. But it seems like people are coming. In fact, OMG are going to try and siege this out and take a turret for themselves. Looks like it's time to equalize that goal, but HYG, they are responding.
There's a teleport as well.
Teleport is coming in. Xiu's going to try and get a wraparound. Good ultimate from Trent to knock away the Nautilus, and he does get stunned down by Jin as well. It does look like Trent's in a little bit of trouble. The rest of HYG are still chasing towards him. Does get locked down by Xiu, but now HYG doesn't look like they can't quite catch up yet. 17.
Oh, the Ghost got him.
He's still chasing. The Ghost is going to be able to slow him down. But OMG, they're able to get away and pick up the middle turret for themselves.
They're getting a lot more than just the mid turret. The top turret looks like it could go down also, and the trade is almost entirely for just a dragon because they don't pick up Xuen. Gragas has this lovely thing called disengage that actually gets him out to safety. There's only so far you can chase. That will go down with this wave.
Yeah, we can see Xiang still
gets
pushing.
it.
In fact, Cool's going to come up as well just to make sure it goes down.
They want the Herald.
Well, they're going to take that first. In fact, Cool's going to start it. Says Xiang, let's go. Xiang's like, all right, boss, I'll tank it up.
Sand soldiers don't actually hit the eye.
Ah.
So it takes an awful long time to kill the Rift Herald with an Azir. He should actually just be right-clicking it without the Sand Soldiers.
There you go. Cool.
Fun facts with Rusty.
Nice. And buff goes over to Xiang as well.
Or pain experience by Rusty, now sharing it with the world.
They're very similar, as it turns out.
Yes.
It's Cool's able to save this tower. It did get quite low.
Did you know this thing kills you? Or it's the standard fun fact.
Did you know when you try and do this and this other thing happens, you get completely blocked and then wrecked by it? Oh, I didn't know that, Rusty. How did you know? Don't ask me.
No, this is one time that sucked.
Well, things looking good now for OMGs. They've actually turned their fortunes around pretty nicely in the game so far. Evened up that gold, and in fact, that tower goes down in top side. Could actually get themselves a neat little lead here. You can see Xuen trying to play aggressively. 5 actually going to join him in the enemy jungle as SMLZ with his Zeal now. Busy trying to clear this turret out. Could be 3 outers coming pretty quickly here for OMG. Showing back to that top side, going to try and work on the last one. In fact, he's happy to fight us 17. Tree's starting to shrug off a lot of that damage. His bottom tower is going to go to SMLZ.
Yeah, a lot of armor stacked here for Xiang. So it'd be very difficult for 17 to actually kill him. But to be fair, it's impossible for either to kill each other. As even though it's offensive items for 17, his sustain is unbelievable.
Sure, there's some fantastic sustain coming in for 17. We have to see what OMG decides to do next. Because currently they're about 1,000 gold ahead of HYG, which is not as much as they had in Game 1 at this point in time. They were about 6,000 gold ahead. So this time, HYG being able to show that they are strong in the laning phase. But once again, HYG needs to know how to close out these games. They're not ahead, so they don't have the luxury of being in the position to do just that. But they're not far behind either. They could definitely take the game to OMG if they choose to. OMG have to continue driving that freight train in the right direction. Continue to just power through HYG like they have been.
Have you ever noticed the inclination that Azirs have towards defending their own turrets?
Yes.
Like, they will actually defend it to the death. Because once you place that turret, it's your turret. It's special.
It is. Oh, Curtain called on the mid lane as Flaybox is going to get in onto Shu. Damage is actually pretty good. Nice ultimate there from Gragas. He's able to keep that fight going in the right direction. Sun turret's still there, but Cool's forced to pop the heal. So you got awfully low in that exchange. And unfortunately, the turret will be defended no longer. HYG going to swoop in maybe for a little bit more. Xiang trying to find somebody, gets a sapling, and Xuan goes over. Nice hook once again. He's going to combo into the snare. S17 caught out. He's going to go down to the Gragas. And OMG get themselves 2 kills.
Yeah, 17 locked down to the point where he can't even auto-attack. Maokai, very good champion for that. Of course, 5 hitting a ridiculous hook once again. OMG, moving from strength to strength, defending that Azir turret.
5 is a beast. He just fought over a wall as Thresh him. Landed the hook. Got a nice flay as well. This guy's an absolute monster from OMG. I think teams really need to start questioning if they're going to take away his Thresh.
Well, didn't work out this game. So it looks like he's still running the same clinic he was in game number 1. It's open for business if anyone's interested. I don't think HYG are, unfortunately, because
Shu picks up another hook champion's like, teach me, 5. How do I do this hook thing?
I just wish his second champion was Blitzcrank. It just makes so much sense to me. He just hook everything. I mean, that's obviously we're going to watch this again. This is in fact a replay. 17 with the flash. And the flay, as you mentioned, was great. It was set up very well by the Jin, I will say, actually locking him down with the W. The burst is obnoxious from OMG, or from Jin in particular.
Well, that combo potential does net them a nice kill, as 2 items are now done for the Jin as well.
Wow.
XQ now a bit further behind, as their CS is even, but As total gold they've got is not. As OMG are actually getting themselves quite a bit more ahead. 3K up in this game, so they've actually finally converted some of this pressure into a lead. Turret's still standing for HYG though, so catching up shouldn't be too hard from this point. But we'll see what OMG do with the power that they've gotten, because we have definitely seen them slow down too much in mid-games recently. I think they'll show us a lot here by having a nice clean game and seeing what they can show us with the leaders. That's 17. They're actually not caught out at all. HYG are trying to chase in onto the tanks of OMG, but Gragas and Marco pretty tanky. They'll be able to get out.
Yeah, Schwen was actually caught out of position there. Here we go.
Oh, no one saw that. Xiang now going to try and jump onto Ghost. Ghost is getting locked down, has to use the ultimate onto himself. Cool's going to jump into the middle of the fight. Uses a nice ultimate to lock down so many members. Coming in for HYG, 2 minutes now the next target. OMG are going to try and continue their chase. SMLC has one final bullet, does get the crit down as well as the bouncing grenade for the double kill. Pops the curtain call, will miss the first, hits the second, 3 will miss, the 4th will crit, and he does get the triple kill. SMLZ gets his curtain call closed.
Graves moving back and forth. There's only so many times you can juke before Schwen is literally next to your face and just body slams you. Very easy to hit that 4th bullet of the curtain call. OMG, they pick up a massive win in that team fight. And even with Cool getting, I'm going to say, caught out of position to an extent, doesn't matter because SMLC's damage is ridiculous.
Yeah, Cool made the best of it, and OMG really make HYG pay with that particular play to get this turret as well. It's going to be so much gold they managed to pick up, and 5 needs to reload. He does get it. Pops the dancing grenade down for a bit of extra fun. Let's see this one again.
Yeah, so Schwen actually gets caught out of position as the one to start this all off. Has no explosive cast, so keep that in mind as the fight does break out. 5 gets a bit hypey, misses a lot of spells. Doesn't matter though, because Cool decides that he is the hero that OMG deserves. And even though he goes into a bouncing castle of spells, he knocks them all towards SMLZ and 5, who just put down the hurt on everybody. Of course, it's support Nautilus, so the damage that he's taking is very much noteworthy. And I'll see if we go into the curtain call, because it's quite amusing. Just watch 17. It's like left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Hang on, there's a Gragas.
It's like, I'm going to juke the curtain call, but not this big beast.
Yeah. Unfortunate stuff. 17, not able to put in work with the rest of his team, who are all collapsing around him.
I have to say, Chen has been, even though he did get caught out right there, he has been really good with his ultimates on both these games he's played as Gragas so far. Able to knock people in the right direction, disengage fights well, start fights nicely.
I think he's been good with his decision-making. We can question the execution here and there. I have just witnessed him body slam into a wall and then flash over it.
Had some misfires in game 1 perhaps, but looks a bit cleaner this game.
Typical Trent.
4-0-5, yeah, that's pretty much him to a T. Very up and down. But OMG in general, they win and lose together. Pro Trent still chugging along, actually gaining quite a bit of momentum after that last team fight. They're 7K ahead now. Is SMLZ looking for Essence Reaver?
Yeah, Essence
I was
Reaver.
like, that's not a second
Essence
Infinity
Reaver.
Edge. There we go.
Honestly, I did the same thing.
Yep.
Don't worry. Same build path, same stats as well, I believe. The only thing that you are missing is
Crit
the
bonus.
crit, because you're getting the cooldown reduction. So Caulfield instead of pickaxe. Which is actually why it's such an effective Jhin item, is because stats-wise, you get so much from it.
Well, OMG do take another tower in bottom side. 6-2 now up in turrets as they're closing in on the 10K mark ahead of HYG. They're 9,000 gold up now. Their Xuan continues to do a bit of counter jungling. They're on that red buff. SMLZ actually going to be the beneficiary, but the smite is going to deny it away. Oh no!
Oh, scumbag.
It's a Jhin man. He doesn't have a body slam. Give him a lantern.
Well, it gets out safely regardless. His XQ's just trying to clean up some of the mess here in top lane.
What an ass.
One of those things where you're like, oh, it's on, I want to click it.
Like, we all know that 5 threw the lantern for the Jhin. And Strand's like, nah. Thank you.
Would have been even funnier if SMLZ died as a result. But I don't know if he would have found that particularly funny.
What is wrong with him right now? He's playing really well, you know. He's been hitting all the disengages. And Strand's just, what? I don't even know anymore.
Good, on point.
You jinxed
not
him.
quite.
You jinxed him.
Yeah, commentator curse. Maybe too much use of the passive there. As they actually are going to start this Baron. It's quite low already. But OMG are going to have to disengage from it because HYG are threatening to fight them. I'll just consolidate onto the blue buff instead. As Cool's going to pick that one up. You can see now that everyone from OMG is pretty much at 3 items right now or working towards them. Have to think they're waiting for those next key pickups. And then it's time to fight once again.
Yeah, they're actually waiting for the Void Staff on Cool. I think would be the biggest deal. A lot of magic resistance has been stacked by HYG. And to have the most efficient team fight possible, they need their magic damage to be doing effective magic damage. Not just SMLZ.
They've got an Abyssal Scepter as well on Maokai, so he's going to be able to reduce the magic resistance even further. Once
Which,
he
by
gets
the way,
in
is
middle of the team
becoming a
fight.
very popular top lane pickup. A lot of top laners, Gragas and Maokai, the two standouts, going Abyssal Scepter as their item every single time. Nautilus does it here and there.
Well, makes sense. Kind of like a... Yeah, that makes sense. The general trend of top lane items.
Yeah. And a lot of people playing Runic Echoes junglers as well. They can go Abyssal Scepter if it's a champion like Nidalee, but Gragas will go Runic Echoes into tank. And so to keep his damage relevant, you actually just give him the Abyssal Scepter bonus because you're both in the front line.
I know this guy that plays Runic Echo support and picks up Abyssal Scepter as his second item as well.
He loves it. It's pretty good there.
Not bad.
There's Sean just trying to get some vision around this area. Looks like Baron is the priority now for OMG. As they've got 3 items on those carries. SMLZ finished the Essence Reaver and Cool has finished that Void Stuff. So much strength right now for OMG. They're pretty much just waiting for HYD to make a mistake. And unfortunately for HYG, he's running out of good choices to make. Huge Flash Body Slam's going to lock up Gosu after the snare. Flash Play's going to lock him down. And Five's out to pick him up. Another hook plucks one out of thin air as Nautilus. He's going to get the kill in there as well. Xiang TP's in to take out Lucian. And that's a pretty clean 3-0 team fight.
And believe it or not, the Void Staff comes out for Cool, and that's where they decide to pull the trigger. So hitting a massive power point in terms of their items is the sign that they should be team fighting. Chimin is the hero they need, not the one they deserve.
They're locking him down right now. The Curticle's going to be popped. They give that one over to SMLZ. Fires out a few more shots for wave clear up
He's
in the top
aiming at
lane
his
as well.
team. OMG are having fun right now. That's the best way to describe this game. They completely walk over them. And to be fair, execution is impeccable from Xuen this time around. Sees his way in. Flash Body Slam is near unavoidable. You have to either predict that he's going to do it or you just straight die. The lockdown from Jin. Again, the follow-up from such long range, extended range is ridiculous. It's past the screen he's able to trap you.
And you can see OMG using those pick champions very nicely there to start themselves a fight and get themselves the Baron. And all of a sudden, they're well and truly 10k plus ahead in this game. We're going to try and close things out. Xiang still with that TP. Actually found the flank naturally just based on the vision they had around the area. HYG have to feel that their inhibitor turrets are under real threat now. And unfortunately, so are their champions. That's Cool with an extra need to see Large Rod. Not doing any less damage.
Yeah, OMG lost a little bit of coal in their freight train waiting for that Void Staff. As soon as Cool picks it up, Chen just pumps a little bit of coal back into it. They drive it straight on forward towards HYG. And they're going to continue doing just that. They're grouping up, trying to push towards the mid lane. They have Xiang down in the bottom lane, split pushing on his Maokai, going toe-to-toe with 17. But here are the Baroned up minions approaching the mid lane. And OMG, they're looking for a fight in the base of HYG and potentially trying to take down turrets as a hook will land on towards Cool. Siu's going to take a little bit of damage in return. Curticle's going to be popped by SMLZ as well. Siu has to flash out of the base. He's just going to stand next to the recall, waiting for the curtains to be dropped before heading back into his base. But the crit will land on the Gosu, and now it's going to be 17 that gets locked down by 5. Tren picks up that kill for himself. OMG have broken in towards the base. SMLZ flashes forward for a fantastic crit to take down Gosu. And OMG, they've broken the base. They're looking to go towards the Nexus.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was a lot of damage out of Jin. This is an OMG roster that when they find leads, they do not hesitate to engage. They are essentially the little freight train that could.
Well, they're not shoving coal into it anymore. Trent just picks it up, gives it to SMLZ, and he throws it at HYG this time. They're taking down the Nexus. A 2-0 victory for OMG as they are able to take down HYG in game number 2.
Full steam ahead for the freight train today. OMG, a very impressive sweep versus HYG. They came in probably expecting to do well in the matchup, but that was a very clean series. SMLZ's Jin once again impresses. And OMG find the wins that they wanted.
They absolutely do. OMG, it was 6th versus 4th in the exact same group. But to be fair, the difference that it feels like between 6 and 4 is phenomenal after that.
It is a difficult group. H1G are the last in that group. Currently 1-12 now after that game. And although it's an easy pickup for OMG, like we talked about at the start of the game, it was an important one for them because they need every victory they can get to keep the running for playoffs in their hands. As soon as they drop a game, it gives Vici the opportunity to have it in their hands and not leave it to destiny.
Well, OMG are going to face their fans and take a bow after a very clean series. Feels like Cool is starting to find his way back into the lineup, to be honest.
Yeah.
He had some real good moments in that game. Yes, he was aggressive, but he wasn't as over-aggressive as we've seen him in the last few weeks.
I feel like the best way to explain it, though, is that he's seen what Icon has done in the team and how Icon's actually won in the team. And, like, plain and simple, has seen that it's effective, then came back in and was like, well, I need to be like that, right? That's how the team works, just with my shot calling instead. Because that's how we are actually going to win games. Finds a happy medium, I'll say, this time around. Still shows the signs of aggression, but didn't go full Cool.
Yeah, no Super Azir surfs into 400 million people. Seriously, some of his previous games have been a bit wacky, but a very strong performance there from the mid laner. I think top lane from Xiang, very solid. He's playing consistent champions. He's playing consistently as a tank player. He's sort of evolved into this nice top laner for OMG. But let's talk about the bottom lane. We've sung 5 praises in Game 1 and probably in Game 2, honestly, after his MVP first game. But SMLZ, he's just only getting better. Yes, he's aggressive. He was supposed to be this, very up-and-coming AD carry, and it feels like maybe it's taken a few years, but he's finally coming up.
I think we talked about this on the desk before when Spawn was on it with us, where it feels like OMG needs a carry to step up for the team. And it almost feels like SMLZ, he's starting to step up as that carry for OMG, and it's really showing what his potential is made of. And 5 really facilitates that, along with Tren. Tren has a really big part to play in getting that bottom lane going forward. But 5 on these initiating supports is really the star of that bottom lane right now.
Yeah, to me, it feels like SMLZ and 5 are just on the same page. I think that's the best way that I can actually explain this, right? Their communication seems infallible. They are actually looking strong as a duo lane. Xuan's just able to come down and they'll work together. So effectively, the kills will start dropping left, right, and center. And it's visible throughout the entire game. Look at the dark passages, the lanterns that SMLZ takes to safety. The communication just feels so right.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of, I think, the game plan for OMG is definitely around how they're wanting to play with their bottom lane. Lots of attender from the jungler, lots of aggression from the duo themselves. You have to wonder that if they do fall behind, especially significantly behind, if the team is going to be taxed too much. But Cool, I think, is a decent secondary carry, if not a primary carry. I feel like once upon a time, Cool was a primary carry for his team. If he's getting better as well, OMG in general, they're starting to get threats in multiple lanes as well.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think that's the scariest thing about this side. And OMG, they are the all-Chinese team, right? So they're meant to have communication. That's meant to be their one strong point, where they should never falter. But now what they've got, it seems to be strong mechanical players that are now bolstering that further.
Well, Gragas actually going to win the MVP for that game. 5-0 and 10 on the scoreline there for Xuan. Definitely some mishaps in Game 1, but ran it back in Game 2 on the Gragas and did look quite strong for his team. Maybe not as early as he was in the first game, but those last few team fights especially were definitely started by him. This one in particular was just magical.
Yeah, it was actually the game-winning play, essentially, from OMG just there. Xuan goes in, doesn't hesitate. I think it's the best thing that we can say about him is, mistake or not, he definitely knows when he wants to go in. The issue's always been mechanical execution, and that's kind of where he faltered here and there.
And you mentioned as well, Pastry Time, that it feels like Cool is stepping up to be that second playmaker as well, along with SMLZ, who's starting to be more of the carry as well for his team. And it feels like they have a strong facilitator in the top lane, being Xiang, who always goes toe-to-toe, is always solid, never really falls behind that far, and he can always match up against these superstars up in the top lane. And then you take a look at Tren, who, once again, when he has great games, he performs phenomenally, like that Gragas game we just saw, getting great ultimates off and great body slams. So it feels like they have the facilitators in 5, in Tren, in Xiang up in the top lane, to allow Cool and SMLZ to step up to the plate. I think if these 2 strong carries do eventually step up even more for OMG, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, you can start to see the game plan for the team, right? Like, they've got all the pieces in place finally, it felt like. They did a lot of rebuilding this year in particular. Icon was a star when he was subbing in. Cool kind of went away. Now he's back, and it feels like everything's starting to really fire for the team. In playoffs, I still think, based on current standings, but this is a tough group to try and win in. How do we think OMG are going to do moving in towards the top teams of this group? Because the tests are only just starting for this squad.
It's hard. It's very hard to say how OMG are going to go in this group. There are way too many strong powerhouse teams in here. I think if they can match the early pressure, I think we're looking at Xuan actually doing well. My concern is that they were standard laning. I think that 5 didn't really work around with Xuen enough. So when it comes down to it, they might falter through their jungle support synergy instead of just the support and AD carry. I think that's actually the weak point that teams will look to exploit from these guys.
I'm really excited to see exactly that, how teams are going to exploit OMG coming into these games, but more importantly, how OMG are kind of, I would say, cover up for those weaknesses as well. See if they can either improve on them or just completely cover it up and focus on their strong points instead. But like you said, really, really difficult games for OMG coming up. The best thing for them coming into these games is it's in their hands to stay in playoff contention. We talked about this quite a lot. It's still in their hands, so if they keep up this winning trend, they will be able to put themselves into playoffs.
I mean, I think of it like Invictus Gaming to an extent, right? They have one strategy. They literally only have one strategy, and that is called get Rookie ahead. Make sure Rookie carries the game. Realistically, OMG, if they have a strength, and it's something that all the LPL teams do, they play to their strength, they cover their weaknesses. So definitely an effective strategy as we move into playoffs, if they can work around it.
Well, you can see Cool and his Quinn running rampant there in the first game here. As you can see, Xuan, not quite there on that one.
MVP.
That's still a good team fight.
That was game 1, all right? You calm down.
From OMG here. This was SMLZ's Lucian just being way too far ahead.
Yeah. That was definitely a strong Lucian play from SMLZ. Yep. I feel like the whole team also came together very effectively, but that was just one laning phase that translated into a lot more.
I hope that Xuan giggling at himself there, but this play he can be proud of here. Although this was cool, making the play he needed to.
Surprisingly making a play with enough health to get through it to make the play, I think is the big deal there. Not a lot of cooldowns available for OMG when it came to this fight, but this was more the SMLZ show, to be perfectly honest. The rest of the team recognizing that he is monstrously far ahead. And then we have the dance battle.
The trap is closed.
Hello, I'm Trent. Nice to meet you.
Goodbye.
That was actually so well communicated as well, but he was the big player from Xuan to get an MVP.
I guarantee it wasn't communicated. Because you have like 20 seconds to throw the Jin ultimate. You're better off just not throwing it. They had a collapse anyway. Just wait for it and then try and hit the crit. And because it's the 4th one, you get very precious about it. Like you have to make sure your crit hits. Well, it's actually a big deal.
Good little combo there in the end. And yeah, SMLZ's Jin continuing to impress. In general, OMG looking nice and strong, but it'd be interesting to see how they do kind of coming into the rest of their LPL, because Split's not quite over, but again, the game's only going to get tougher from here, especially if they make playoffs. Man, be crazy to see how well OMG could do to round out their split.
I think we're looking at refinement of strategy here from OMG, and their mechanics are definitely getting a lot better. So moving forward, lots of positives for OMG here.
Well, certainly are, but we are going to go to a break. Don't forget, we still have a series to go here as well. One more left for the night, and it should be a doozy, as RNG are going to be taking on Vici right after this. And welcome back everyone for our final set of the night as RNG are about to take to the Rift versus VG Gaming. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me this time is Matthew Fitzgerald. We have made a substitution. Indiana Frosco and Black will be joining us for the final set this evening. How you doing there, Frosco?
We had to send the better-looking Indiana home, and I have to take over.
Okay, well, glad you're here. Still looking just as good, though, so don't worry too much about that. As we've also had some pretty good League of Legends. What have you made of tonight's game so far?
I have a few choice words. Chwin getting an MVP is not one of them. I thought that Five played a phenomenal performance last game, particularly on that Thresh, and that you guys spoke very highly of him, consistently hitting those hooks, setting up the plays for his team. But, you know, whatever. I don't vote.
What about you? I know you always have different opinions to everyone else on the quality of players. What did you think of
What a nice way to say it.
Different opinions, you know? Kind of smoke comment.
You like the different players.
I do like the different plays, but I have to agree with Indiana. I think that Five deserved that. He played a phenomenal Thresh game there. Trent, I would say he hit all his ultimates well. His body slams, on the other hand, just went all over the place. Just not quite where he wanted them to be. But, you know, Five had a great game.
I'm going to go deep on Fish here. Jake and I Spawn and I talk about this all the time, how like for players for like Spawn, Rusty and I, it's like either the really good players or the, you know, insert generic player. And we're like, yeah, you know, Imp, Uzi, Swift, they're awesome. And then you get Fish on the desk, he's like, Caveman.
Yes.
Endless.
Caveman and endless. Let's
Romantic.
go.
Let's do it.
I have to say, Five has made me a fan, though.
The role players, the janitors.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? They're good.
Yep.
You know what? Nothing wrong with that at all. So we are going to take a look at our next series here. VG versus RNG will close us off for the night. And we've had two pretty good series so far. Still plenty of League of Legends to come both tonight and tomorrow. So don't worry too much if you are missing your league over the weekend. But this is a pretty big series, honestly. Probably the biggest one of the night. Two fairly convincing sweeps by two teams we probably expected to do well. But now VG versus RNG. RNG, yes, they're at the top of their group, but it feels like this match, especially for VG, is very important and should be quite close.
And the important thing is also the form that Vici and RNG are both heading into this match. Vici look the best that they have since, and RNG effectively haven't missed a step or dropped a beat since playing RNB and then coming back into their RNG lineup. As you can see their lineup now on the screen in front of you.
The boy band is there, but we are going to get the regular starters for this particular game. Lupa, MLXG, Xiaohu, Whoosh, and Marta. If it ain't broke, don't bother fixing it unless you guys need a rest after IEM. That was pretty much the only break it seemed like the lineup took. Lupa, we're going to start things off in the top lane. This man, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Getting to watch Lupa in 2015 and now watching him this year has just been crazy.
But the thing that's really surreal is, yes, Looper's having a phenomenal split, as is Mata, but we remember what happened in 2015. Both of them really fell off. There was some Jace support games in there. There was like, is Looper actually good, or was it just Mata questions floating around? Obviously, it looks phenomenal now that the two are paired back. But it's kind of like waiting for the other shoe to fall. Starhorn Royal Club, Royal Never Gives Up, whatever iteration of the organization you want to go for, this is the best that they've ever done in the LPL. And they're effectively two veterans from Samsung White, flanking a bunch of no-name rookie Chinese developing talents, Whoosh, MLXG, and Xiaohu. And it's kind of like, how do they actually deal with defeat when it comes?
Well, not rookies anymore, because sophomores this year, as it is their second split of the LPL, certainly been looking good, but certainly young players more than anything else. We'll look at Vici, though, who, to be honest, have a very similar team makeup than RNG.
That's what's
Some
cool.
Korean veterans who are very well known for doing things such as winning OGN titles and world championships.
Stealing my narrative.
Got you.
Julian.
No, I'm here for you. I'm here to support the narrative.
Yeah, so
I'm ready.
On the other side, Amir makeup. It's these two veteran Koreans flanking all of this young, developing Chinese talent.
I've heard this one before, so you're going to have a look at the players that
You're
Vici
no fun.
are starting today.
Just
Lung, Dandy, Easy, and Endless, and Caveman. I have Fish's favorite bottom lane of the LPL
goodness.
playing today. But it really has been upward trend here for Vici. We'll start on the top side of the map. Lung, definitely a player that looked good last year. In kind of his inaugural split, looking just good, just fine this year as well.
And here's the difference between Fish and I. I really like Long. Fish really likes Endless and Caveman. Long is a really good top laner. He's kind of like V from QG. He's just like this unseen workhorse, and he puts in so much effort for his team that really doesn't get noticed due to superstars like Dandy.
Well, Dandy's been playing exceptionally well so far. Easy Hoon has not had an easy, that was awkward, transition into the LPL, but certainly seeing that this superstar is just as good as everyone thought he was, and he's only getting better. So have a look with the bottom lane. There's Endless.
Woo! Go Fish.
I love these guys.
This is your moment.
They play a very unique style bottom lane, whereby they push the waves out onto the enemy's turret, run away, then pray that Lung and EasyHoon are going to somehow help them out eventually during the game, and maybe Dandy pays a visit or two in the bottom lane. And I do agree, it's not the best way to play League of Legends in the bottom lane. I just like that playstyle a lot.
This is what Fish loves. He loves that Endless and Caveman shove the wave or are constantly forward. But the reason why they do it is it's to open up space for Dandy to invade the enemy jungler. And I don't even know if it's like a conscious thing, like we're going to shove so Dandy gets room to invade the enemy jungler. But this is what happens as a byproduct. And occasionally Dandy will be like, I'll grace them with my presence.
They usually get one.
They
That's
get
how
one.
many ganks you get. Much like Spider-Man, everybody gets one. You're able to, get that gank in. Danny usually helps his lane enough to keep them afloat or get them far enough ahead that they can just kind of continue on their own from there. Again, it feels like, veteran Korean talent, sort of this younger Chinese player, a little bit of babysitting is in order every now and then in the bottom lane. I will say, though, team fighting-wise, where Vici was lacking, they have been getting better, and a lot of it has been their bottom lane as well. Because Endless, it might not look great in lane, but he's actually looked surprisingly good in recent team fights.
I'm actually going to disagree slightly, and I'm going to say it's Caveman in particular. A lot of Braum picks. Obviously, Braum is very influential in how he can change the course of team fights with his concussive blows, his unbreakable, as well as his ultimate. Caveman in particular, I think, is the kind of standout of the bottom lane. Endless, not going to put him down or anything like that, but he kind of just does his job. He's not a playmaker, but he'll finish it if you set it up.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, their bottom lane doesn't look too great when they play against teams, especially teams with a lot stronger bottom lanes like RNG as well. When you play into that, it's going to be really difficult for you. But at the same time, it's not like they don't do their job when it comes to team fights. They might fall behind in lane, which is not good for Vici, especially when that means they have to send a lot of resources to try and pull the one back for the team. But they do their job in team fights. Sometimes it's good enough, but it's not like you're Uzi. You're not going to be that playmaker that you need for your team. And sometimes it just is not enough.
Well, that's just frankly the issue with Endless and Caveman. Not to put them down, but unfortunately they're participating in a league where it's just stacked with so much talent. And that's just what it comes down to. It's like, unfortunately, Endless gets to be Endless because he's competing against Imp, Uzi, Pekko, Deft, Name, Whoosh. I can go on. SMLZ.
And if he's going to be an AD carry of that matter, where you're just consistent but not going to do anything else, you need your other players to be the ones that are carrying for the team, like EasyHoon and Lung. But right now, they can't really do just that because they have to be the facilitators to make sure the bottom lane stays even.
Well, it all starts in the draft, so we'll see what happens here in our first one of our last set of the evening. This game one of our best of three as Rise and Lissandra have been the first two bans for Royal, so instantly EasyHoon is copping flack. As there's LeBlanc and Nidalee banned away for Vici.
Yeah, and that's super important. Lissandra ban against EasyHoon. He's 100% win rate on that champion. We've seen him pick up the Rise and really start to do EasyHoon things, but again, I understand banning out EasyHoon because he's terrified, especially as he cops the very last ban. So with 3 bans on the mid laner, Dandy is the carry for Vici Gaming. And I actually just think that the meta, especially on 6.5, has just shifted into Vici's favor because there's 4 incredibly powerful junglers and Dandy gets the choice of any one of them to carry.
Well, there's 1 jungler ban, so 3 left now for Vici if the logic holds. LeBlanc banned away from Xiaohu as well. Has had a lot of plays on the champion recently. As we'll round things out with a Kalista van champion. Still too powerful, it seems like. So don't want that one involved. As Royal are going to see what they want for their first pick here. They already banned 3 EasyHoon champions. They could pick another one away if they wanted to take Lulu. But instead, they might just opt to give Mata Braum. Royal are one of the teams that almost always, unless there's an egregious pick open, first pick support.
Well, the big thing, too, is I think that they've set up a blueprint. Their defeat over the QG Reapers was because they targeted out more. And RNG are one of the few teams that will target support staff on opposing enemies because they have such a powerful support staff. Looper and Mata, I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
And Braum is...
If only Dandy was on the team.
Braum is the most contested pick, or the second... Actually, it is the most contested pick between these two teams because they have both played 10 games of Alistar and Braum. RNG do have an extra game on Alistar here, so these supports are really contested. I wouldn't be surprised if Vici default back into Alistar for Caveman instead, because that is his second most played champion.
Well, instead, Lulu and Kindred are the first picks for Vici.
And we were talking about those 4 jungle champions that have carry potential on them. It's going to be Gragas, Nidalee, Elise, and Kindred specifically in the LPL has made a massive comeback. And the reason why is because they consider Kindred kind of the pseudo or the poor man's Nidalee and one of the few champions that can keep up with her.
Well, Nidalee banned, so who can keep up with Kindred? Maybe a good question to ask here. MLXG, though, no one to shy away from any sort of aggressive jungling. They'll hide his pick for now, though, as Corki and Poppy will actually be the selections. So likely mid laner there for Xiao, who do have some options. with the Corki. And that's going to be toppy once again for Looper. As picks are coming fast here for Vici, Bard and Lucian already finishing 4 picks into the draft.
Are you ready for the caveman bard?
Yeah, kind of.
What?
I want to see how this is going to work.
I sold you as being like the caveman guy. And you're like, it's fine.
You know,
He's playing like a trumpet master. And you're just, it's whatever.
It's like their bottom lane is designed to do one thing only. That's why I like them. Now they're playing caveman on Bard and Endless on Lucian.
Let me
They're
sell
gonna
this
kill
for
people
you.
to do this.
Yeah, but you said, okay, so
Okay,
you
but-
love them because they love to push and they love to be really aggressive. They literally have like the 2 most aggressive pushing champions in the game. Bard level 1 is absolutely absurd. And I see your facial expression, Julian.
Yeah,
Take it
that's
away.
because RNG's draft is finished, and it's very quick. Varus and Elise are actually their last few picks. I imagine that's Varus mid for Xiaohu, unless Woosh has gone real far back into the pockets.
Well, you know who plays behind him?
No, me.
And you know who?
Lord of Varus.
Lord of Varus.
The OG Varus god, as Nautilus is the last pick there for Vici. We're done with the draft. Have fun, guys.
That was quick.
That was crazy fast
Well,
from these 2 teams. Coach is clearly doing their job today.
Well, this should be a Corki.
Whipping the place.
This should be a Corki being
Pick
played
the Bard.
as a AD carry. But it's surprised because Wish hasn't played Corki this split yet in the LPL.
that's fine. Everyone plays Corki. And he hasn't gotten to play it because the mid laner's like, this is mine.
I think I agree. I'm sure it'll be fine, but trying to figure out who might have who maybe got the better draft here.
So you effectively, on RNG, you have a very skirmish-oriented poke composition. So obviously your poke is going to be between your Varus and Corki, but you also have a really strong siege comp when you apply Elise to that. So it's all about the structure. It's all about the early skirmish, which makes sense. That's how RNG like to play. They're a battle ward style type of team. On the other side, it's more of a traditional 5v5. But do not be fooled. This Lulu is not for Lucian. This Lulu is for Kindred. That is the Easy Hoon Dandy matchup, and look for them to get unlocked on this map and to lead Vici to victory
Yeah, we've
if
seen
they find it.
insane things with Kindred in general. So throw Easy Hoon's Lulu in there. Feels like Vici do have a good recipe in this particular game. A lot can go wrong and right with these particular comps. I love the Bard Kindred. Sometimes it's the best thing ever. Sometimes it's hilariously mismanaged. But the coaches are going to shake hands. Their draft is done. They'll go home and watch backstage as they're going to get ourselves onto the roof for Game 1. And onto the riff for our final set of the night. Our last best of 3 will be between RNG and Vici Gaming this evening, as 2 teams who are definitely battling up into their groups. RNG do want to stay on top, but they've started picking up losses recently. Vici, they're on the rise as well. So we'll see which of these 2 teams, both of which seem in form moving into the ever-important playoffs that at this point are almost around the corner. Going to be an important series to see who is looking the best.
It's a very important series, in particular for Vici's movement on the ladder. Now, reminder, with LGD suddenly coming out of nowhere, as we do have a bit of a delayed invade. Don't think much will come from it, though, as they're spotted out by a ward. With LGD finally deciding that they remembered how to play League of Legends, they've now moved up into their spot. OMG are securing Vici's spot, and so now it's kind of this race of who's going to be that last team into the playoffs, and Vici need to make it count here.
They really do, but a tough opponent. So RNG have not dropped many games, let alone maps, or series as I should say. But it seems like RNG are just moving things around. Looks like we will get standard lanes by the looks of things. Kindred's on the top side there for Vici. Marto and Woosh though, fancying an invade, and for MLXG's even in their back pocket as well, just in case.
Yeah, I was curious if they were going to go for a delayed invade there, but it looks like everyone's just going to back up to their own junglers. And like you said, standard lanes, standard jungle starts.
No camp though for RNG. Might be the difference here, as you can see Endless and Caveman, they tricked me, starting that grump.
Yep.
Woosh and Marto though will start the camp, and everything is right with the world. Looper though going to TP top. Going to make it there first, but gives a little bit of help where he can. Lung was already on that side, so we got to walk there, but not much really burnt there.
Now, the question really is going to be how Dandy's going to utilize the power of his bot lane. Now, he did start on red side, which means that he'll have double buff and be ready to gank on bottom side should he choose to. I actually think that it'll turn into Invade because, again, Bard and Lucian, incredibly potent level 1 through level 3, and they should have the upper hand despite the fact that they're facing across from Mata and Woosh.
Not to mention Bard, really good at facilitating those roams, putting down those magical journeys, and giving Coco to whoever is low.
It's not even about the magical journeys right now. It's just about these meeps. They hit like a truck.
They certainly do. We'll have to see how many meeps he throws at the bottom lane. So take a look at the mid lane. Easy Hoon going up against Xiao Hu, who's picked up Varus in the mid lane.
We're going to see a lot of Varus returning in the next few days simply because Azir is well and truly back. And Varus, obviously one of the only favorable matchups simply because he can outrange him. Same thing with Lulu. The only way that Lulu can really outrange Varus if she utilizes her help picks on a creep and then shoots her Glitter Lance from there, but then you're effectively wasting one of your damaging abilities as here comes Dandy, and that's what I was talking about.
Being really aggressive, the slow was put down by Easy Hoon onto Xiao Hu. Really aggressive forward movement from Dandy. He picks up first blood.
But notice how Easy Hoon set that up, and this is literally exactly what I was talking about, is don't get to talk about it because top lane.
Yeah, Looper in trouble, I think. MLXG trying to make a play on the other side of the map, but Easy Hoon able to come in and make sure everything's A-okay. Lots of work being done early on for VT's top half of the map. Looper already too low. Although good stun there into the wall might be enough for the kill. He's going to move in for it, and Looper's able to take it. Easy Hoon, though, trying to run the rest of the play. Flashes forward, eats a tower hit, and MLXG gets the second kill.
Just a bit of a miscommunication between Easy Hoon and Long there about when to go in, and RNG are able to equal this up in the early game.
That was a huge play coming up from RNG up in the top lane. What seemed to be a teleport to persuade them to stop fighting. Ended up with 2 kills for Vici, and Looper just escapes with a sliver of health, both him and Easy Hoon flashing at the same time.
Also really poor posturing from Long here to place himself next to the wall to allow a heroic charge like that.
And then Easy Hoon wanted it.
It was tasty.
Not that tasty. Tasted purple. And unfortunately, Easy Hoon, it does cost him a life. As he will go back, get himself a Doran's Ring. Will reset, actually, as Long did TP back into the top lane, but wasn't able to take out MLXG, who did survive the aggression early on into that lane. We'll put down there. Oh, that's cute. Just Pinkwood's hanging out.
2
Best
pinks,
friends.
1 bush. I never get to say
There's
that.
Xiao Hu able to clear out those Raptors. Seems like bottom lane's gotten a little bit better. Bard still able to be aggressive. Woosh playing up as best he can.
It's really the level 4 on Corki there, having the 2 points in the phosphorus bomb, which gets him his kind of second power spike or second wind in the lane.
It's still fairly even between these two bottom laners. Potion was popped
Woo!
by Woosh, so he has that sustained disadvantage. But look at Dandy, he's already making a trip down into this bottom lane. He's sneakily jumped over towards that tri-brush, but it's Easy Hoon that does get spotted out by a ward. So they know that Lulu is on the way. They did not spot Kindred, but with that little bit of aggression coming in from Endless and Caveman, they knock Woosh and Mata out of lane.
But look at the adaptation. Before, the reason why they have so much success on Lissandra is because of how it would unlock Easy Hoon from the lane because he's able to freely push. Then usually Lissandra works in tandem with teleport really well. Easy Hoon's doing the exact same thing on Lulu. He's getting involved, he's moving around on the map. Yes, it wasn't a successful gank that time around because he was spotted out by a ward, but he's moving from his lane. And this is exactly what Vici have needed to put them on the map. They needed another secondary carry. They had the potential and the talent in Easy Hoon, but never executed.
Well, he's been moving around a lot in their games. As MLXG actually looked for that wraparound gank into mid lane. Doesn't find it though. A little tricky to gank for Varus without his ulti. But he's keeping up nicely in the lane despite the pressure that Easy Hoon's putting down. Just going to take this CS as best he can out from under the turret. Does have a tier charging up already as well. So it seems like a lot of the Varus stuff we expect is going to come out here. As Bard does get his way through the wall out to safety. Woosh has returned to the lane with a longsword and a ruby crystals. MLXG is busy with some counter jungling. We'll take out this Krug in the top side. And maybe look for top lane.
Hallipop, you can actually knock Nautilus away.
And the creep, don't forget. Took a minion with him.
And his little pet. As he will run back into lane. The creep, unfortunately, going to die.
I was really hoping that that was an elaborate setup where MLXG was going to alley-oop him out of the air mid-poppy ulti, but which you can't do because you're untargetable. But I was ready for a big play. Leaper, I think, instead. just
Flashes
using
over the wall,
ultimate.
cocoons.
Yeah, but I'm like, it's probably not going to kill a Nautilus. I think you probably shouldn't do it just because it looks cool. That's probably not good reasoning. It's easy.
I don't know if you watched Invictus Gaming versus EDG, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly why they do it.
MLXG is trying to get aggressive, but Dandy's going to kick him out of his jungle. Not sure MLXG fancies this right now because Dandy's level 6 and EasyHoon's ready there as well. That's going to force the flash out. So summon a burn. MLXG will live. Maybe not actually, as the ulti misses from Zhao, who stuns in there, gets both of them in there. And now the Polymorph's going to come down. They're going to chase him with the wild growth, and Zhao is absolutely dead. Beat you with the ulti just in case they need it, but Dandy walks out with style.
And these were my complaints about RNG since the beginning. It's such a young team, especially on the back of MLXG. He will invade, he will be aggressive whether he has the advantage or not. His mid laner was not in position, he didn't have the level advantage, he didn't have the vision or the strong side of the map, and he chose to contest Dandy 1v1 and got styled on.
Fantastic run coming in from Caveman as well. Moving up towards that mid lane to get the double stun. Forces a teleport coming in from Xiaohu as well, who needs to get back into the lane to pick up all that farm. And just like that, the Bard is back down into the bottom lane and has hit level 6.
Is that the big power point for the Bard? Is this the turning point?
I think this is the Tempered Fate point, where he locks down all of his team members and they eventually die.
Wow.
You are a different Bard player.
This is all the Bards I've seen in all of my games.
You're supposed to be the the caveman cheerleader. You're awful at this.
Xiaohu busy farming from a long way away. Does have a pickaxe now, but I think pretty afraid of all the pressure Dandy's been able to put down. And Dandy does already have his enchantment finished. It's actually his first Devour stack that he got on that Wolf Camp. So really fast Devour could lead to a very fast stack. Dandy is super strong right now at 2-0-1.
8 minutes and 30 seconds? That's absurd.
That's angry Clearlove tier.
That is angry Dandy tier. Like, wow.
Well, if he's able to pick up this Scuttle Crab Ender Dragon, that's 7 stacks out of this early into the game, pulling him up to 9. MLXG is actually working on his blue buff, should be donating this one over to Varus. We have to see what Vici decides to do. Dandy, instead of going for the Dragon, is going to go for a small invade in towards MLXG's jungle. Zenla's going to take a bit of damage from Woods down the bottom lane. Culling has been popped to put a lot of damage back down onto Corki. The stun will not be connected by Caveman, but once again, they're chunking out RNG.
But here comes Dandy. We had the Lance Respite, we have the Teleport, we have the Tempered Fate.
Time to dive, but a TP now for RNG. He's going to make it a 3v4. Hook lands in onto Mata, though. Mata's going to try and stand behind someone, but it's not enough distance as the ulti's down onto the turret. Looper now going to get dove in and stunned against the wall. He's going to die as now Woosh is in a whole host of trouble. Endless barely able to make it out alive. The Lamb's Respite just in case, and Lucian gets a clean double.
And that's what we were talking about. They had so many tools to set up the beautiful, excellent dive, and it was clear communication and coordination that time. There wasn't a Tempered Fate on a Lamb's Respite. Both abilities were weighted for the perfect moment, and they cleanly execute the dive.
This is beautiful from Vici, using those teleports fantastically, setting up success in this bottom lane. And it no longer looks like they're tunneling resources into this lane because they're at a disadvantage. This time, they're pushing an advantage in this bottom lane. It looks fantastic.
Like you said, utilizing the bot lane's natural pushing style to open up space for Dandy to make plays. And the other cool thing is stylistically, Vici are one of the greatest matchups against RNG because they splinter teams through the jungle, specifically Mata and MLXG teaming up, deep warding on enemy jungles, collapsing and skirmishing over these deep wards, and you can't do that against the likes of Dandy.
Certainly not, and Dandy's 3-0-3. You can see just how much work he's been doing early on in this game. It's only 10.5 minutes into this, and Dandy's been absolutely all over Royal in this particular game. He's going to clear out a pink for himself as well. Does eat a shot there from the Varus' Looper.
Hello.
Going to cancel that up in the top side long. I'm not sure he really fancies the rest of this fight. Looper definitely winning that early trade. But Dandy's starting to invade RNG's jungle as well, just to add insult to injury. He's going to run himself top lane.
And here comes the cavalry behind him. EasyHoon joining. This is going to be another dive.
They're looking for the dive, but the rest of
Good
RNG
response.
are trying to rotate over Dandy now. He's actually going to get jumped on by Looper. He can't really jump over the wall thanks to the W coming out from Poppy. They don't get out of there in time.
But that's the collapse that we expect from RNG finally comes through.
Easy here now in a bit of trouble. Here comes the change from Xiaohu. Perfect timing coming in from the squad as they're able to take down the mid laner as well. RNG reading the map movements fantastically.
We've got a game on our hands, but meanwhile, Endless and Caveman in the bottom lane will get some chip damage away on this tower. Corki here in response.
Yep, Corki though, not sure he really fancies the 1v2, even with the tower there to help him. Top lane though, not done. As Long actually going to hook in there onto MLXG, but he does get stunned up by the Cocoon anyway. Unfortunately, Nautilus is pretty hard to kill under tower.
Wow. Looks for the flash as opposed to dropping tower aggro or juggling it with the repel. I actually think that they could have executed on that, but mismanaged their cooldowns, or perhaps they thought that Dandy was much closer than he was coming up the lane.
Well, we'll have to see what these two teams decide to do next, because it's been fairly action-packed between the both of them. Lung's actually looking to try and take down Looper here. Will connect with the hook and the ultimate coming in. Dandy perhaps going to be able to pick up another kill for himself, but it will be Long that takes that one down. With all this pressure across the map, Vici have just been able to push out this bottom lane non-stop.
Yep, Vici are definitely controlling the tempo and pace of this game. See if RNG can slow it down, find more of these openings, and continue to get these advantageous collapses, or if Dandy is going to continue to run away with this.
I don't know if RNG knows slow so much, unfortunately for them, but Dandy has just been doing an incredible amount of work. 12 stacks for the Devourer as he does take that Scuttle Crab down. Gets a mark for himself as well, I believe. So things looking good for the Kindred, who has been really the thing that started everything for Vici, involved in every single kill. And unfortunately, one of their deaths. RNG, though, picking up what they can. They're a team that definitely knows when they can fight. They just like to fight a lot. I think they'll wait for a little while, but not too long. RNG barely sits still, kind of like a fidgety little kid.
But this is what they needed. MLXG and Mata to team up and to start placing this deep vision inside Dandy's jungle. They're excellent at skirmishing and collapsing, but they need the appropriate information to do it, which means that these two needed to be together, and this is the first time it's happened.
RNG once again trying to predict the map movements coming out from Vici. We're waiting inside that tri-brush to see if Endless or Caveman will be silly enough to face check it. Pink ward being put down by Endless will be enough to deter them away from that pick. As we are going to see MLXG head back in towards his jungle. Will pick up a red buff for himself. Easyhurin and Xiaohu still continuing to farm out in this mid lane. They both have 2 deaths each, and none of them have picked up a kill yet, as Manamune has been picked up by Xiaohu. Easyhurin is still working towards what seems to be a Rod of Ages.
Big thing, though, is that this Varus, or Xiaohu, is definitely starting to hit his power spike. He's still 1 item short before kind of really coming into his core itemization, but as you can see, he's starting to lay some really decent damage. And as these teams look towards Dragon, if RNG have the correct vision, that's set up perfectly for Varus.
Well, blue buff now for Xiaohu as well, so should make his time in lane that much easier.
He missed that pink ward.
Ooh, that's not a good one to part through. Vici are going to collapse in onto this Dragon. With 20 stacks for Dandy on his Devourer. He's able to take this one down.
And the reason why Vici immediately pulled the trigger on this is because they watched Xiaohu walk out of the mid lane, collect the blue buff, and then come back in, all in vision of the creeps as well as the pink ward that he pathed over. So they knew that MLXG was on the top side of the map, giving them enough time to quickly punch that one down.
Free objective being picked up by Vici, and they are 2,000 gold ahead of RNG as well, just 15 minutes into this game. They also have the only turret of the game, which you can see on your screen, the bottom lane outer turret that was taken down by their bottom lane previously. As Long and Lupo once again just going to battle out on the top lane. Surprisingly, Long has a small CS lead for himself of about 25 minutes.
Everything should calm down, though. RNG are going to utilize the bottom lane for kind of a farming lane, especially until that Trinity Force is completed by Whoosh, as that's going to be his natural power spike. From here, Vici need to dictate where they want to strike next. Is it going to be the mid lane, or is it going to be the top lane? And then from there, it's RNG either getting the counter collapse or not.
Well, it looks like top lane right now, because that's where 3 of Vici's are. Looks like the Rift Herald's up. It's a pretty good one to take here for the Kindred. Dandu can almost make record pace for Devourer stacking here. As he's getting surprisingly close to Sated already. He's going to take it down, though. We'll see what he does with the buff. As Vici do collect it, looks like he's going to go home to start things off first. No pressure just yet on some of these turrets. As Easyhoon takes the very long way around to his turret, but wants to be nice and safe. As Endless with his Essence Reaver now completed, just kind of slowly shoving in these waves. But Whoosh is going home. He's got the package. He's got Trinity Force. Looks like it's go time.
Yeah, RNG are certainly in a position where they can look to pull the trigger here. Dandy, of course, utilizing the Rift Herald to get the empowered recall and movement speed to help him stack up closer to that sated Devour. Although we'll see if he utilizes it in any sort of lane. He is possibly rotating mid. No, he's invading.
Does see some wards, though, so I think going to pull out of that particular antic. As RNG have good defensive set up here. Whoosh also looking to get aggressive. It does get marked by Kindred. So not sure the package is going to be too useful this time around for Corki. As it seems just like wave clear for a little while longer for RNG, who are very, very dark on this map right now. Can't see a thing.
Yeah, they have a lot of just defensive vision set up, which makes sense. They've lost control of the bottom lane because their tower fell. Likewise, naturally down in gold. So preserving their pinks, placing them close to their towers so they can easily defend them, which is funny because Vici actually are one of the few teams that place really aggressive forward pinks, but I believe they only have one forward ward on the map.
We'll have to keep track of how the vision war goes between these two teams later on in the game. RNG still slightly behind, looking for an avenue of attack for them to get back in towards this game. As MLSG does get spotted out by the Wolf Spear, but 4 members of RNG are going to aggressively try and push towards this mid lane turret, getting a lot of chip damage down on towards it. Decent amount of wave clear will be coming out of Easy Hoon to clear the minions off of that turret.
Eating up a lot of time for Dandy, though, in his jungle to continue that sated devour.
That's all they really need at this point. Is RNG. I'm going to keep trying to siege down. Again, Varus is reasonably strong. Wish is particularly strong, actually, as Caveman. That's a little too aggressive.
Here's the flank.
They're going to look for the port, though. Ulti misses her from Caveman. Dandy, they're still going to commit to it. Marta puts the shield up. Damage is back there for MLXG, but the stun's not quite out from the Bard. Vici, so close in that team fight, but no one dies.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate not connecting right there, and Mata doing a great job to minimize a lot of the damage coming out of Endless's Lucian, and they're able to disengage effectively.
Well, they do disengage effectively, but they don't get anything out of that. As can't really tell what's happening right now between these two teams, but they did disengage from the fight nicely. And it did look like Vici, not quite getting what they want, but RNG make the best out of the worst situation.
But it was a really well-organized team fight, and the preparation, the setup. Obviously, the execution didn't go through, but that wasn't necessarily on Vici's fault. It was on RNG playing it phenomenally. Dodging out of the Tempered Fate wasn't quite as well placed as it perhaps could have been, and then a really good disengage from Mata. But the fact that, they've got the flanking members there, they're looking to nail onto the backside, you don't really expect that type of communication out of a team like Vici. This is still a relatively young squad. They've only been together in this iteration for, 8 weeks of the split? So looking great in terms of how they want to set up these team fights.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think execution in general has been very strong for Vici. Very impressive early game, really. I mean, we expected Dandy to do a lot of work, but this is overtime has been pulling in the first few minutes of this game. I think, for me, it's going to be a big question of Vici from this point onwards. What do they do with the lead that they've built for themselves, right? We know RNG are a team that like to play when ahead, but can play in different situations there as well. I think for Vici, if they can show us that they can get a lead and then snowball, which is RNG's usual calling card, that'll be impressive to me.
But the scary thing, though, is how far ahead can Vici snowball before they have to take it into a 5v5? Because that's the issue, is that Vici have never really been kind of a top-tier team fighting team. They need to amass gold leads before they go into it.
Well, we do pop back into the game, so apologies there for that slight delay, but it seems like nothing much has really changed since we last checked in. Xiaohu, though, is looking aggressively. Marta is going to get the ulti down in onto Dandy. Damage is good. The Lamb's Respite, though, is going to keep them alive for a little while longer. Good luck up there from the Bard as well, but Dandy, his ulti will expire. He will fall down there as well. Now Endless trying to fire shots back. He does pop the culling there as Marta is going to eat the brunt of that damage. Vici, nice little fight there, but Dandy unfortunately is the only casualty as they're still on the run. MLXG looks for Caveman, does not find it, but Lung's going to get locked up now on the other side. Knocked up there by the Poppy ultimate as he's forced to flash out of the way. His tower is safe for now, but RNG, you said it, Frostger, in one fight, they're already winning.
And that's the scrappy fight that we were looking for from RNG. Collapsing ahead of time, we'll see if they're able to siege the mid-tier tower off of this. Again, this is a double 80 carry comp.
Well, that mid tower is going to go down. Lung tries to ride his way in.
That's interesting.
Nautilus will get some curious interactions.
That was like a... Are you familiar with the Iditarod?
No. Apologies.
Australians.
I'm sorry. Hey, whatever, you're visiting. Be quiet.
The Singaporean next to me was like, Iditarod, what's that?
Yeah, what's going on? For once, I'm not the only one in this room.
It's like the sled dogs.
Oh, I'm from Australia. We absolutely have no sled dogs.
It's
Why
like
do we
a
need
really
sled
famous race in
I
Alaska.
get that. Yeah.
That's what it was.
We have, like,
Nautilus was the sled, and
I see.
Corky was the dog.
We have basically no snow.
Hey.
Look.
Snowy Mountains. Even I know that.
Yeah, but doesn't really. I don't know any of you out there have been skiing in Australia. It's not very exciting for ski enthusiasts. No.
I like skiing here.
It's
Ski enthusiast.
Okay, look. You like Caveman and Endless as well. So
Hey.
we might have to revisit
They're my
your
boys,
priorities. Well, they're looking good this game, so can't complain too much.
Yeah, Caveman's 1-0-4. This Bard is doing work.
Yeah, smacking with the meeps.
Who does TP in the mid lane as well, by the way. So looks like the RNG are trying to defend that mid turret after getting that pick. Could not convert into an objective, though. So Dandy going down was just a little bit of extra gold there for RNG. Nothing too much more. Does have Asterix now as well, so it does feel like things might be a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, checking across itemization, it looks like the Rod of Ages has been completed for Easy Hoon, as well as the Sheen picked up. So looking for that Lich Bane. I like to call it the Faker build, but as I say that...
They're looking for a fight here. As long as actually going to be teleporting in along with Looper. They're trying to jump onto Dandy. He has to pop his ultimate early, but he's still stuck inside that Lancer Spike, trying to deal as much damage as possible. Manages to get out as Easy Hoon picks up a kill for himself. But look at this collapse coming in from RNG. They've taken out so many members. A double kill, a triple kill for Wish. He will not be able to pick up the quadra kill as Xiaohu takes that one away, but RNG team fight fantastically.
Absolutely devastating for Vici Gaming right there. If you put all of your eggs in one basket, this time around that basket is Dandy, and he's pushed out of the fight, forced to use his ultimate at the very beginning. It just allows so much room for Corki to swoop in from the side and clean everything up.
And a huge amount of work there from Wish is going to give RNG a direct invite to the Baron. They will happily snatch that one up and take it off of Vici's hands. And once again, the Vici Gaming plan of get ahead early, and it's not quite converting to team fights. RNG really showing that, hey, we're a good 5v5 team.
And it's just so strange because it's a different iteration of Vici's lineup from last year, but it still has the same core problems. It's almost like we have 15 minutes to amass the largest gold lead possible. Is it enough to compensate for our lackluster team fighting? If yes, win game. If no, lose.
Well, looks like they're going down the wrong direction in this particular game, as the lead's actually been taken by RNG. Almost 2K up here in this particular series.
I like our remix we've got going on.
Yeah. We'll let it play for a little while longer. As Whoosh is just going to clear something out here in top lane. He's going to be able to take the turret, though. Baron buff doing work for RNG as they continue to take turrets and amass gold. Lead's only starting to grow here for RNG, about 3,500 gold up now.
Yeah, naturally in full control. The driver's seat got their Baron buff, know exactly where they want to be, which seems to be the top side of this map, as MLXG is just looking for an unsuspecting Vici member to walk across his path.
Package going to be used by Wish there, trying to get out of Vici's jungle. There's Looper now on the bottom side of the jungle. Look at that. Hang on. Tempered Fate coming in, going to be able to lock down Xiaohu and Mata. Lots of damage being put down by Dandy and Easy Hoon. They will be able to take down Xiaohu first. Nexus Whoosh has been jumped on by the remaining members of Vici. And all that RNG able to get out of that is the turret in the bottom lane.
Beautiful pick from Caveman right there. There you go, Fish. Your boy stepping up.
Woo!
Hits the Tempered Fate. My favorite part, though, is as he walks to the side to hit the Q, and the scumbag minions block.
Well, Easy Hoon there with the lockdown. Anyways, Looper maybe caught by Long. Hook, though, is going to run straight into the Poppy wall, but the flash order is going to snare him down. Dandy is in the area now as well. Looper misses his ulti.
What?
And now he's getting chased down by two more members of Vici. 1v3. Poppy is pretty resilient, but I'm not sure Looper can get out of this one. He's going to try and take Dandy down with him, though, but he's going to be unsuccessful as Easy Hoon takes him out.
That was just frankly unfortunate. Misses the ult, tried to make something happen. Shouldn't have been that far forward without any of the pressure points on the map, so RNG looked brilliant for about 5 minutes, and suddenly their inexperience shows in a split second. Good job from Vici.
Despite that, RNG are still 2,000 gold, or close to 1,000, I should say, actually. 1,000 gold ahead of Vici now. So they have brought the gold back in their favor after that favorable team fight.
But it's about how they utilize their compositions. So RNG need to lay down their poke, or they need to find a pick through Elise before they go into a team fight. On the other side, Vici have so much more long-range pick potential and a lot more 5v5 just through straight composition-wise if they prioritize the correct targets.
This is ambitious here. Xiaohu actually is coming into the top side. We're just going to join in not so long as Nolda's going to lock a few people down. Mata's even here as well. There's the pick they were looking for. Looper able to take that one as Easy Hoon's coming in, but Caveman going to have to back off as well as MLXG says, no thank you. RNG, they get the pick. What can they get done with it?
No one ever suspects the melee range Varus.
The unseen Varus is the deadliest, apparently, from Xiaohu.
No, he definitely saw him.
Ate the ulti right to the face. Can't miss it. As you can see, the gold lead's been bouncing up and down this particular game. Whew. Looks like RNG have the lead right now, but at this point, it's very close. Almost 27 minutes into the series. Dragon up in 45 seconds, so Vici see if they collect their third and maybe consider that as another condition to move forward towards. Looper, though, back in bottom side. No TP to speak of, but he's got a big wave to deal with, so he's going to go ahead and take that out. As Whoosh comes in to clear out middle with his Infinity Edge now completed. Nice and strong on this Corki. So RNG, enough of a lead to fight if they want to. We'll see what they want to do next.
Yeah, I'm glad that you point that out because RNG like you said, they've got the big items, big power spikes. They seem to be scrappy. They're pressing forward. Again, Mata, MLXG on your screen right now, laying down that deep vision, trying to find these picks. Fighting over Dragon Pits exactly where they want to be, as long as they have their vision, which you see the Eye of the Equinox on Mata there. So he's got the extra ward, which means he can trade that for a sweeper, and then effectively still have enough wards to have all 3 down on the map.
Well, Dragon is back up, and RNG and VG both collapsing towards this objective. Both teams have 5 members on towards the pit. Xiaohu already trying to poke out as many people as possible. Endless actually being a little bit aggressive, has to jump over the wall.
But see, this is exactly how that works. So poke compositions are entirely reliant, or very reliant, on vision and vision denial in particular, and they just need to, this perfect setup, fish in a barrel, and as soon as they're low enough, that's when they pull the trigger.
Well, Dragon actually still getting aggressed on as RNG is sort of tanking it up. He will reset, but Vici know they need to find a good fight here. Caveman's ready with the ulti, but Poke's just kind of coming in here, and RNG are actually going to strong arm them off the objective. Be able to take that one and get their first Dragon of the game.
The only option that Vici have there is they just need to immediately hard engage, and that's entirely on Caveman to hit the Tempered Fate, or on Long to rush forward with the Nautilus.
Well, we have to see if Vici are able to hard engage, so fumble with words, against RNG as they go for their next objective. It does look like they're looking for the mid lane. Teleport's actually coming in from the back. Tempered Fate did not connect with any members of RNG, but they have the flank. Long is now on top of Xiaohu. The ultimate will miss coming out from the Varus, as the Heli Puppy will not connect and knock anyone back to base. Actually, she did. She got Dandy out of there. The Culling's going to come out from Lucian as well. RNG look like they've been able to successfully disengage, and the fight should swing in their favor.
Yeah, and that's massive because again, it's a poke composition. They're reliant on very low cooldowns to put out sustained damage. All of the massive cooldowns for hard engage on Vici have already been expended. They're effectively waiting on a dredge line, otherwise they're entirely at RNG's mercy if they continue the siege.
Well, it looks like RNG may be going to give it up this time around. Long though does have to go top lane. But he's going to go ahead and clear out a nice big stack of minions for himself. Easy Hoon continuing to apply pressure. Does have his Lich Bane now finished. So lots of good damage coming out from the Lulu at this particular stage. There's Woosh, busy clearing this out on bottom side. Feels like most people on both teams have at least 2 items done now. So people are starting to really power up as we approach 30 minutes in this game. Baron is definitely going to be another consideration as well. RNG didn't get nearly enough damage done with the first early Baron that they took. They'll now have another shot in about 25 seconds time. But Vici, knowing this, going to probably try and contest for it. So we should see Vision shift over to that top side of the map, at least for a few minutes.
No, you're absolutely right, Pastry. And again, the issue was RNG just lost their minds for about 3 minutes and got picked off on various points of the map. See if they can be a bit more cohesive and decisive this time around. But that said, this is also Vici's opportunity to get their foot back in this.
RNG aren't going to be grouping up as 4, as Xiaohu will be able to take this blue buff for himself. They do have Looper down in the bottom lane split pushing, which will be matched by Lung, but Lung does not have his teleport available, so there's a window of opportunity for RNG to try and make a play. Baron is back up, but it doesn't look like any team wants to contest this with every single person up and alive on Summoner's Rift.
And what the play is trying to find that 4v5 discrepancy or trading that for a tower. But most importantly, it means that RNG need to walk into this upper river, deny the vision, and start setting down theirs. Again, poke composition, they're entirely reliant on having vision control. And it needs to be there to inform them so they can make the correct decision. Yes, Looper, you're looking for the tower because we can stall them off the Baron. Or no, Looper, we need you to come in because we've got the 4v5.
Well, right now Looper's busy. He's actually battling Lung. But I can't imagine that one ends anytime soon. Although Looper actually making a go of it. Poppy always surprising you with the damage. Nice little slow there landing in from the Q. Buckler is going to slow it down as well with a gauntlet. But Nautilus, as expected, will get away relatively happy. As Vici actually have 3 items now on their mid laner as well. Very efficient farming for all the carries on both sides of the map. This next team fight should be a pretty bloody one. But RNG running out of blue buff time on Shao, who not able to quite start a siege just yet. Although they did clear out some nice vision around the Baron area.
We do have a massive wave on Looper, and he's recalling.
They're actually going to try and get a hook onto MLXG, who pops into Spider Form and repels immediately out of there. No teleports burnt from either of the top laners, but they are able to successfully disengage. RNG live to fight another day. And they're going to continue with this push in the mid lane. They have 4 members walking on towards this mid lane inner turret, with Looper slowly falling behind. Not falling behind, so there's people walking behind them. That turret's getting taken down incredibly low. Long actually looking for a great 4-man temper. Fate is going to be coming out of Caveman. He locks out 4 members, but RNG, they're looking for a fight themselves. Long gets knocked out of the team fight to start, but jumps back in. Looper's incredibly low. He's going to try and disengage. The rest of RNG slowly running away. Endless will get locked down as here comes the ultimate from Dandy to try and keep everyone alive. The first person to fall will be Mata. He gets taken down. Easy here and aggressively moving towards the front of the fight as Dandy, he's moving up front. MLXG is going to be the next to fall down. They are slowly sweeping through this fight, and Xiaohu and Loop are the only 2 members left alive for RNG.
Disaster for RNG again. That's not the place that they want to be fighting. They need to be fighting through this fog of war, utilizing their vision control. Instead, they walk it up the lane. Caveman lands a massive 4-man tempered fate, and Dandy rips through the team.
Well, plenty of damage there for Vici. Despite their 5v5 looking shaky earlier, that one just looked very straightforward as Looper is going to try and take some people out here, maybe even steal the Baron away. He's actually doing quite a lot of work as Xiaohu snipes Endless off to the other side. The Baron still up for grabs, but Dandy's able to take it away for himself. Looper is going to fall, and it's just the 1 kill there as Xiaohu has to be careful with himself. Does pop the Ghost Blade to run away.
Yeah, tried to make the best out of the situation that he could. Does manage to snipe off at least one of the Baron buffs, so Endless will not have that in his back pocket. But otherwise, game back in Vici's hands, and they have a 4-minute window with this Baron to see what they can get done on the map.
Well, RNG still trying to sweep through aggressively on the other side of the map now. They're looking for blue buff. Not going to find it, though. Dandy, I believe, just cleared that one out for himself. But Dragon is up in 25 seconds, so RNG doing the right thing, making sure they're showing presence here, and at least trying to see if Vici are interested in contesting for it. Instead, though, they'll have to clear those waves out because Vici, they've gone back, they'll reset, and they'll have a nice big Baron buff to work with along these side lanes. So RNG going to have to buy what time they can, but you said about 4 minutes there for Oscar, and they're going to have to chill out for a little bit. Although knowing RNG, once again, if they don't chill out, don't say I didn't warn you.
Doesn't seem they are going to chill, but it looks like they want to go for more objectives here. As Dragon is going to be contested. Dandy scuttling around a little bit, being a little bit indecisive, but they are going to leash the Dragon out of his pit and take him down slowly. So no stacks on that Devourer as it has been completed. But the 3rd Dragon of the game for Vici. So it's 3-1 on the Dragon count between these 2 teams. And with this Baron buff, they're looking to try and go for a push of their own. They're 1,000 gold ahead of RNG. Not that big of a goal lead, but with 3 Dragon buffs and a Baron, they could easily siege up waves.
See if they're going to manage to translate this into a tower, because so far the only thing this Baron buff has achieved, Vici, is some breathing room and a single dragon. What RNG have been doing excellently in the side waves is they've been moving underneath Vici. So while they were on the dragon, they actually prepped a big wave in the bottom and a big wave in the top that Long is now responding to. And they're just creating tiny little fires to make sure that Vici just can't coordinate their Baron as effectively as they'd want to. They do manage to get the top tier tower, but this Baron buff is running out of time.
Yeah, that tower pretty free there for Long, who had most of the work done already. Vici still trying to figure out exactly which angle they want to attack from. Looks like they might be moving to the top half of the map now to assist Long in the siege that he has started. But again, RNG doing a great job of buying time and letting the buff wear off. Blue buff is going to go over to Vici, though, so he'll steal that one away from Xiaohu, I believe. And Dandy just counter juggling where he can. Doesn't need the stacks anymore, but might as well take them. Looper is going to get hooked again. But he's now locked up on the front side. Damage is coming out from Endless, who's putting himself quite far forward to make sure he dishes that out. RNG weakened under this turret now with the Baron still there. They're going to have to give it up as Vici do claim a tier 2.
And you talked about angle from attack, pace your time. Clearly finding it that time around, but Baron has now, or will now, fall off of them. So resetting, buying their items, and look where they're going to strike next.
We'll have to see where Vici decide to move next, because with that Baron buff, they were able to pick up a 3,000 gold lead for themselves.
The power play.
Power play, yeah. Not as big as I believe they would like it to be, but it's still a gold lead nonetheless. This game's just been swinging back and forth.
Look at this graph. This graph is great.
It's all over the place.
If you need a visual representation of what's happened in the last 36 minutes, this is pretty much it on your screen there.
And again, that's what's really cool about RNG versus Vici, is just like stylistically. Where RNG find their weaknesses is they attack the enemy jungle with Mata and MLXG, but they're literally facing one of the best junglers in the world, and they ran into a wall trying to do it.
Well, they've definitely won a few fights for themselves, but Vici currently the ones with initiative as EasyHoon zooming down. He's horrifying, by the way. 4-item Lulu already. And that is not a utility Lulu build. That is well and truly a carry Lulu build.
I deal the damage. Endless here. He's going to get that Lulu shield and the speed up from Hellpix and Whimsy. Dealing quite a bit of damage to these turrets and chipping away at the members of RNG that are trying to contest this push. In fact, Vici have Lung up in the top lane, split pushing. So slowly that wave is going to build and move towards the inhibitor turret up in the top lane.
They just need to walk up to this and just hit it.
Not doing that just yet. Looper looking to try and find a flank behind the rest of the team.
Wow.
Ultimate is going to miss from Xiaohu. Key ability being burnt by RNG. Means that Vici could potentially look to try and take this down with the next push. As Endless eats a chunk of damage.
Come on, Endless.
Just 1 or 2 hits. He has rapid fire cannon as well, but he's busy wave clearing.
I feel like this is easy Hoon just like pointing at Endless. You're the carry. Hit the tower.
Yep. Well, he wants it, but he's not quite confident, it seems like. A little too scary. Vici are protracting this siege on for quite a while. Lungno is buying them time. And there we go. Couldn't put the shield on. Almost enough. But Looper's busy. I think Vici, again, definitely a patient team
Get in there.
in a lot of different ways. Endless gets in there, but doesn't quite finish off the turret. That's a bit funny to watch, but again, Vici are a careful team.
He's like a tiny little bug.
Lung has his teleport. He's actually going to be teleporting with home guards into the back lines. They're going to look for an engage here. He's going to charge on forward. Temper Fate's going to come out, not connect with anybody, but MLXG is being shut down. Locked down by the Bard as well. Has to try and repel out of here. Teleport's going to be matched by Looper trying to get into the defender's turret. Inner turret will be taken down in the bottom lane, but they can't quite push for the inhibitor just yet.
Vici did a lot of work there. They're not going to continue to pressure it, but they've chipped away one tower, and you can see that RNG are starting to falter a little bit. They've got the coordination set up. The Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds, and this Vici squad knows how to execute this comp.
And that's the thing. You think in this sort of game, when they've got a comp they're happy with, you think they should know how, because there's the Baron Power Play stat for you guys. 4,500 gold almost.
You were wrong, Fish. It wasn't 3,000.
Well, by the end of it, up to 4K there.
How
As
dare you fail me?
I enjoyed it. I feel like given that you had no other way to really check, I was surprised that you weren't too far off. If that was me and my maths, we would have been in...
That was a 9,000 gold Baron power play.
10 million, 100. Yeah, no good. As Caveman and his Penguin's going to follow him around. Seems like Vici, as always, going to be playing around those objectives. Baron is the big one up next, though. Dragon will follow shortly after. And again, the carries from Vici, and I'm including Dandy in that word, have so much damage. Izu's almost done as far as build goes, so the damage is definitely there for both sides. RNG lacking a little bit in the department, as some of the inventories are a little better. Oh,
Get the
gets
spiders.
Spiderlings, though.
Nice.
Didn't even try to stun him.
Doesn't follow up. That's like 10 gold right there.
See, this is why, Caveman, this is why you're just a tier below the other supports. Like, you could be Mako, but you didn't follow up on the Spiderlings. You only hit, like, what, 3 4-man Tempered Fates this game? Come on, step it up.
That was technically a 4-man Temper Fate.
That was 3.
4
There was
buck.
3 Spiderlings.
That was 4, weren't there?
Or I only counted 3.
They're not man. They're
I
insects.
failed the math once. I don't want
Where's
to
my
do it again.
Spiderling power play?
We'll be at 0 gold. He didn't kill any of them.
Damn it, Endless. In Caveman.
I think you blame both of them collectively.
Yep.
As they actually just
Damn
gonna
it,
invade
Vici's
into the
bottom
jungle,
lane.
Take
Wait.
away another blue buff for themselves. Plan of attack still the same here for Vici. It looks like they valued Baron a bit
They're
more.
literally on the wrong side of the map.
Like, they're blue team, and they're on red side.
Hello. Oh, let's see how they decide to get out of this sticky situation.
This is adorable. Look at this carousel.
Look at this dance. Look at this. They're going to continue dancing to try to lock down Mata. He takes a lot of damage immediately. Will have to flash away. MLXG is going to try and flank from behind. And RNG just looks like they're trying to contain them on that side of the map.
Look at bottom, though. That's a massive creep wave.
Well, Vici just trying to buy some time here, I guess, as RNG kind of have to go all in for it.
Ooh.
They're going to find one in not so long, but he's very tanky. MLXG is going to lock him up with the Cocoon as
Oh,
well.
no.
But the Tempered Fate's going to lock them up, and Vici now going to try and move in for the kill. Lung's still low, but the Lance Spike's going to keep them after. Wild Growth got burnt in there as well. But Looper still strong as him. They finally found a catch. Vici, though, all they want to do is buy time, and RNG got nothing from that.
And exactly, that's the point. RNG now have to completely reset their position and take care of their map. The bottom lane is still massive and about to fall.
That bottom lane turret taking so much damage from the huge minion wave that's pushing
Stop
in.
your backs.
Top lane even has a huge minion wave pushing in towards that inhibitor turret. Instead, they'll get a lot of chip damage down onto this turret. One
They're
good
rushing
push will take
Baron.
it down. And it does look like exactly what VG are going to do. Easy here and teleports in, has the home guard, going to speed up Endless, put the shield down as well. Danny's going to jump over the wall. This Baron should be taken down incredibly quick.
It's dead. I don't think RNG can make it in time. Vici just do too much damage. They are going to try, though. As Dandy, he's going to get it low. He
MXG's in the
barely
pit.
misses a smite, but we are going to have a battle for it. Baron getting awfully low, but they are going to turn and fight. MXG low. Dandy able to secure it as they do take out the Elise. Vici get the different double, but they do get what they want. Easy Hoon shredding through people as Endless does fall on the other side. Looper is trying to buy a bit more time, but Vici are just a little too strong. Looper hooked up again. He should fall as that's a triple kill for Easy Hoon.
Beautifully played by Vici Gaming right there. MLXG's in the pit. Everyone stops damaging Baron. They turn, they burn him. It did come down into a smite battle. Dandy got his off. MLXG did not. But Vici might win the game off of this.
Looks like they're going to go for a push here at least. They have 4 members pushing in towards the mid lane. They had Long teleport up into the top lane. Danny now working on this inhibitor. The respawn timers are relatively long. 40 seconds. Let's see how who the eldest is going to be. Mata, who's on 15. Vici, they're taking down 2 inhibitors, looking to see if they can end the game. They're on the first Nexus turret. That turret's getting melted down. They're going to take down the second turret as well. And Vici, with this push, should be able to pick up game number 1 against RNG.
And the 5th place team just took down the 1st place team. We might have an LGD versus QG, boys.
Maybe, but one game in a best of 3 is just that one game. But what a win it was for Vici. RNG looking a little flustered when playing from behind, and Vici looking as crisp as ever. Most importantly, there seems to be far more weapons in the back of Vici's pockets. It used to be they were this great map team that could only play one way, but they're starting to diversify and get awfully strong. Vici comprehensively beat RNG in that first game, and it all started with Dandy.
And you know what? I'm actually going to give credit to Fish, because it's actually very cool how Vici are compensating for this. But first, we got some highlights to look at.
This tower dive was gross.
Just so well coordinated here between the Lamb's Respite as well as the Tempered Fate, making sure that nothing was stacked on top of it. That's how excited I was.
Yeah, that's you, actually.
That was literally me.
Is that a few more fights?
No, but the fact that Vici prioritized in their draft phase taking Bard Lucian, a very potent and powerful lane phase combo, make sure that they get the standard lanes, and then just abuse the fact that they have the advantage in lane phase to open up space for Dandy to take it to MLXG 1v1. Like, it's so brilliant and so well thought out.
Well, you can see that fight there going in RNG's favor, but these Barons did not go in the way of RNG. Vici played this very well to secure it as Dandy, who again rarely misses a smite, was able to clean this one up. And this was the fight that won Vici the game. A good team fight around an objective. Not normally how we associate Vici play, but they're certainly objective focused. That was true all game long. It's just when they actually were challenged to fight, Vici this time said, okay, we'll actually fight you.
But also in that Baron setup, and I do agree with your point, they set it up around a wave because it was, again, the 2 different pressure points, the Baron as well as the massive wave on the bottom that Vici were, like either you have to deal with this or you have to deal with this. So again, it's still like you see the old tricks of Vici still left over, but again, compensating for their weaknesses with their draft phase and stepping up from Dandy and EasyHoon in particular.
And it really surprised me, by the way, Vici kind of got there as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Froscoon, because Spawn is not on the desk today to do that and rein me in whenever I make these outrageous assumptions, but it feels almost as like Vici, they used to, when they played in the bottom lane, they used to send resources there to help them because they're losing. But this time around, it really looked like their bottom lane was doing well, and they used the resources to make it look even better, and even use that bottom lane, not just to facilitate the bottom lane duo, but also to get everybody else ahead.
Fish, this won't necessarily mean as much to you, but Julian, do you remember old school OMG with like Dada 7 and Son?
Oh God, why?
And what they used to do? So, okay, OMG used to run this squad where they had a really strong top half of the map. If you look at VG Gaming, you've got Long, Dandy, EasyHoon, and kind of this, janitorial bot lane, so strong half of the map. And so what they would do is they would pick Braum, Lucian every single game because they were like, Son, Dada, I just need you to survive the lane phase. And that's pretty much exactly what Vici are doing. They pick really strong 2v2 matchups, win the lane matchup, and then from the top side, like the strong top side of the map, it just rolls down onto everything. That's what they remind me of. Tower dive and all. Old school OMG.
Have to agree. Certainly survive and then prosper as the game does kick on. Vici with an incredible game number 1, but the first place in the group, R&D, still have room to answer back. We'll find out if they can right after the break. And we're back, everyone, as we're going to look at the MVP from our last series.
Caveman.
Vici, probably to take the first game, and it is Dandy. And it's Kindred that takes the MVP. They're 5-3-15 with 100% kill contribution. That one I did not notice because I stopped keeping track towards the end of the game, but I feel like Dandy deserves it for us, Skurin.
No, I'm never going to be like, Dandy doesn't deserve the MVP. What a phenomenal player. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just so incredible, but Caveman definitely mention of honor. Look at this guy.
Oh, yeah. He did work,
Like,
but he's no Dandy.
Dandy
Slapping
picks up the
knees.
kill there, but that was all Caveman. He just flexed on them. Look at this tower dive. You don't even see the Tempered Fate, but it was there.
Well,
I think you do see the Temper Fate.
no, it's gone.
Oh, now
There
he
it
knows.
is.
Oh, caveman fanboys.
I'm just saying.
Well, certainly, let's call it a joint award then, maybe.
The
At
joint
least on
award.
our end, as both Dandy and Caveman certainly did work. There, as we have a look at Dandy there, sitting in his chair. Feeling pretty good because Vici, a very convincing win. Definitely some elements here and there where the team was falling behind a little bit. Did have some messy fights, but overall, a Vici game played exactly how Vici wants to play it. And the nice thing is, Vici, it seems like they never change. Objectives all the time, play around the map constantly. Thank God the games have just gotten faster. That's all I can say. Because they used to play so slow.
No, yeah. We used to call them death by 1,000 paper cuts because effectively what Vici would do is they would literally use Twisted Fate. Okay, you didn't see it. They would use Twisted Fate to pop Destiny to see where everyone was on the map. And then instead of using it to make a pick, like Twisted Fate comes in, you're like, oh no, gold card. They'd run away. They'd be like, oh, they're on the top side up. Let's play bottom.
Yeah.
And it would take like 50 minutes.
And then pretty much the Winions would get some work done. They'd play all around the map,
I like
and then the
that
game would be
feature.
over. No.
he likes Caveman.
What?
Caveman and Endless.
That's the best
You're-
way to play League of Legends,
You're
you know?
a masochist.
You know, it's like,
Is it?
it's what's it called? Is it RTS style? You know, you just farm everything up, you know. slowly
PvE?
yeah, PvE, yeah.
Oh, I get it, where you don't have like any skill involved or like mechanical. You're in the LPL. What we do is we flash walls here and we kill people. If you're within like 500 units, someone's flashing on top of someone, missing the ignite.
You saw a
don't know.
melee range Varus TP in for a kill on Nautilus in the top lane.
That sums up the LPL.
Well, that's certainly how RNG like to play.
I don't know about flashing walls, though. We saw quite a few flashes into walls today.
I think one or two. You calm down. This guy. Anyway, look, you know
and
what?
this is the last time Fish is ever on the desk with us.
If he's missing, it wasn't my fault. It's probably Frostgreen. But seriously, moving into our next game, RNG, they went to play their game plan. Could not get it done there in game number one. I think
Game
what
plank?
has to change here for the team? Because
Mata and MLXG need to get involved together. So the big issue is that Mata and MLXG didn't start deep. Like this is RNG have a very clear way that they play the game and that they win the game. Mata and MLXG invade together. It's typically off of a lane swap scenario. They're very good at that. They place deep wards and then they collapse and they skirmish over those deep wards. So it's also very dependent that they get lane dominant matchups or the 1v1 matchups because again they have to make sure that they're able to swing or get the earlier rotation, which means they need control of the creep wave. Now Vici countered this by making sure that their bot lane got the stronger 2v2 matchup and then getting control of the creep wave and keeping the push on so that they would constantly get the superior collapse or the superior dive. So again, it's just like stylistically, they're the Achilles heel. It's Dandy.
Yeah.
They can shut down MLXG. They can make sure that Mata doesn't get the roam off.
I too would really like to see RNG throw in more dominant lane matchups going up against Vici here because it really feels like the start of everything for Vici was having that dominant lane matchup. It just facilitated everything else and allowed their key game strategy to fall in place. So
Well-
I'd really like that.
oh baby.
I get to cast Nami.
Well, we are going to have a substitution made here for game two, actually, for Royal. Whoosh is stepping out, and Name is stepping in. We jokingly said, you know, Eddie carry of R&B. They subbed literally all of their subs in a game after IM Katowice. Just, we presume to give them a break. They did manage to win. Insec was playing. If you haven't seen the games, go back and watch them. He was playing Master Yi.
Master Yi.
It was a pretty fun time. Not going to get all the squad in this time. Just Nami for game two. Froskurin, I know you've been around the LPL for a while. You're a big Nami fan. Tell me. Share with the viewers about Nami.
Okay, Name is effectively deft. So Name used to be on Edward Gaming, and he's a very position-based AD carry. So if you think about Uzi and Imp kind of jumping in your face, very aggressive, Name and deft are the inverse of that. It's all about the skill shots, about being very self-sufficient, posture-focused. So he's actually completely opposite of Whoosh, because I would consider Whoosh more of an Uzi or an Imp type of style.
Well, we'll see how Name's been practicing. We mentioned the Varus in game one draft. So it'll be interesting to see if it shows up at all, maybe in the bottom lane. But
That's something that I also wanted to point out. So if we look at RNG's draft from last game, they utilized Corki and Varus. Both of those champions have a mid-game power spike off the Trinity Force as well as the stacked up tier. And that seems so counterproductive to not have an early bridge champion for RNG because they love to skirmish early. So it's like we're an early game team, but we make sure that none of our champions are ready until 15 minutes.
well, we'll have to see if Royal can adjust here, as they haven't made the AD carry substitution. Bans are done, though, and Vici ended up with Lysandra. So let's see how they got there. LeBlanc, Kalista, and Nidalee banned from Vici. Ryze, Lulu, and Kindred banned by Royal. So 2 key junglers banned away there, but you can see that 3 EasyHoon bans not there today. Just 2 this time around. And Lysandra is the first pick they choose to take.
And that's the big thing that we were talking about in Draft 1. The fact that the meta has evolved to a point where there's so many carry junglers, and EasyHoon is such a threat with his massive champion pool that it's like you can't ban one or the other. You can't take out EasyHoon or Dandy. So I feel like teams need to start focusing someone like Caveman, like Long, but RNG failed to do that, and EasyHoon got his hands on 100% win rate Lysandra.
And he's played 8 games of Lysandra in the LPL so far. With this game, he has played this champion almost twice as much as any other pick that he's brought into the LPL. So really excited to see what he's going to be pulling with this Lysandra. There is a possibility of them still flexing up in the top lane, but that's highly unlikely with EasyHoon in their lineup.
Certainly is, and you have to think, what's EasyHoon been doing for Vici? Playing, still similar style that he was back in Korea. A little bit defensive, definitely likes to play more utility style champions, but roaming aggressively and making plays. And Lysandra is really good at those 2 things. We have Graves and Braum to add into the Vici lineup, but Royal actually went for Gragas and Lucian as their first 2 picks. So denied the Lucian away from Endless. Definitely a champion Name knows his way around. See what RNG want to do with picks 3 and 4. In fact, they might even steal Vici's bottom lane from game 1.
Name actually made famous one of the staple builds from Lucian. It was the early Ghost Blade. He was the guy who invented that with the CDR boots, so he really likes to take... Spawn actually said it best a few nights ago when explaining Name that he will always itemize for like the absolute most raw damage.
Well, we see Graves being picked up by Dandy here. We talked about how EasyHoon should be getting Lysandra in this game, that he's played that champion now almost twice as much as anything else. Dandy's played Graves 3 times more than any other jungler he's ever played in this split of the LPL. He's very comfortable on that champion. Caveman, he's played more Braum than any other champion as well.
Mate, everyone has played Braum.
That's fair.
I
So,
completely agree with all of
Rusty-
your other points, but every time you bring up Braum, I'm like, everyone plays Braum.
So yeah, Rusty brought that up previously as well, but it really looks like Vici have a lot of picks that they're very comfortable on, and they've played a lot of, and obviously due to the meta, they're playing very strong meta picks too. But going back to a lot of comfort champions, and they're gonna get Azir and Bard on the other side of the table, along with the Gragas and Lucian. So definitely a strong draft coming out from RNG, but Vici getting what seems to be exactly what they want.
This is a gorgeous draft from Vici.
Well, it's not finished yet, so you never know.
It could still get messed up.
Yeah,
Yep, throw in a Master and a Blitzcrank.
but I assume if Siva and Nullus are their picks that you fancy what they've drafted here. We'll see if they do lock those in.
I
I'm
mean-
really hoping they troll you.
The beautiful thing about a composition like this is that you're still prioritizing your sieging and your structure focus between Lysandra and Sivir. They're very good at sieging. Obviously, the threat of Lysandra just dropping onto a tower and frozen tombing herself versus Sivir wave control and W and resetting auto attacks. But it also helps compensate for their lackluster 5v5. You just press all your buttons, you run at people. It's super easy. It's just a Sivir comp. Come on, guys.
How hard can it be? I guess we'll find out soon, because that's what Vici have selected. Do go with the picks you thought. So Vici's draft looking nice and solid. Moving into this one, it does feel like Lupa, though, is going to get the counter pick. Poppy is open. He knows his matchup, and he goes for Maokai
Oh.
into the Nautilus.
So picking up the Maokai and the response to the Nautilus as well as the Lysandra. So typically when you have massive AoE magic damage threats, you look to the little tree guy.
He has not played Maokai in this split yet either. So going to be interesting to see how his first game on this champion goes for this split.
Oh, don't worry. Lup is very familiar with Maokai.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's cool. He's got 2014 the World Championship under his belt. He's got Maokai
Maybe
under
just
control.
hope if you see the nod, that's when you have to start maybe having a few worries, but I'm sure Lup has got this one under control. It's a pretty interesting comp for both sides here. I like that Royal honestly stole Vici's bottom lane. I think they almost counterpicked themselves into a nice 2v2. Well, they have changed up their AD carry. Let's have a look through their lineups. Nautilus, Graves, Lysandra, Siva, and Braum there on the Vici side. And Maokai, Gragas, Azir, Lucian, and Bard with Name subbing in for Whoosh. for this game being the most intriguing part of the series. Even if they won game 1, this was going to happen, so I wonder what the plan is for RNG.
All of my dreams have come true. Name gets an actual support. He's laning with Mata.
Yeah? Well, we've definitely seen the synergy for Whoosh and Mata be building over the weeks. Can't imagine they've had as much practice with Name and Mata, but be interesting to see what happens. The coaches will shake hands. Name, one of your first big tests here. Are you going to live up to it? I guess we're all going to have to find out. We're on to game 2. And here we are for game 2 between Royal and Vici. Vici find themselves up a game and moving out from the blue side here in what could be tonight's final game. But this is a very important series for both these teams. Royal just dropped a game, subbed in Name here for game number 2. And we'll see if they can salvage things and kick us off into a game number 3. Our first one of the evening, if it was, as we have a look at the Keystone Masters. I thought Name was going to be a Warlord's Bloodlust man, but he's sticking to his aggressive roots, going fervor of battle.
I was going to say, did you really? Because it makes a lot of sense that he would look for the fervor of battle
Raw
to
damage.
get the lane advantage.
In the meantime, though, not much landing going on right now. Just a bit of jungle pressure back and forth in the river as two teams do find themselves. Name, though, going to bop his way down with Mata on the Bard this time around. As Endless is going to walk back to that Krug, but I think RNG aren't really interested in giving them free Krugs, as Mata puts Sun Award and then bails, because you can see the rest of Vici coming.
But this does mean that we're going to get the 2v2 standard lanes into the bot side. So see if RNG can make use of Lucian Brad that Vici made use of last game. It's awful. Even when I'm writing down champion select for my notes, I always write down Brad.
Instead of Bard.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Oh, well. Delayed invade.
Yeah, they're actually looking for the Krugs, but they actually might have caught Mata. The very special delayed re-invade. Mata's in trouble. He's like, uh-oh, how do I get back to lane?
Secret agent, they don't know he's there.
Secret Agent Mata is now going to get caught by Caveman. Going to get one tick. He's going to get stunned up by the Braum. Here comes the Ricochet coming out of Endless. Puts a lot of damage down onto this Bard. Let's see if there's another Winter Spike coming out. Not quite, but they get a lot of damage down.
The casual stroll is how he's going to get out. That said, they lose so much control in this lane simply because Mata is very low health. And with that, Dandy says, okay, I'm going to invade because my bot lane's healthier.
Well, basically the same as shoving in the wave, right? So effectively the same result. Because Dandy does look for a nice little invade. We'll see where MLXG goes, because he did start on his red side of the jungle. So if he goes over to that blue, he's going to be sorely disappointed. And MLXG is actually heading that way, so it could be a 3-buff here as Name getting aggressive. Hit level 2, he's going to try and get down to Endless. They're going to burn the heal already as the damage is coming through. Teleport, though, is going to get used. Name stunned up. Dandy's here as well. And Name is going to get first blood to Endless.
And in classic positive energy fashion, Name goes super aggressive on the level 2, but does it without the necessary warding information. Dandy invaded, Dandy gets the collapse, and Dandy will walk away with the kill.
And once again, Vici throwing in some resources towards that bottom lane to allow their bottom lane to get ahead. Endless has a single kill for himself, 15 CS. That's double of what Name has right now, looking strong in the bottom lane.
Bad news bears for RNG's bot lane. That is not the start that they were looking for.
No, it's really not. And that check of the Krugs there for RNG cost them a lot, honestly, as Dandy was able to freely invade. MLXG is trying to get this steal happening. With the smites there, I think Dandy's going to maybe have a battle for it. And in fact, MLXG is not even going to get it. Dandy going to say, thanks for the leash, mate. I'll take it. And collect his buff. In fact, he just gives it to Easy Hoon. That was the sickest leash of Easy Hoon's life.
Thank you, MLXG.
3-buff start. Easy.
Hoon.
Wow. Well, certainly straightforward there. The Xiao, who may struggle a little bit more here in the lane. He's actually even on CS right now, but an early blue is always frustrating when you're in mid lane. Easy Hoon on the Lissandra nonetheless should be able to cause the requisite amount of pressure.
So I finally got to experience the true terror that is laning against Azir as a mid laner the other day.
How was it for you?
Okay, first and foremost, I don't play mid lane.
Yep, no, that can confirm.
80 carry main here. That's why I love people like Uzi, Name, and Imp. There's like absolutely zero counterplay there.
The fact that he can AoE clear for very little mana as well as hit you at the same time multiple times with effectively a Sand Soldier is pretty ridiculous. I believe you said it best, Pastry, the windows to punish or to counterplay on Azir are very tiny. He is an incredibly oppressive force in this mid lane.
We'll have to see if EZHoon is able to deal with that oppressive force of Xiaohu. There's a little bit of laughing is going to be coming out of Caveman. Down at that bottom lane is Dandy still continuing with this counter jungle, looking towards top lane actually. Just going to casually stroll past the tower.
I don't endorse this dive.
Well, he doesn't go for it, so Dandy, I think, agrees with you there. MLXG actually looking for maybe this dive.
Yeah, what about this dive?
I endorse this. but
All
it's
right.
got-
Oh, good flash.
That
EZHoon gets out of the way. That's really tricky to do. Pretty much had to cross his fingers and hope that MLXG wasn't baiting him and was going to flash into him, but does predict correctly and get himself to safety.
That was a very respectful flash coming out from EZHoon.
Well, the other end of that is if you don't flash, you die.
I
Which
would
is kind
just-
of which is
thank
sort of the
you.
Gragas thing. So I respect the respect EZHoon showed. As it looks like MLXG getting chased out of his jungle again. Bard's going to try and save him, but I'm not sure there's enough to save here. Does body slam him, but he's going to try and go through the magical journey.
Get to the chopper.
And they do get out safely. Penguins ride them out home.
I don't endorse that follow, so good job. Good escape.
Everyone's listening to Frostgoon today. Oh, Dandy, though. This is just mean. MLXG's having a bad day.
Get in there, Dandy.
Well, he's in there. You don't have to worry about that. He's straight onto the walls with no provocation.
This is his jungle now.
He doesn't have a mid laner. He needs to get out of there. There we go.
And does. Making sure to respect the fact that EDG was back in. Oh, no, he's back. He warded them. He's taken one.
Dandy, you selfish. And he takes over half of Xiaohu's health bar.
I mean, bottom lane can't come and help. Endless and Caveman were even positioning to rotate in as well. So even with EZHoon going back, had the teleport if he needed to. Although actually it's about to come back off cooldown. Returns to lane pretty safely there. Dandy just showing off at this point, to be honest.
But yeah, effectively just flexing on RNG. Which, you know, MLXG's been an up-and-coming jungler for a while now. Him and Condi have kind of really solidified themselves as the next wave of Chinese talent, but Dandy's in a whole other ball game.
He sure is. He did it last game. He did it last game. Got the MVP as well. And it looks like he's going to try and fight for that title once again in this game. It's EZHoon going to continue his pressure against Xiaohu, continually shove up the wave. Even though he's actually teleported down into the bottom lane once already, he's been able to stay even in this mid lane.
It's just really refreshing to see the evolution of Vici, like as a unit, you know, coming into the LPL, you know, with their new squad, they pick up EZHoon. EZHoon looked really out of sorts. He kind of stayed in his mid lane. He didn't necessarily lose it, but he didn't win it. Wasn't assisting his team. Dandy was actually struggling really hard in the jungle, giving up first bloods, getting solo killed a lot, and to see them like cohesively come together where they're executing compositions correctly and effectively. EZHoon's leaving his lane, impacting other sides of the map. Vici's bottom lane is stepping up as a whole. Whereas RNG, like, they've consistently come out swinging, and they punch really hard, but they actually haven't really evolved. It's just that one hit.
Yep, and unfortunately when the first hit misses, RNG to struggle to land a follow-up. So Dandy going to clear these pink wards out. Caveman behind him. There's MLXG on level 5 still. Dandy also the same, but keeping tabs on this Gragas very aggressively. As Mata and Name just have to go back here, I think.
And he gets the space to do that because Mata and Name lost bottom lane so hard.
It's against Endless and Caveman as well. Although they have looked shaky in their previous games, this game here for Vici against RNG, they've looked spectacular.
Well, I also love you and your love of Caveman and Endless, but that was totally Dandy ganking at level 2 and giving Endless a first blood.
Whatever gets it done, really, as Endless. BF Sword, Cole, Torrents, and a longsword. Very strong at this stage of the game. Just the BF Sword there for Name. So some trades available, but Name's going to have to pull out some 2014 Name magic rather than the 2012 he tried to run earlier. Those of you who don't understand that reference, we'll explain it another time.
It's funny because there's so many correlations between Sika and Mata, too. Like, that's what's so great. I've been waiting for this bottom lane, and it's failed as I thought it would,
but it should also thrive in the way that I expect. Like, there's going to be some sort of crazy outplay that Mata and Name accomplish, but then they, like, overextend because they don't ward. Because who needs a ward? I just want to kill people.
Apparently you can't get your cake any of this well in this game, Frosco.
Oh, we're going to get it.
We're going to see a flash over the wall coming up from Long. And like she's going to punt him backwards as well. The magical journey's going to come up for Mata as well. Hello to the top lanes, Mr. Bard.
What did I say?
Pick up a kill.
Some crazy play where they're just like, I'm here, I'm going to kill you.
Well, I think Mata has officially abandoned his duties in the 2v2.
But we expect this. He needs to
Yes.
team up with MLXG.
That's true. My true calling is to be a jungler. I'm leaving you now, Name. And to Name's credit, he's falling a bit behind in CS, but it should be okay. Mata also magical journeys all the way back to the wolf pit. And no journey followed there. Once again, Vici,
Go.
definitely a cautious team.
He's
Dandy
not gonna
does not
go.
path incorrectly into the magical journey.
You should.
No, you shouldn't.
You should for all the wrong reasons.
I mean, Dandy's brave, but he's not stupid.
I feel like that's the key difference between Dandy and Fish.
One of them is brave. One of them is slightly ill-formed.
Well, we'll see if OMG can maybe tread a bit more water. Because they're a bit behind, but it's not too bad at this stage of the game. Vici haven't quite got off to the huge lead they did in game number 1. But things are definitely going well for Vici. Seems like game plan is on as per usual.
And naturally, the scary thing is if Vici don't amass that massive gold lead, then when they come into the 5v5, is it enough to bypass them? With this composition, I think they're fine. It's very easy to execute. They have so many different damage threats. They have multiple ways to look at team fight, sustain damage, burst damage, multiple hard engage options. So
They still have a small goal lead for themselves, just about 1,000 ahead of RNG. As Vici are going to continue with their push down in the bottom lane. They've been able to chip away at this turret. Caveman has got a lot of damage down when Mata went on his roam up in towards the top lane. It's Caveman. He's taking a lot of damage from Name and Mata. So he gets locked down underneath the turret. But they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. Still getting a lot of chip damage only. As EasyHoon is going to continue with his pressure in this mid lane, constantly shoving that one out as much as possible. Still hasn't got much damage down onto this turret.
That's totally fine, though. Caveman and Endless are doing majority of the work for him on the map. Eventually, that bottom tier tower will fall, and then it's just a question of where does this Sivir move next? I suspect that they'll probably pull Endless and Caveman into the middle lane, and then utilize EasyHoon in a side lane with his TP.
Seen a lot of that, actually, especially in lane swap situations, but standard lanes this time around, so going to delay that for a little while longer as Mata zooms in, stuns a creep wave, just going to help Xiaohu clear these out. And again, Mata looking for roam plays. Does have his ulti, of course, level 7, so had it for a level or 2. But RNG not being able to make as many aggressive plays as maybe they would like. Just kind of sitting tight and seeing what happens at this stage of the game. As that could be Caveman caught. He's going to get slowed down by the Sand Soldier, but not enough people ready to collapse. And Vici kind of in the area as well. Not enough vision for RNG to make an aggressive play. So they're definitely respecting Vici this time around, making sure they play maybe a little more carefully, a little more like Vici, perhaps.
Yeah, a little bit more defensively. Now, the big power spike that they're waiting on is actually in the hands of Xiaohu on that Azir. He's going to be more of a 3-item carry. But while they're waiting on that, that does mean that Vici have the upper hand, which is why Dandy continues to invade.
He's being really aggressive here against MLXG. A lot of people are trying to collapse in on towards him. Pops the smoke screen down, looking to try and get the smite off against MLXG, not quite able to do so. As they're going to try and run out of this jungle. Lupa's now going to collapse onto Dandy here. He has to flash away from this one. Xiaohu's getting locked down by Long. EasyHoon's going to follow up with the ultimate. He does get stuck in between the soldiers in the hard place, but it's still going to continue this fight. Lupa desperately trying to chase on up against this. They picked up 1 kill. Here comes Mata all the way from the bottom lane to pick up another Long now. He's going to go down next. Caveman picks up a kill for himself as the ultimate will lock down Dandy for quite some time. Endless has managed to join the fight up in the top lane. Everybody is fighting around this red buff, but RNG look like they're coming out on top. Dandy is trying to run away. Caveman jumps over the wall as well, and they do manage to get away. Name is trying to continue this chase, but a good Winter's Bite will stop him.
Just didn't have that relentless pursuit in time to get over the wall fast enough. So everyone ends up collapsing. It's kind of a wash one way or the other. But big plays by EasyHoon and Mata respectively.
And just look at how far this bottom lane has run.
And check out what EasyHoon does here. Pretty much just blows up Xiaohu, and then a cask will come down, and she's forced to flash because it actually pops EasyHoon right on top of him. He's scared of the W. But this is where things turn. So EasyHoon just had phenomenal plays for his team. Mata now arrives with the cavalry. He hits a really nice Tempered Fate on Dandy right here, and then just is causing so much CC and havoc for the team.
Name also able to get a lot of damage down onto Endless before he can get into the fight, flanked him almost. And with that, he was not able to contribute too much. Just a couple of slats was enough to take down the weak AD carry.
Well, everyone got in there somehow. I'm used to seeing 5v5s on opposite sides of the map, but I think the bottom lanes walked their way there this time around.
I think there's that awkward moment where you know that both bottom lanes are running there, and they're just kind of both looking at each other like, we could fight now, or...
Ooh, wait.
It looks like there's a little bit of a truce, and then Name turned on him at the last minute. Pretty
Name
effective.
will do that.
He's that guy.
He is that
He's
guy.
actually busy clearing mid lane right now. Oh, sorry, Azir, excuse me. Busy clearing out. It's weird how you get those confused. Busy clearing out mid lane. EasyHoon, that's the actual EasyHoon there on Lissandra. Able to clear out pretty effectively for himself, though.
The same thing happens to me with Marn and Rumble, or Akon.
Yeah.
Akron.
Akron?
Acorn and Rumble.
Akron?
I
Yeah.
hate casting Acorn versus Rumble.
Because it's just like, oh, it's Akon.
Yeah. Oh, it's Rumble. It's not Rumble, it's Acorn.
He's not even playing Rumble. Unfortunate. Looks like Name shifted to the top lane, though. So he's going to be busy taking out these minions. Vici, though, busy with objectives. Surprise, surprise. Going to be taking out this dragon for themselves. Actually, the first one of the game. A little late this time around, but no Satyr Devourer to stack this time. So Vici happy to take it a little slower. And looks like Nami's expedition in top lane may have to stop soon. Although RNG are going to try and trade this Rift Herald, which reset.
And that's actually massive because it gives Vici that much time to walk over to the objective if they choose to contest it. A ping has gone down, but Long is backing, does have TP. They're not going to get it.
RNG going to be able to pick up this for themselves. You do see Dandy trying to go for a little bit of a steal. And Vici, despite the chaotic teamfights where they lost one member more, they're still 2,000 gold ahead of RNG. Picked up an additional 1,000 gold lead since the last time we checked in. And looking really solid coming into this game. One dragon, a single turret. RNG don't have any of those just yet. They were able to pick up the Rift Herald, so a little bit of global gold for them from that. And they will have a bit of pushing power on one of their members.
Vici looked great in this series so far. Hopefully, we'll continue to see them rise like this. Again, this match is incredibly important. They're just on the cusp out of playoffs, and it was just really unfortunate for them to be in Group B with so many surprising performing members. The fact that OMG is performing better than anyone expected, Invictus Gaming showing up without Cacao. They got stuck in the group with RNG and EDG. So, at this point, it's kind of like they're either going to outrun IG or they're outrunning OMG.
Well, good to see almost weighted training at this point because Vici have certainly gotten better quite quickly. And RNG starting to struggle on the back end of their season to dropping games recently. This one, though, still in their hands if they want it. Ulti out on Tanami from the Nautilus, so as the teleport is going to come in. EasyHoon going to move in to blow him up. But the Tempered Fate's not enough to save him. Nami is going to go down. And RNG now maybe looking to re-engage here, but I'm not sure they really fancy it. Xiao, he's going to get exhausted, but cleanse it off. Long though, straight on top of his face as Dandy goes down to Mata on the other end. Caveman also lowers Xiao, who barely gets himself away. Everyone is living on very low health bars as Mata is going to try and slow down Long. MLX G2 going to dive back in as Looper and EasyHoon having a hilarious battle, but Lissandra going to get out of the way. Looper is going to still move in there as Lung's finally going to go down. And a weird one, but just kind of a trade.
I mean, in the end, RNG do manage to get the better of that trade, but the issue is how many cooldowns, and really important cooldowns, were utilized only on Name. So you had the Lissandra ult in particular being combined with the chain CC to make sure that he couldn't get out of that, and then they looked for the fight after it without having those powerful ultimates.
Mata had a really nice micro play there as he flashed the hook coming in from Nautilus, which I think we will see later, but this is Endless just gone. And they do this again against Dandy, I believe. As soon as he gets isolated,
He gets
RNG pull.
trapped against the wall by Mata.
Yep.
So you are correct. Mata's going to come forward. He's going to nail Dandy right there, and Dandy just completely blows up. And then the fight turns into this really sideways 2v2, 3v2.
Yep. Long is going to try and continue to tunnel on Xiaohu. This is the part that was pretty cool for me. Just a small play coming from Mata as Long tries to flash for this. Mata just jumps straight in front. It's like, no, that is my friend. Don't touch my friend.
Pretty on point there for Mata with the mechanics.
I don't think that Mata would ever say that to my friend. He's like, no,
No.
that's mine.
Yeah. Sounds like Mata. We are going to reset just a bit here. RNG picking up a few kills from themselves to actually get the gold back to even.
But I'm glad that you think that they're all friends and they all hold hands.
I hope so.
I prefer to envision Mata just like sitting on a throne in the Vici game house. Yes, my minions. Dance, puppets. We're going bottom now.
Where is Mata right now? Can't quite see him.
He's in bottom.
Oh, there he is. That's where they're going then. Now they're grouping. See? They do follow him.
And before that team fight broke out, you guys were talking a little bit about what this means for the teams. For Vici, if they pick up this game, they are effectively fourth. And they put playoffs in their hands. So it's a really important game for them. Because then they will tie up with IG.
It's just massive alone simply because this is the #1 team. I mean, yes, you still have to compete with Edward Gaming, but effectively, if they beat the #1 team, then every single match should be easier, theoretically, from this one, which just makes their path to playoff that much more significant.
Well, it's only getting more exciting as we go through the weeks of the LPL this split. But right now, Vici, despite the gold actually being even or very slightly ahead for RNG, momentum does seem to be in their favor still. They've got the double TPs. They've got strength in their carries right now. RNG still waiting for Xiaohu in particular to do a little bit more farming up and scaling up. So imagine RNG are just happy to sit on their hands for a little while and find the right fights. Again, a bit weird for me to see them play a bit more conservatively, but I'm going to try something different here. Vici, though, it looks like mages are up in about 55 seconds for Dragon, and Baron is back alive, so I feel like the Vici game plan is pretty straightforward, as per usual.
It kind of makes sense, though, that RNG would look a bit more controlled against Vici, simply because Vici are a team that don't necessarily open themselves up to a lot of chaos. They're a very controlled team. They like to play around their vision, play it slow, play around these objectives, whereas other Chinese teams just love to run at you, and RNG are like, this is fine by me.
I'm going to have to see if any of these teams decide to run at each other as, like you mentioned, Pastry, it's relatively even between these two teams. After RNG pulled back a single fight for themselves, they closed that 2,000 gold lead that Vici held earlier. Look at this, Emil actually deep inside of Vici's jungle. They don't know that he's there just
He's about
yet.
to pop Endless.
But he's about to jump straight on top of Endless. We'll flash in as well. Endless is gone.
Yep.
Just like that.
And here they go.
Hello, Caveman. You are not invited into my jungle either.
Well, technically that's their jungler, but yep. You're
Not according to Emma.
Not according to RNG. That does open up space for Name to take this bottom 2 tower. He's going to pop the culling simply to clear out that incoming wave, so they will get an objective off of that.
And there it is. Turret taken actually top side, I think.
That is
Lum's doing a little bit of work, but Name does answer.
That was like a 5-second proc on the Lissandra E. That is a very filthy window that allows you to proc that.
Well, RNG not done with the pushing though. Looks like Name with his Essence Reaver, with a bit of help from MLXG, should be able to do a bit more work. Tower is looking to fall, but Caveman's going to move in and put the door up. And that will block that push from happening. RNG, though, do trade turrets, with Lung able to get one in the top half for himself, but do a lot of damage.
Oh.
Teleport coming in. Xiaohu's in a little bit of danger. And it's going to be Nautilus popping the tide to try and lock him down, but a return teleport coming as well as Xiaohu is actually going to get locked down by Mata's ultimate, protecting the Azir a little bit longer.
This is mine.
Just throws ultis on stuff and claims them.
This is
No wonder he
mine.
loves
It's like,
playing
no,
God.
you are not allowed to die.
Pretty sure he was totally fine, but it's cool.
Well, Dragon does go over to them, so RNG get their first Dragon of the game. Almost 23 minutes into this one, and the gold lead's starting to tick up now for RNG. Still only 1,000 gold, but a lead nonetheless. It looks like Vici might try something on the other side now, maybe trying to push that top tier 2. It looks like Endless has to go answer that push on the bottom side that RNG started before.
I was going to say they need to be careful because their AD carries on the bottom side of the map. This should give a window of opportunity for RNG to move into the Baron pit should they choose to. Not to take Baron, but to clear out the vision and start laying down their control over the area, which Mata's hanging around. There he goes. Now he's sweeping in.
MLXG actually going to take these creeps, so he's happy mid-landing for a little while longer.
The immediate assist pings for the triangle vision. Mata's like, we need to go here. Come, puppets.
Oh, the puppets are going to follow. Mata tries to move in towards the enemy's jungle. Clears out a couple of wards for himself.
What is Kermit the Frog called? Like, what are they?
Kermit the Frog.
Muppet.
Muppet. It's
Yeah.
Mata and the Muppets.
All right, we'll run it for now. EDG looking for a plate. Doesn't go in. No, he does.
Hello.
Big delay there on that one, but just scares him off, I think. Didn't get a flash shot. I think that's what he wanted. But gets up pretty easily. Nice and safely. As you can see, Xiaohu, now with that Rylai, is actually very threatening on the Azir. In fact, in general, RNG have hit 2 item power spikes, so maybe fancy a fight a little bit more. Probably not with Name not joining him, so just wave clear for now. But Lupin now working that bottom side. No TP, though. RNG going to have to be pretty careful.
Yeah, especially because Nautilus is grouped up, also missing his TP, although now he's walking towards the top side of the map. Ping's going down. Naturally, the 2 most important ultimates that you're looking here for are going to be the Cask and the Tempered Fate.
So we see Mata use that Temper Fate to keep people alive and out of danger. As another turret is going to fall in RNG's favor. Not only have they closed that gold lead, they've started one for themselves. They're now 2,000 gold ahead of Vici.
And it's about to explode because this bottom tier tower is basically 2 shots from dead, which is going to be another sizable global chunk.
Lung is trying to split push up in the top lane in the meantime. Does have the Zarot portal pushing with him, trying to take down that turret as fast as possible. Nobody's been sent back up yet. Does look like Lupa wants to recall to try and deal with this push coming in, as the portal is slowly chipping away at that turret. But look at this, RNG trying to collapse.
Moby Boots Mata. Always that we need him to be as long. Actually might get himself stunned here. He's get himself stunned into the wall. Now MLXG going to follow in with his CC. Xiaohu going to come in as well, but the teleport's going to answer in for Vici. RNG they say, that's fine, we'll take your cooldown and go through the smallest magical journey of all time.
No, and that's the big thing, though, is getting the TP off of EasyHoon. He does manage to push down the Sun Tower, but that mid-tier tower is still up and relatively healthy, about half health. Vici need to start making cohesive moves and look for their 5v5, but unfortunately RNG have never given them the opportunity this game.
And that teleport down means that EasyHoon can't make a cross-map play anymore. We'll have to see what he decides to do instead, as it's been relatively quiet for the past 6 minutes or so. Not many objectives on the map for either team to contest with ease. Baron is up and available, but I don't think we'll see either team run for that just yet. Martin just clears the wood, takes a magical journey out of there. See you, Les.
I got your pink, it's mine.
Good old Bud. One of the few champions maybe must feel safe solo warding on. But does manage to keep vision around that Baron area.
Let's be real, this guy solo wards on
Yeah,
Trundle,
true.
on Braum. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. For Dandy. Easy and also into a bit of threat. MXG
Alley-oop.
flashes. He wants the alley-oop. He's going to get it, but Mata not going to face a few too many people. Ults himself. But Name eats the Braum ulti there as Caveman's locked up, but Endless just takes out the Bard. Xiaohu off to the side, getting good poke down, but Name going to get tagged in by the Winter's Bite. Xiaohu needs to make a big play here. Puts up the ulti though, will Xiaohu, just to make sure they can't come through. But Vici already got the kill they wanted. They're going to run towards Baron. Culling though used onto Caveman. That's going to be a kill, as now Lupus going to flash in and try and lock somebody down. Xiaohu takes out Endless on the other side as MLXG is going to die to Dandy. Very bloody fight. But RNG, I think, come out slightly ahead.
Yeah, Xiaohu manages to dig that fight back for his team, but it could have been worth more. Unfortunately, Xiaohu just didn't quite get his Sand Soldiers in the correct area fast enough. Did a good job kind of rerouting himself around a very large area in that fight.
Big fight coming out from RNG. And Vici, they almost able to pick that one up for themselves. We saw Endless flashing in aggressively, not quite able to take down Name. And right there was a big turnaround for the fight. Dandy now, he's going to get jumped on. Lupa pops his teleport and uses the home guards to try and jump on towards the jungle. And another teleport being cancelled by EasyHood to try and protect Dandy.
But this is the thing about Azir. So first and foremost, Xiaohu is a phenomenal Azir player. It was one of the only champions that he entered the LPL being able to play, Xerath and Azir. He's a big Shurima guy. Secondly, Azir needs setup time. He's not going to be like Victor. He's not going to be a big burst damage mage. He needs to have his Sand Soldiers up, prepped, ready. And in these really scrappy, very mobile fights, he just doesn't have the time and the preparation necessary to get the maximum damage output.
Well, Vici do well there.
Like, that TP play when Looper caught him, if he was pretty much any other mage, instantly kills that person.
Yep.
But because he's Azir, that person gets to walk away and live.
Well, that's going to mean Dandy living. His Looper with a pretty ambitious teleport. Doesn't quite lock down what he wanted there. Dragon though up in 5 seconds. but neither team has too many dragons at this point, so might not be worth the big fight over it. Although it seems like RNG want to fight. Good ulti there onto Dandy. Gonna knock him back in as well. But RNG need to be a bit careful. Ulti out there from Brom is going to miss, but Xiao is going to try and block them all off. Caveman, they're going to get re-engaged upon as Marta does get the slowdown. Looper's going to lock him up, and Caveman, he's going to look to fall down. Name's able to snipe him off just towards the end, but Looper taking up a lot of damage as Easy, who looks to make a huge play in the front lines. Ultis himself, but they're going to go back in onto him, and that's going to be a double there in for the Lucian. Xiao now going to slow down Long, and Dandy and Endless on the run there as well. Xiao going to get the next kill. That's 3 there for RNG. Very clean team fight.
And this is the difference about where Azir is successful versus where he's not. In the lane phase, again, not super successful, but around these objectives where you get the setup time, where he's able to be there, get the Sand Soldiers, play around in a choke point, you suddenly see RNG thriving.
And RNG team fought that fantastically. Knew exactly when to try and disengage. They ran away from the Lissandra core, prepared for that, and then fought again. Once the claw came out once again, backed off, made sure they were ready to deal with her once she jumped in and took it down to the ultimate finish. But look at this, RNG trying to take down Baron. Endless is going to go a little bit too aggressive. He gets taken down. Lupus going to continue chasing on the Denny. They take him down as well. RNG, they're going to pick up Dragon, although Dandy picks up 2 kills.
Mata?
Get him. Here comes the teleport.
So many people died to Baron on the end of that, and RNG actually in trouble still. EasyHoon, he's going to come in and lock down Mata. EasyHoon, he's going to take him out, but he doesn't go over the wall and try and chase for a few kills. RNG do get Baron, but it costs them 3 people.
So the important thing to note is who got Baron out of that. It's going to be the top laner Maokai as well as their mid laner Azir. But here's the replay of that fight, and Endless just effectively walks straight into a Maokai twisted advance and dies.
I think that was a really good idea from Endless. I mean, he had to try and pressure this Baron in some way.
I mean, effectively what he does is he buys enough time that Baron is able to pretty much kill everyone. The cutest part is Mata's magical journey to nowhere.
Still fighting though, although Xiao with a catch wasn't able to quite get anyone down. Both Name and Mata will come back off respawns now. And they will look to the Dragon that did spawn that kind of caused all the fuss over that Baron fight. Looper and Xiao, though, should be able to take it down pretty easily. In fact, MLX3 not even needed for this fight, but it'll come in anyway, just for moral support. OMG now looking to back away, put a few wards down, spend some of that gold. And once again, we sort of go back to what is still a relatively even game. RNG do have a gold lead, about 4,000 gold up at this stage, but still need to keep finding good fights for themselves. Vici going to be happy to stall this game out.
No, you're absolutely correct. From here, it's now kind of a question of slowing down and making sure that RNG can't utilize the Baron on Maokai and Azir. And from there, Vici needs to pull the trigger on a true 5v5. Endless cannot be caught out of position again. I think that's probably the 4th time that he's just walked into certain death. I mean, we've seen him picked off multiple times.
And EasyHoon, he's on this Lissandra. He looks great in these team fights, but
if you don't have any follow-up sustain damage because your Sivir dies before the team fight starts.
Exactly that. And RNG, all they've been doing really in these team fights is just playing around exactly that. Play around easier. And a Sand Soldier just goes on a journey of his own. Can't even attack the Zerat portal. A bit sad.
Now this Azir is starting to come online, though.
Yeah, 3 items done already for Xiao with the blasting one in the back pocket. RNG still with the buff on a few of their members. Fancy themselves a siege. Dragon 2 is going to help out here as well. This turret looks real dead. RNG going to take it easily. MXG actually looks for something there, but
I like this call from Vici. There's no reason to die for that. If you die there, you either lose the game or you at least lose an inhibitor. Back away, let it fall, live to fight another day.
And this is going to take a little bit of poke damage coming in from that Azir, though. RNG with their Baron buff still looking to try and aggressively push for this turret. Vici successfully managed to clear out the minions, but the next wave is on its way as well. It's only so long that Vici can endure all this poke that is coming out. They're looking for it. The claw does come down. This turret's getting taken down incredibly low. Lupus actually tanking the turret. A nice Semper Fade will lock up the backline for Vici. That gives it enough time to take down the turret. Now let's see who's going to take this fight. Vici trying to take the fight to RNG. Name gets taken down by Easy in the backlines. Gets a great ultimate off. As Xiaohu, he's trying to split the team. Dandy will go down. Caveman is the next target for Xiaohu. He is going to be able to take them down. And Easyhu, he is the remaining carry alive for his team. Long got out of that team fight. He's going to try and teleport back in. He's moving as fast as he can, but that's all he can really do. So he just does a quick 360 U-turn and gets the heck out of there. What a team fight for RNG.
He's trying to get back in position to defend his open inhibitor. MLXG and Xiaohu are both very low health. Nautilus will do decent amounts of damage with his Iceborne Gauntlet.
But there's a Maokai teleport coming straight back in towards this fight. They're jumping on top of Lung. Lung's taking a lot of damage here. He's trying to get out of the barrier. He can't quite do it. The ultimate is not enough, and that's a delayed ace coming out of RNG.
Massive team fight from RNG. Again, if they have a small little area where they're fighting over, like sieging underneath the tower, Xiaohu was pretty much left in the back line to get his sand soldiers up and to put out massive amounts of sustained damage. Like you said, that Tempered Fate from Mata to lock up EasyHoon to delay the counter engage was massive. Endless is effectively zoned off this entire fight. Caveman does a great job, steps forward, gets the exhaust on his ear, but as soon as that exhaust is done, Xiaohu pulls the trigger, gets into that backline, massive damage across RNG. Or excuse me, VG.
Both mid laners pretty much put their face in the back lines, but it is RNG. They managed to come out ahead in that particular exchange. Inhibitor in mid does get taken as well. So RNG, awful lot of momentum now in this game, starting to really build the lead up, but most importantly, starting to push Vici back into their base and get full control of this map. Feel like the late game is really starting to come up now.
Once again, it really feels like if Endless was able to stay alive a little bit longer, that fight would have gone a completely different direction.
Endless is so powerful on this Sivir right now. Again, the biggest thing about Sivir is that her range almost doesn't matter. Like, Sivir is a relatively medium range AD carry, but because of how her bouncing blades are working, she can hit the front line and crit the back line. But he doesn't put out enough auto attacks to utilize that power.
Yep. And EasyHoon, that was a great dive into the backlines from him. And same goes for Xiaohu as well. But it's just right now, Endless matters so much more for Vici because once you take him down, you lose a lot of your sustained damage, especially when you have the front line of Dandy, who would be focused down as soon as possible, and Lung. You need that backline damage from your AD carry. But RNG have done a really good job of shutting him down every single team fight. And they're not letting up. They're trying to go for another push once again. EasyHoon's actually split off.
It's got TP, so I might be looking for a flank. RNG don't really fancy overstaying their welcome. They will split EasyHoon now, but I guess they're happy to spend the money that they've gotten after that last little push. Baron has dropped off actually a minute or two ago, and will be back up in 50 seconds. Dragon also available relatively soon as well, so looks like RNG going to go back and make sure they prepare for the next big objectives. They started winning team fights around those objective pits when they're able to set up themselves well. We'll see if Vici maybe play a little bit more carefully around the objectives this time around. And as we've said, if they can find a 5v5, that always seems to be Vici's big blocker. We have the ability, we have the items, we have the team composition, but execution starting to get better, but still needs refining from Vici.
No, completely agree right there, but like you said, they have every available resource and tool to succeed, especially on this this composition. TP coming in from EasyHoon.
They're looking to try and engage on a desperate fight. It almost seems EasyHoon does have the home guards, and just once again, U-turn coming out from Vici.
They try to pull the trigger, but again, execution just not quite there. Good disengage from RNG. Now looking for the counter engage. Watch the Tempered Fate.
Oh, good hook though onto MLXG, but Long, actually pretty tanky. He's going to be safe in the front lines for now. RNG do not go all in on the counter engage. Instead, they'll fall back and continue clearing vision out of this Baron side of the map. Xiaohu actually, very important little sun tower to put up around this particular Baron dance. Blue buff going to go over as well. Does get taken off by MLXG. And now RNG, complete control around the Baron area. Lung this time is going to try and make something happen.
And another
Oh,
U-turn.
MLXG gets Dandy, but doesn't quite bop him back. Actually, EasyHoon doesn't quite make the big play with the claws. MLXG could be safe. Now Lupa going to go in for a Tempered Fate's going to lock them up again in the back lines. And Nami now sneaking around the side, going to try and get some work done. And Xiaohu ultis them out of the way. Lupa still tanking in those front lines, but Dandy flashes over the wall to try and take them out. Sivir is actually going to get a kill onto the Azir. I think Endless might have done enough work here. EasyHoon slaps him off in the back though, but RNG is still trying to fight. Vici though are actually maybe able to find themselves a 5v5, but Lupa is going to get takedown EasyHoon, and now it's just tanks left to try and do some work here. This could take a while, but I think RNG are going to win the team fight. Lung's going to try and what he can to fight. But MLXG and Lupa, eventually, they'll get their fourth kill.
There is no more that EasyHoon and Dandy could have done right that team fight. EasyHoon was an absolute monster getting onto the back line, locking up both Name and Xiaohu. But it's not enough.
And you know what? I was about to commend Endless. He stayed alive for so long in that fight. But as soon as Dandy and EasyHoon did all the hard lifting, he just ran straight into the front line once again. They took him down. There goes all your sustained damage. And just like that, RNG, they're able to come back after a 2,000 gold deficit, pull back the game, and it's now 1-1 in this best of 3 series.
Their scrappy team fighting ability to collapse, hold RNG together, and we're going to game 3.
The Bash brothers right at the end there finished the team fight, finished the ace, and eventually the Nexus in a more comical ending to an RNG game, but a win nonetheless for the team, who'll be very happy to pick up a win there after honestly a very sound victory for Vici in the first game. Fitting that our closest series of the night would go all the way to game number 3 after 2 sweeps. And I feel like we've just seen almost 2 completely different games. Vici completely in control from the jungle from the early stages of the game. But that game just felt like RNG being a lot more patient, and they were rewarded for it.
It also kind of really highlights the primary difference between these two teams. It's the amount of performing players that fire at the same time. So Endless had a phenomenal game 1 for Endless standards. Game 2 maybe dropped off a little bit. But the thing is RNG are consistently, everyone's doing the job. Xiaohu showed up, MLXG showed up, Matza was making massive plays. Like everyone had their highlight and their moment, and they're just a little bit more put together as a team.
That exact highlight there summed up the difference between game 1 and 2 for me, and it's something Frosco brought up in game 1 as well. The scary thing for Vici is that RNG are really good at these team fights, and they showed that at that Dragon team fight right there, how they're able to get great prioritization, take down the consistent damage dealers. Even this fight was great coming out them, although EasyHoon tries to sweep through the backlines. RNG don't lose focus on what they need to do to win.
EasyHoon did so
Yeah.
much work on Lissandra.
Here's just another fight as well where EasyHoon had to feel like he tried everything he could here. Does not take that claw.
Just, it's over near the Wolf Pit where EasyHoon will zone out Azir and Name and just pretty much blow them up, and Dandy will flash over the wall. So he's going to connect on this claw. He gets backwards, locks up Xiaohu, flashes back over. Dandy's now going to flash. Goodbye.
And then immediately Endless makes that misplay right there. Runs straight into the front line. He was so comfy in the back lines there, allowing his Lung to soak up damage. He's like, nah, I need to be right here, right now. And tanks just punch him in the face. And although you're an AD carry, you deal a lot of damage, you heal up, you can't really take that many punches to the face.
And you can see why it was 100% win rate before, but finally picks up a loss as RNG over down EasyHoon's Lissandra, his first loss of the split.
It's really sad. No. Yeah.
Well, unlucky stuff there for EasyHoon, perhaps a well-played game, but not quite enough for the team as RNG are able to take the first game with Name off the bench and into AD carry. We'll have to see what's going to happen for game 3. Don't go too far. It's coming right up. And we're back for our final game of the evening, but let's take it with the MVP from game number 2. First, it was Looper on the Maokai actually picking it up there. Perhaps for his duo effort assaulting the Nexus right towards the end of the game.
I would actually say Mata.
Well, we're going to watch these instead, because Looper was the one that won it. Once again, MVP committee perhaps confusing Froscurrent a bit, but certainly had a good scoreline. Maokai kind of did the job he needed it to do. It felt like Vichi's team fights were getting the better of RNG in game number 1. So they're like, all right, Looper, get on the easy champion. Just keep hitting the W and nullify all the carries, which kind of worked.
He did kind of feel like the unsung hero, so to speak, for RNG. They didn't really stand out like Mata did. Didn't really stand out like Xiao Hu did in that game, but he was always there doing the right things at the right time, in my opinion.
I thought the unsung hero of Royal was Endless that game.
Yeah, I would actually really agree with that.
As an Endless fan, Fish, how did Endless's performance go
It was
for you?
very disappointing to watch Endless get punched in the face by a tank
But this
because he walked right next to them.
This
It was
is-
just like, oh, hello, punch. Like, why? Don't position yourself like that.
But this is the thing about Endless, and again, it's just really unfortunate that he's in such a stacked league, that Endless will not be a playmaker, but if you set things up for him, he'll typically finish it. But if it comes to those like individual decisive moments, like the game is in my hands, we either win or we lose based on my choices, chances are you don't want him to have that responsibility.
See, that game was... I used to believe that in Endless. I used to think that that's what he's like. If you set it up for him, he's really going to nail the coffin in and make sure he sends everyone packing to home. But that game just wasn't it, because they set it up for him. It was Easy Hoon and Dandy going to the backlines, killing Xiao Hu and killing everyone else, killing Name, and then Endless was just like, well, I'm going to run straight into the enemy team. I'm going to get punched a couple of times and die. That is... You were set up for success and just yeah.
Well, no success this time, and Name will stay in for game number 3. So Royal will be on the blue side. Vici over on the red for our final game of the night. Rise, Lulu, and Callista banned once again by RNG, as Vici going to go ahead and ban LeBlanc and Italy with one more to go. We'll see if they want to target someone else specifically. But once again, bans feel pretty similar to game 2. Not super targeted this time around. Just taking select picks here and there.
I'm just curious what the priority pick is going to be. I assume that it'll be a jungler, but we'll see.
Yeah, Brom actually banned away by Vici, so not available to them there, as they do like to pick that one up pretty early as well. But Royal
That's what I assumed.
Yeah, are going to look at the Kindred. Have to think this is the obvious lock-in, and it is. Denied away from Dandy.
That also means that Vici could potentially pick up Lissandra during their first rotation. And it is a champion that he really likes to play, and we've seen him play a lot. Had a good game in it last game, but just wasn't able to pull out the victory for his team.
I would almost like to see a Poppy Lissandra pick up here, or if they wanted to hold their hand, they could pick up either Elise or Gragas. Possibly Dandy might look at the Graves, like you said. He likes to play that champion. But I think Lissandra Poppy is probably the way to go.
Well, there's Lissandra, so we'll see if Vici decide on
Brad?
the rest of it.
We're fighting over Brad?
Yes.
Kind of. I mean, Mata effectively counterpicked it away from the last game. I
No,
think
don't
he
get
said
me
win
wrong.
rate.
Both Caveman and Mata have been phenomenal Bard performers this series so far, but that's hilarious.
It is. And there you are, Brad Lissandra. As that's the priority there for Vici. I feel like Bard's stepping up in the world as a support.
How far have we come where they're like, Poppy? Nah. Bard.
Well, there's still Poppy opportunities here as well for Lupa.
But it's also just the priority of saying we need the dominant 2v2. I would love to see Bard get picked, and then the team who doesn't get their hands on Bard to say, okay, we don't want to deal with his meeps in lane. Let's look for the lane swap.
We have to see if RNG are going to try and do just that, because they are the ones on the receiving end of the Brad. So we'll have to see if they decide to go for their lane swap up to the top lane. And we're going to have to see what their next two pickups are. We have Lissandra and Bard on the side of Vici. So Lissandra, most likely, 99% sure it's going to be going on over to Easy Hoon, but it can still be used as a flex pick. And RNG look like they want to pick up Alistar, the previous king of support in the LPL. And
Mata
Lucian.
literally says, and this is a quote from him, "Give me Alistar, I will carry the game."
Well, he has Alistar. Lucian there for Name. We'll see if he can live up to that promise and carry this particular game. But the sentiment is there. He's a very strong Alistar player. Curious to see what Endless wants to do. Did have the Sivir last game. Felt like it was a little lacking. I like his Lucian maybe a bit more. So actually, I think it's clever that RNG took it away in games 2 and now 3. So hovering over Ezreal right now would be a far cry from the Sivir they had before, but maybe just need something a little bit safer.
Still relatively dominant during your lane phase. Most people look at Ezreal and they say, oh, that guy's really weak in lane. But it's typically only after the first buy, because he's going to itemize into tier versus straight battle stats that his enemy will pick up. But before that first back, Ezreal's great in lane.
Well, there's Graves picked up for Dandy as expected. Imagine I'll look in the Ezreal as well.
16th game on Graves for Dandy coming into the LPL here, and it will be endless on that Ezreal. So it does look like they're going to be saving their last pick for potentially the top lane, and very unlikely if they decide to flex Lissandra up there the mid lane.
Well, looks like Nami's having some fun because he's already got his champion. That should be the Lucian here, unless Shahu wants to go back to something he did last year, which was quite fun, and play that mid Lucian. Can't imagine too much of Royal's comp here changes though. They've already seen a lot of what Vici have to offer, and they've got a strong core with Kindred, Alistar, and Lucian. I imagine Looper will take a tank. Nautilus is open, so he might take it. Well, Poppy is open as well. So it really depends on what he thinks the team needs. But he's going to lock in the Nautilus. I think Shahu's going to go back to Azir. Feels like Royal are sticking to what they know here.
It's really unfortunate that we didn't get a chance to see EasyHoon's Azir. Like, I love EasyHoon's Lissandra. He proved last game why that is such a potent pick against him. But like Xiaohu and EasyHoon are probably the best Azir players in the league. I mean, Xiaohu entered on this champion, continues to play it well.
Will Vici have a chance to pick up their final pick here? They're hovering over Poppy, and it should be a top lane tank coming out for the side of Vici that Poppy and Nautilus to choose from in this game. And wouldn't be surprised if they do go for the Poppy pickup. On the side of RNG, I really like that they have Azir and Kindred. I love that synergy between the jungler and the mid laner.
What do you like about it?
I like the fact that the ultimate coming in from Azir can potentially displace people away from Kindred's ultimate. It's very rarely done, but I really like that.
So you name it. Name the combo.
I don't have a good name for it yet.
It's like a poop and scoop.
Oh, goodness.
It's not like that.
Well, they'll just completely ruin the potential name of the combo. The poop and scoop combo coming out from RNG against Vici as Poppy is locked in.
You two are banned from naming stuff.
That wasn't
There
me.
is
I disapprove of this name
there
as
is
well.
the Poppy in there following in top lane. We'll
Just that it reminds me of just like this like bar coming down and just sweeps you off of it.
I'm there with you, but not all the way. So I'm sorry, I can't endorse that name.
I have to
think
babysit
a
cats
more-
this week and it's just stuck in my
I
brain.
think a more accurate description of me would be, I don't know what it's called, the things that sweep away the pins from 10-pin bowling.
Yeah.
One of those things. Whatever
I
that's
like
called.
that.
I don't know what that's
Someone
called.
tell me what that is. I don't know what it is.
Tweet at Fish.
No, Twitter Rusty, lol. He's
No,
not
don't
used.
tweet at Rusty,
Don't
lol.
tweet at Rusty.
Well, see the lineups here for our final game. Nautilus, Kindred, Azir, Lucian, and Alistar. We'll have to go through the rest of them next time, though, because the coaches, they're going to shake hands. It's time for our final game.
As we are unloading onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3 between RNG and Vici. Currently tied up 1-1 between these two teams, and this will be the decisive game. If Vici can pick up a win here, they would be effectively 4th in Group B, and playoff contention will be back in their hands and no longer leaving it to Destiny.
You like that word, don't you?
Destiny's a good word.
Yeah. Looks like we've got standard lanes. We were suspicious if maybe RNG would pull the trigger on a lane swap, simply to dodge out of the Bard power, especially because Mata is a melee support. But then I remember that it's Name and Mata, and they want the 2v2.
Always. Have to duel people, man. This Caveman does get some good slaps down onto the Alistar. Damage is good early on, but you can see they're a little bit hesitant
Go top,
to go
boys.
towards the Krugs. Oh, maybe it's the full swap, but Endless.
They're mirroring them.
Ooh.
So potentially see standard lanes, but in the wrong lane, so to speak. As both the AD carries and
Inverted
support-
lanes, if you
inverted
will.
lanes. As both the AD carries and supports are moving towards the top side of the jungle. Could potentially meet in the river. That would be absolutely hilarious. And they might.
Oh, wow. They're actually going to see them here. And what a weird lane. So I think they're going to go back, but they just got spotted. No pings though for Vici. I think they didn't get it. And I believe RNG are going to try and swap away. No, they're not. They're going to actually move in and see that the little Sentinel's gone away. So a slight XP lead there for Vici. But we are going to have a 2v2 lane.
Yeah, it looked like some miscommunication before they just said, you know, the minion's already in the lane. We just need to commit to the 2v2. But again, that's the power of Bard right now. People vastly underestimate how strong he is, especially in this lane phase, how much damage he'll do. That Name and Mata were trying to dodge this guy.
We can already see that from the first trade coming out from Bard and
Just
Ezreal there.
punches them in the head.
Pretty much. Mata gets stunned up against a creep as well, takes another meat slap to the face. Endless now weaving in auto attacks just like that. Both Name and Mata are
There
below
is
half their health.
Absolutely nothing Alistar can do in this lane. Naturally, Alistar's combo isn't going to come in until level 2, but typically Mata will take E level 2 and won't take W until level 3. Mata actually maxes E on his Alistar because he's making the most out of the Wind Speaker's Blessing, since Ali has one of the only AoE hills and he makes the most out of that mastery. But they're pretty much, to say it lightly, screwed.
Well, certainly not looking good early on. As Mart's going to get stunned up again. Damage is in. They might even commit for an all-in, but Caveman does not pop down the Ignite. Name doesn't use the heal either, but Master's going to chug his potions. Things, though, looking real grim early on in this lane. We'll see if there's any jungle attention paid, because Marta, he knows he just has to play back now. He finally has the heal.
That is so much damage.
Bard
All the
boys.
potions are being popped on the side of Lucian and Alistar.
And this is something fairly unique to kind of LPL Ezreals in general, is that they play Ezreal very aggressive in this region.
Basically an assassin.
Basically an assassin. People think that Ezreal, you know, he's just very weak and he's frail in lane, that you play him really passive, that you just kind of sit back and, you know, throw Qs. No. Chinese Ezreals, they get in your face.
Certainly do. And it's all Bard work here for Caveman. As Endless continues to cause problems. Bottom side, though, Ganking from MLXG onto Long. As Loop is going to lock him up. Damage is good as they are going to dive in under the turret. Looks like an easy first blood, and it is. MLXG picks it up in style.
Really nice job from Long, though, to make sure that he got the tower aggro to set that up appropriately. So, yes, it is MLXG that walks away with the kill, but props to that Nautilus.
Big play coming out from RNG in the bottom lane. Dandy now, he's moving in towards RNG's jungle. Was spotted out by a dying ward. It is moving on towards the top lane here. There is a ward inside of that tri-brush, so RNG will be able to spot him out as soon as he gets close enough. A teleport's going to be used in towards the bottom lane. So Nautilus will be heading back into that lane. So we take a look at the mid lane. Xiaohu being really aggressive against Izhu and getting a lot of damage down, potentially forcing him out of the lane.
Hold on, bottom lane.
There could be problems here again as MLXG's once again back
Oh,
here for
no.
Lung. Lung just going to get red buffed up to death. Nowhere to run as MLXG gets his second kill in about as many minutes.
Not like this.
So effectively, RNG are just stacking their top lane and trying to snowball their jungler ahead. We'll see if Dandy has any counterplay here. Minions are starting to be stacked. No teleports are available, so no one will come to help RNG should this dive be executed.
He is on top of a ward, so RNG know that this is going to take place. Mata just gets stunned up against a turret. Exhaust immediately comes down.
Oh.
He tries to go for the combo into Caveman, but it will not connect. And not only do they pick up a kill, but they have to sack all the minions that are pushing towards the turret.
That was really well played by Caveman. Slight mechanical misstep from Mata to line up with the tower to allow the stun, but what he was trying to do was immediately flash on Caveman, knock him up into tower aggro. If he had connected with that, he would have surely traded 1-for-1 with the Bard, but beautiful counter flash coming out of this Bard.
This entire series, we've seen a lot of big teleport plays early and in the mid game coming in from Vici. Now that both the teleports have been burnt from Poppy and Lissandra, it seems like they can't do just that.
Speaking of teleports, it does need to be noted that Xiaohu, since he's facing across from Lissandra, has opted into the cleanse as opposed to the TP. Naturally, a big reason why Azir fell out of the meta in the first place is he actually doesn't do well into a double teleport meta. Again, Azir needs setup and prep time. So if you have a champion like Lissandra or Ryze, when the teleport double TP meta came into power, they just TP down, they drop their ultimates, they're ready to go. Azir TP's down, he's like, hold on guys, gotta set up my sand soldiers, gotta be in position. But not having that double TP, that's a massive window that Vici could really make plays around the map.
Well, right now it's just going to be some more standard laning as Ezreal returns to top lane with a Sheen, actually, and a Sapphire Crystal. So not even going for tier just yet, continuing the aggressive path of this item build. Nami just has a Cull, just a Ruby Crystal there for Mata. Lane getting problematic early on. He's already, what, 30 CS behind almost?
30 CS down.
I mean, really the question now becomes, does MLXG even expend any resources up here to try to even the lane? Because the fear is that if MLXG and Dandy gank at the same time, Vici have the upper hand because their bot lane is winning.
They're being so aggressive. Endless. I mean, we've seen Laner stand in front of the melee minions, but Endless is just right behind his own range minions.
Yep.
And it's long now. He's taking a little bit of harass coming in from Looper. He was ganked twice down in this bottom lane. The first one being a turret dive coming in from MLXG. And as such, Looper has been rather aggressive. And so we are going to see him, MLXG, move up and towards the top lane. Just casually walks into the lane. Arcane Shift gets Endless right out of danger.
This is so risky, though. Unless he 100% knows where Dandy is, which that's why he went top lane, is because they see that EZHoon has been pulled to the side for the blue buff. But the fact of the matter is Mata still doesn't have flash, so you're missing so much kill pressure there. Is he going to grab him?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Oh, he wanted to.
He knew.
Yeah, not quite there on the execution, unfortunately, as Looper was just short there on that dredge line. Now going to get chased out by Dandy, actually, as MLXG goes back to top once again, but on top of a ward this time, Vici, I don't think they're going to bite this one.
And again, the point still stands. MLXG cannot successfully gank this unless he 100% knows where Dandy is, which is fighting Looper over red.
And they're going to try and fight and duke this one out. Dandy's getting taken out incredibly low, smites the red buff to get a little bit of health back, and it actually might just be enough. He dashes forward, and it's going to be red buff with the alley-oop assist. The final slap will be enough. What a play.
Wow, you're welcome for the carry for the world's title, Looper. That's what Danny just said to him oh, wow.
Well,
Styled.
Very nice 1v1 there. Dandy using every trick and summoner in the book to make sure he actually won that very unique situation in the jungle. But Dandy, always the surprisingly mechanically skilled jungler. I feel like he was underappreciated for just how creative he can be. But we saw him as the top laner last year in the LPL. We obviously saw his campaign in 2014 during Worlds. That was wonderful. And Xiao, he gets the blue buff. He's going to clear out the minions where he can, but Danny can only walk away and smile.
Every
And steal the
jungler
red buff.
dreams about that scenario where, I'll smite the red buff so I get the health back. But not only did... And then Looper dies to red. Like,
Perfect.
that only happens once in a lifetime.
Well, it just happened then, so if you guys are watching, if not, go ahead and rewind and watch it again, because it was a beautiful play. As it stands, though, blue buff battle in the mid lane. Looks to be going to Xiaohu right now. As EZHoon builds in towards his Abyssal. Does have the Null Magic Mantle already. But Stinger should be up soon for Xiaohu, going for Nash's first. So plenty of power early on from the Azir. As we check back in with the AD carries, Ezreal actually still winning pretty significantly, but hasn't gone back to get that tier yet. So just a sheen for the poke. Caulfield's actually going to present a reasonable fight there on the top side, but Name and Mata still very far behind.
Yeah, just really trying to hang on. Again, that discrepancy, 55 to 88. This lane well and truly in Endless's hands.
Oh. That is not fun.
Yeah, but they're not able to, more importantly, Caveman's not able to freeze the wave in front of the tower. So good reset there from Name will buy him a back. See if he can get some extra power into this lane as the Iceborne Gauntlet is up and online.
Meanwhile, MLXG is working on taking down this dragon. Does have his Devourer, I believe, completed, so he will be able to get 5 stacks off of this dragon pickup. He's now at 6 stacks in total. So 10 minutes into the game, stacking up already. Should be able to progress nicely.
Looking good so far. This Endless actually skipped his tier, like you mentioned, to go straight for Iceborne. So a very aggressive Ezreal build. We'll see just how long it takes him to actually get the tier. I assume he's still building it, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. What it does mean, though, is that despite the fact that he has some decent items, he's so far behind this Ezreal. And the Bard, we've already seen how damaging he can be. This tower is probably going to fall naturally in the 2v2, despite the presence that MLXG tried to show. Dandy's even on this side just to make sure, because if anything silly happens, RNG going to get blown up. And I think they're going to spot Dandy now. They know it's not safe to defend.
Yeah, likewise, EZHoon is also posturing closer to his team, but I think you're right. Everyone's just going to back off. They've gotten great chip damage on that tower.
So is MLXG and Looper, though. They were posturing to try and defend this top lane outer turret. That has allowed Long to be pushing down in the bottom lane all by himself. Looper's going to have to take the long walk back down to be able to match that one. His teleport is not quite up just yet. So there is potential for Vici to try and outnumber RNG quite significantly in the next few minutes. But
And that's going to be the big go button. If Vici can successfully engineer that, it'll be a massive opening for them to snowball and kind of run away with this game. Because again, we always talk about Vici need to get these surplus gold moments before they come into a 5v5 to compensate for their lackluster team fighting.
we'll have to see if they're able to find that moment. But for now, it's just going to be endless once again with that Iceborne Gauntlet completed. No tier being picked up by him. Just looking for all-out aggression this early into the game. And it's an interesting rush coming out from Endless, to say the least.
Yeah, it's very aggressive.
Probably just had the money. It was a very long timing or time frames between his back. He looked for the Sheen because he's already aggressively winning the lane. He goes back. He's like, well, I could buy a tier and try to stack it, or I could get immediate power now.
Yeah, it seems to work out for them, given the lead they've built in the lane. But Name and Mata staying here to their credit, trying to pick up whatever CS they can. Vici aren't quite going too aggressive as far as trying to stop them or take the tower goes. In fact, MLXG might even find his way up somewhere. He's pretty strong on the Kindred, building up Devourer stacks, so can definitely make a play here. Looks like he's going to peek into the jungle, see if he can spot Graves. But not just yet, as that's Nami going to duck out of the way of that true shot barrage. They're trying to set something up here on the buff here, as Xiaohui and MLXG have walked in together. But now Dandy down the bottom line looking for Looper. Good ulti there from Long, as Dandy's now going to move in for it. Good flash ulti there from Looper. He's going to disengage him. Dandy doesn't get his 1v1 this time.
More importantly, though, information to RNG about where Dandy is. How will they use it? MLXG just steals the camp. Did ping at top lane, but with Mata roaming down into river, everything kind of fizzles out.
So Vici, they do get a flash out of that. Potentially the teleport coming from Looper as well, as Long is going to be able to push this wave in towards the turret. Decides not to continue, as it is actually Looper moving on towards the top lane. So could potentially be a little bit of a swap coming out from RNG, as we are going to see Mata move down towards that bottom lane.
They've actually finally swapped back, I think. Kind of surprised it took this long, but we'll see if it's any better for them. Nami has a BF sword now, so a little bit better as far as combat stats go, as there is the tier for Endless now on that back. So does get it late. We'll stack it late, but do get the immediate power of the Iceborne, so should be feeling okay in his current situation. It's Dandy and Mata going to meet once again around the red buff, but there has to be a flash. Dandy trying to get out of it, but the TP is going to come in from Loop. They're going to lock him down as best they can. Ulti's out there as well, but Izu's going to blind blow somebody up. Almost gets it down onto Looper. Xiaohui's now going to join the fray. Long gets flashed forward, but he exhausts. A great double stun's going to land in onto Name as well. Long now is able to take out Looper as they'll chase down Name. Izuhun slays Mata as well, but as he's already gotten the counter kill onto Caveman, that's MLXG getting low, but the Kindred ulti almost going to get carried out of it. It's not quite enough to keep him alive. There was Endless able to take him out. And now Dandy and Xiaohui are going to fight to the death. Xiaohui's going to get that kill. Ultido's going to push him away, but Endless goes straight aggressive over the top. Lung's going to keep trying to chase, but the heroic charge is not enough. True Shot Barrage, though, is enough, but it's not quite enough to kill.
And Vici do manage to take the team fight. Very scrappy turn of events right there. Good posturing by Izuhun, as well as great damage from Dandy. Won't translate into any sort of objective, though.
Now look at this. Endless and Name just going to duel out in that middle lane. The culling was blocked by Name. Endless still getting the upper hand in this fight. But with that team fight that Vici just were able to pick up, they are now 1,000 gold ahead of RNG. We've seen this before. This was the same as game number 2. Vici pick up a small gold lead for themselves. But the question is if RNG are going to be able to pull it back once more. They were able to do it in game number 2. They'll have to try and look to do it again in game number 3. It's just going to be Endless once again. Still pushing out this mid lane. They have sent Looper back into the top lane, who is met by Long. So the two tanks are going to go up against one another. Despite the fact that Long was ganked twice very early into the game, he's doing relatively well for himself. Has a single kill, 122 CS compared to just about 100 for Looper. Vici, they're going to look to try and take down the Rift Herald.
But it's about where they'll utilize this Herald. I assume that it's going to be going into the hands of Dandy. Will he use this just to more effectively farm his jungle, or will they prioritize putting it into a lane? And if so, which one? You'd say it should be the mid lane, but sieging into an Azir can waste a lot of momentum and lead that you have.
Well, certainly can. Is RNG starting to fall a bit further behind in this game, but VG don't have a too big a lead at this point, about 2,000 gold up with Dragon just respawning. They have the only tower of the game here as well, but RNG have answered with the Dragon. So very even here, 16.5 minutes in. Looks like Dragon's going to get started once more by MLXG because he wants the stacks. And this Devour is going to come online very quickly. It's 24 stacks now for the Kindred already. Feels like RNG are happy to bide their time. Again, they were very patient in Game 2, and they were rewarded. Yes, they've fallen behind, particularly in the 2v2 lane early on in this game, but if VG aren't going to apply pressure, given that they're the ones ahead, they're more than happy to scale up with the Lucian, with the Azir, and with the Kindred, and fight RNG once again when it gets a bit later.
I mean, that said, Name has done a great job finding farm where he can and minimizing the discrepancy between the two 80 carries, 129 to 145 now. That used to be about a 35 CS difference, so shrinking that quite a bit.
Look at this. EasyHoon is actually sitting inside of his base. Looking like he's waiting to try and make a teleport play happen for his team. Eventually he just leaves, walks back down towards the bottom lane. So now it's still going to be endless in this mid lane. So he's decided not to leave the safe lane. Instead, he's just going to be farming up, stacking his tier as much as possible, building up the components to try and work towards his meta immune, and you would expect him to have it now.
That's actually a really cool moment for EasyHoon to do it, and I think it speaks to why Vici are looking so much better. The fact that at that moment, Vici were in the river, denying vision and kind of setting up deep vision to collapse over, and they make the call to put EasyHoon in position that if we're caught out, we're pulling the trigger now. Again, it's just like the cohesion and the maturing of this team as a unit.
Well, EasyHoon actually bottom lane still, so going to be doing a little bit of split pushing. 1v2 though. Name and Marta feel pretty safe farming down here. Still have a tower up as well to fall back to, so things are looking okay as the game is slowed down in pace pretty considerably after the first 10 minutes. Endless though, pretty good in any sort of siege. Into his ear is a bit tricky, but if you can poke him down, VG with a nice group might be able to get some real damage under this tower, but there's Xiaohu, always there with the wave clear.
Yeah, sieging into mid lane is not where they need to be. What VG need to do is they need to move their deep vision. They have a lot of it onto the top side. It would be better served on the bottom side simply because they have the outer standing bot tier tower available to them, and they just need to catch RNG cheating between their jungle to defend their side lanes. But because they're constantly just free pushing creeps into Xiaohu, it's stalled out the game.
Stalling that game seems to be exactly what RNG want to do right now, especially after Name did have a rather slow start to this match, getting bullied by Endless and Caveman. Stalling out's not a bad thing for them to do, and Vici, they only have a 2,000 gold lead for themselves.
But the thing is that they're wasting their power that they have. The fact that Endless is so far ahead, if they took a team fight, they would undoubtedly win it. But they're just not focusing or prioritizing the correct objective on the map, which is actually fairly rare for Vici. RNG on the other side did a phenomenal job setting up triangle vision through their pink wards, which is what Vici are clearing out now. But you see that there's another one placed on the red buff, as well as the entrance to where Azir is walking across. And it denies deep vision from Vici, which is exactly where they need it, to make these necessary picks.
Certainly a good job there from RNG, holding on. Although Endless has now hit 2 items and cooldown boots, so he's hanging out in mid lane, hoping to poke Xiaohu out of this one, but he's the one getting poked down. Jesus. That is so much damage.
Nightmares from game 2.
Not quite long enough range, I feel like. Ezreal is not Azir. Sorry, not Varus is what I meant. Obviously not Azir.
Definitely
not
Azir.
quite able to poke him out.
There we go.
EasyHoon does take that turret eventually. So VG's starting to gain some ground, but RNG have done a great job slowing down tempo back to where they want it, and Xiaohu, you can see already, pretty strong, but is only getting stronger. Is Lumen Looper, hello.
Hello, I'm a poppy.
Oh, never mind.
I feel like you just ran into the lane. Did you miss me? Smack!
Meanwhile, it doesn't look like
Ooh.
EasyHoon has missed this trio, as he's going to have to pop the ultimate onto himself to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Name takes a bit of damage, but it's going to be MLXG that flashes forward. The claw is not going to be fast enough for him to get out of there, and RNG pick up a kill.
And unfortunately, there's very little response so far. Vici now looking at the dive.
Oh, really nice dive here through the turret with the magical journey, but that's just going to zone them off, it looks like. Looper, I'm not sure he can stay, but the rest of his team might be available. Doesn't look like it. There was Vici are going to just strong arm down that turret. Xiaohu trying to claim mid, and will get it with a bit of help from MLXG. And even Name going to get a tower on bottom side. RNG making good trades.
Yeah, and in the end, it's RNG that have the successful map trade. So they trade EasyHoon as well pick up 2 tier towers, and Vici only get the top 2nd tier tower, so definitely in favor of RNG.
So more important objective for Vici, but quantity going on over to RNG here. Definitely in their favor, especially since they are behind Vici right now.
I don't know, that mid-tier tower is super important, although I do agree that typically like a 2nd tier tower for a 1st tier tower is hashtag worth, but
get 2 more, which is even better.
yeah. And also, like, mid, you get so much control over the map with that, and having an Azir, as well as, like, his super healthy tower.
Yep, that's Azir for you. This is a classic Azir Victor. Even Xerath, when he was played, you mentioned that from last year.
Sneaky.
Yeah, teamfight going to start out here, actually, as MLXG gets smashed straight into the wall. Dandy going to take him out first, as now Looper has to flash up, but he gets ulted up by EasyHoon. Damages here as the knockups come through for Nautilus. Name trying to do the damage, but he's sort of caught out in the middle now. Xiaohu can't quite do enough work, as Looper's going to fall in front as well. And it's so close, but it's not enough from RNG.
And the thing is that the primary damage setup for RNG is Azir at this point in the game. Remember, Name was put so far behind in that 2v2, so it's up to Xiaohu to carry these fights. Wasn't in position there, didn't get the Sand Soldiers, and so the sustained damage from Azir wasn't there in time.
Suntark going to fall as well, as Endless is collecting some creeps here. Xiaohu, though, going to push them into the turret. And RNG might just fall back for a dragon if they feel up to it, but MLXG only just back up now. He's going to run maybe towards the objective. You can see Xiaohu trying to threaten with a few more soldiers, but that fight felt like it could have gone a bit better for RNG. Vici instead pick up a few kills, get themselves some gold, and we'll reset once again.
I'm actually really disappointed that we didn't get a replay of that fight, simply because Caveman had a fantastic tempered fate, and because of the narrow pathway that RNG and Vici were fighting in, it forced Name to relentless pursuit forward, closer to the enemy team, because it's effectively either relentless pursuit forward to maximize my damage output by utilizing my passive, or eating the tempered fate and then immediately dying afterwards.
He relentless pursued forward. Got a couple of auto attacks out and immediately got locked down.
Yeah.
Immediately locked down again. So great play coming in from Caveman to lock him down. And it does look like Dragon was the next point of contention. Vici will pick up their first Dragon of the game. Always nice to have. It does deny the 5th Dragon coming from RNG if they're able to pull back into this game. Vici are still 2,000 gold ahead, so they're definitely in command of this game. And here comes a teleport coming from Looper once again, looking for a flank. Xiaohu's going to try and get the heck out of there, as the slow will not be connected coming from Endless. As Mata now, he's going to be locked down by Long. He's going to pop the ultimate a little bit late there. Quite a bit of damage coming down. EasyHoon looking to try and jump in as well. Vici blow the teleport and only get the ultimate from Alistar out of it.
But they do chase RNG out of this Baron pit area, now laying down their vision. They've missed the one crucial ward at the back of the pit, however. I'm leaning close. It might just be a glare on my screen.
We'll check in later, but Baron Vision certainly seems like it's there for Vici. True Shot Barrage is nice, but it's not enough to steal it. That might be enough, though, as MLXG is forced to take the buff away from Xiaohu. Big loss there for that Azir, as Anderson is going to get his red buff. You can see Zhonya's there for EasyHoon. Items really starting to come up now for Vici. And sure, RNG is sort of at 2 items for all their carries as well, but they need to find a good team fight where Xiaohu can set up and really do the damage, because Lucian's good, but Xiaohu's going to be a little bit better on the Azir. Maybe even all game long.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's really until both of these carries are typically 3-item carries. So Name definitely put very far behind, although he does have his Essence Reaver as well as his Rapid Cannon. That's such a weird name.
Rapid Fire Cannon.
Rapid Fire Cannon online.
Jin agrees with you.
Is that what Jin says?
Jin has a comment. I can't remember exactly what it is when you buy a Rapid Fire Cannon, but he is not pleased with the item. What it does or how it's named, apparently.
That's fair.
Well, that's cool. We'll check that one out later. But in the meantime, we have a siege here for Vici. Finally getting their Ezreal into a spot where he can lay some poke down. Lysandra as well, very threatening under a turret.
I like what Frosco mentioned there, how, you know, Azir's going to do in this team fight. And I really feel like the last game is a good example of that. EasyHoon and Dandy need to work to get to this backline. Need to work to try and take down Name and Xiaohu. But Xiaohu, he can play these team fights a little bit conventionally and still come out on top. I really, really would like to see exactly how the next big team fight goes down. I want to know what the objective is going to be that they're going to fight over.
Effectively, Vici need to manufacture and engineer a place to fight over instead of coming to RNG. So again, with Azir, he needs preparation, he needs setup. If there's ever a
a case where Vici are coming to RNG. Like, they've got control of a Baron Pit, they have control over a corner around Fog of War. They should lose. But if Vici can get RNG to come off of their tower to walk into their domain, and Xiaohu doesn't have setup time, they'll just run them over.
Well, Xiaohu's not interested right now, let me tell you. He's been sitting in front of that mid turret, farming up a storm for quite a while here. To be fair, EasyHoon's doing the same, but on the bottom half of the map instead, as Looper now going to move in to collect the minions that he's so kindly pushed in towards that tier 2 in that bottom side. I mean, Baron is the obvious objective that the teams might look to fight over, but the map is very bare for objectives right now, and it is a game 3. These teams do not want to make a mistake because this is the only game they have left to play for the point in this particular week.
Also checking in on farm, Name still slowly but surely closing up that discrepancy, getting closer to his big itemization. It's so hard trying to buy an Infinity Edge, especially if you had to pick up a Cole, simply because you just don't have the necessary slots. Like having to go for the pickaxe as opposed to the raw damage of the BF sword, or not having another slot where you could pick up both BF sword and pickaxe is really punishing on this next team fight.
Teleport is going to be coming in here. Vici looking to try and create a pick. They're jumping on top of Mata, who pops his ultimate immediately. EasyHoon tries to dive in, but he's going to get knocked backwards, and now he's going to get caught as well as the Temper Fate will come out. Locks down Long as Vici trying to disengage. They've popped the Bard ultimate. They've popped the Magical Journey as well to get out of there. And RNG and Vici just, you know, after a little bit of back and forth, decide they don't want to fight anymore.
Yeah, they thought about it, and then Xiaohu showed his face and like, nah, maybe we don't want this one. Maybe another day.
Yep. I mean,
Next time.
Good attempt there, trying to get a pick in the jungle, but Vici do the right thing and retreat at the proper time. Xiaohu does need to get a back in, though, as he's got a huge amount of gold. Almost 3k banked up there. With just a cloth armor as his last real buy.
I want to talk about trinkets really quickly because we're 28 minutes into the game and we still have 2 yellow trinkets on the side of Vici in the hands of Long as well as EasyHoon. Now, if you look at them, these are your 2 TP users, and typically what you would trade this out for is blue trinkets. But because they have control over the game, I think it speaks to how Vici want to win, which is through split push and side wave management, which means that the yellow trinkets are being utilized to keep them safe, as opposed to the blue trinkets, which are primarily used for, we want to 5v5, so we know that we want to control an area like Baron or Dragon, and we need the blue trinkets, so if we ever fall on the back foot, we can at least peek in and try to make a pick.
Well, I'm going to have to see how they use their vision in this game, or if they swap those trinkets eventually. And speaking of vision, Vici, they're standing on top of the pink ward. They know that this brush has not been watered yet, trying to look for a play potentially. Long is split pushing up in the top lane, does have his teleport available, so can potentially get to a team fight in a moment's notice. Look at this, they're collapsing on towards Looper.
Yeah, Looper, pretty tanky, but he does flash out of the way. Can't quite juke all the stuns, though. Damage is definitely there. Looper just going to get locked up forever, although he does live a little longer. EasyHoon didn't want to burn the ultimate. Actually, he did, never mind, but Looper still dies.
Such a bizarre response from Long, though. Long actually backs, and he's looking for the home guard teleport flank. So I think Vici were expecting RNG to collapse on them, and so Looper was trying to get in position so he could be available for his team for the 4v5 since, Long was trying to get in position for his team because Looper got picked off.
Almost feels like a little bit of insurance coming out from Long.
Yeah, but he could have just pushed forward and tried to secure the tower.
Instead, it's actually just a pick, and I guess the flash they get. Because they're going to try and siege down mid, but Xiaohu once again with the blue buff, going to shut that down. He now has a Zhonya's, so he's getting stronger and stronger. It's the old Azir. But Vici, with that one pick, do get control of the Baron area at least.
What an excellent ward. That ward is not spotted by either of the pink wards. Take note, I like to call it the Baron Gate ward.
Well, certainly doing work there for Vici. Not really surprised that they have good ward spots. There's no way you're going to help Xiaohu clear these things out. But it is just, again, EasyHoon taking the blue. With the TP, still looking to split push, I think. Looper now back, though, so it wasn't dead for too long. Vici just weren't able to capitalize, it feels like, on their last pick. But Looper with no flash has to be quite a bit more careful about trying to split push down here with not too much vision. Even Name pushing out relatively far forward, trying to make sure he can get these creeps down. And it does feel like Vici have control over the map right now. They're just looking for the play. They tried to make one on bottom. They did get the pick. Wasn't enough for the objective. We'll see what Vici set up for next, because it does feel like they're the ones currently in control.
They do have double teleport as well, so a lot of flexibility coming out from this Vici lineup in terms of how they want to start one of these fights.
But it does get scary in scenarios like this if RNG try to take control over a Baron pit because Vici they only have one blue trinket available to them. And again, that's so crucial when trying to check Baron safely because effectively you just make them place down the blue trinket, clear it, and then you just wait. And they have to either come up and place their pink ward or they need to check with their face. So I feel like RNG should actually just continue to apply pressure over this Baron pit, whereas Vici want to continue to apply pressure on the side waves.
They do a very quick Baron as well, do RNG, but Dandy going to take the Scudder Crab out. That's good vision for his team for about a minute or so. And a bit of extra gold for the Graves as well. It actually has 3 items right now. So relatively strong from the jungle. Also, once again, Xiaohu really putting his foot down in mid lane, saying, this is my tower, I'm going to still protecting it. Vici, I honestly think they just don't really have anywhere to play right now because Xiaohu is being very stubborn.
Taking a look at Vici really quickly, you can see items have been picked up across the board. Void Staff's been picked up by EasyHoon, so we'll have that magic penetration. Does have a needlessly large bod to back that one up as well. As well as Endless, he's already picked up his core items of the Mana Mune and the Iceborne Gauntlet. Does have a Blade of the Ruin King on top of that, so he's looking rather strong in this game. And Dandy, he does have his 2 defensive items on top of his Water's Enchantment. So going to be able to be one of those frontline damage dealers with Lung. Now Vici, they're still looking for a place to make a play. They have Lung split pushing still in the bottom lane. He's matched by Looper. And it just seems like Endless has been in this mid lane for an extended amount of time. Claw's going to be put out. That's going to allow him to get a bit of damage down. Mata tries to jump in to get a bit of damage down onto Endless and lock him down. He takes some damage in return, but this tower, it's still holding.
I thought for sure they were going to pull the trigger right there because it's the first time that they funneled EasyHoon and Endless into the same lane, which means that your 2 primary carries are splitting farm or gold intake. So this pretty much tells me that Vici are done playing side lanes, that this mid-tier tower is going down now.
Well, not just yet, because RNG are doing a really good job defending it. The Emperor of Shurima does not want his tower to fall, but it finally will. EasyHoon threatens, and that forces RNG to back away. No play pulled there for either team. It'll just be that tower finally going over to Vici. And maybe with that space now opened up around the map, they feel a bit more confident making plays. But we're getting a little late into this game, 33 minutes in. Not quite to late game, but again, you can't help but feel the teams are playing very cautiously in the final game.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of wasted momentum as well. Again, I just would prefer that RNG would play around vision a bit more and abuse that on Vici. Again, going back to the trinkets, it's weird to continue to talk about it, but it's actually something that's really cool and just like a slight difference between these 2 teams. I feel like they have a chance to exploit that there on this area, but chose not to.
Well, they're still running around the map looking for something to do, as it's just been a rather long stalemate, so to speak, between these 2 teams. A little bit of objective training here and there. We did see Vici finally pick up that outer turret in the mid lane. But the only consistent thing is Lung's been split pushing in this bottom lane with Looper, and everyone else is grouping up around the map.
It's like...
Hello, let's deal a bit of damage to MLXG. Does get locked down, has his items popped as well. Hex Drinker, name was escaping me.
So I look at this game and I feel like Vici are afraid, or they're cautious, like Pastry Time is talking about, of starting a 5v5 or a fight in general. RNG just don't actually know where they should be. They want to fight, but they don't necessarily know how to manufacture it or set it up on the map right now. So it's just this really awkward RNG just kind of randomly roaming and Vici just trying to stay away from them while they take everything else. But because RNG are so random, it just creates like these weird patterns.
Really feels like Vici are bleeding RNG now. We just saw that turret getting taken down eventually by Lung. Not much pressure being put down to take that. Mid lane's turret just got taken down as well by Vici, and they were just casually pushing through the mid lane. So they're not taking big objectives, but slowly bleeding through RNG, and now they have a 5,000 gold lead. That's just getting bigger and bigger.
Like from here, RNG should be walking into the Baron pit, and they should be denying the vision and clearing that out. They have 3 pink wards in their inventory. Instead, they're actually going to walk down into the dragon and prioritize that with their vision.
Well, it's up soon, so I guess I can understand why. But Vici are ready to fight by the looks of things. EasyHoon actually in position for a teleport play. This could go very wrong very quickly as EasyHoon is going to make the flank happen. MLXG could be the first target. There's EasyHoon a long way away. Oh, he snuck into the backsides, though. There's
Easy
EasyHoon
Hoon.
straight in on top. He's going to ult himself there. Lock up a nice little choke one for himself. Name completely zoned out of the way as MLXG is going to try and lock down Dandy, who's forced to flash out of it. Does get the ulti down as EasyHoon's going to move his way back in, and Looper, he's going to be the first to go down. Caveman able to take him out now. 5v4 for Vici.
So many blinking health bars, but Vici do manage to come out on top. No vision was placed down for RNG. They have so many pink wards, but they couldn't catch EasyHoon on the backside, and he wins them that team fight and the dragon.
And this is dragon number 5, but only the third one being picked up for Vici, as there are 2 on the side of RNG. That just shows how objective focused this game really has been between these 2 teams. Now, a lot of pings going on towards the Baron buff as well, but only taking down Looper is not going to be enough for them to secure that objective. But it was a great fight from Vici. And RNG felt like they reacted to it well, but it's just a bad situation.
And again, the guy to highlight here is going to be EasyHoon. Such a massive catch right there in a choke point. Dandy actually comes over the back of the Baron wall, eats so much damage from Name, and is forced to flash out. But the ultimate also means that RNG cop a lot of damage and are eventually just pushed off of the area.
Well, smart fight there for Vici as they do take the dragon and the kill, but again, it's still slow going here for Vici, who do have a decent gold lead. 6k up now after that particular exchange. But it feels like they're not, again, not in a hurry. And that's pretty traditional Vici.
Yep.
Poppy has a Titanic Hydra.
Poppy's
Mad?
a beast.
Mad. I have not seen that before.
Really? I think it was played last week.
Can't remember off the top of my head, but I can tell you that Long is a big problem for RNG.
Sure is.
We saw Looper wasn't able to, he's not in trouble of dying, but he also can't do anything. Long is able to take towers freely out from under him. And this is still a problem. Long able to be an effective split push now. It's kind of Trundle mode, honestly, for the Poppy. Nautilus, he's never going to die, but he can't kill the Trundle either. In this case, can't kill the Poppy. And eventually, towers are just going to keep falling, and Vici will create space on this map.
Yeah, it's either towers continue to fall or RNG put enough resources to kill Long, and that means that it's a free Baron or free objective across map.
Looking for his drop portal now as well, I think, for Looper. So we'll have some ability to fight the Poppy a little bit more or create some pressure in the side lane. But again, RNG just going to take the minions as they stream in towards them. BF still now up for Name. With that Mercurial, with the QSS, does mean I think Infinity Edge or Bloodthirster will be his next item of choice. But he's sort of stocked up on slots right now. Going to take him a long time to get to his next item because he has to buy so many different components and or minor items before fully upgrading them. Xiaohu's strong as well. He's got the Void Staff now, but Marta trying to ward alone. Going to take a lot of poke on the back end for it. And he's too low now. RNG can't really do anything around the Baron Pit. In fact, True Shot Barrage very nearly took him off the Rift.
Yeah, good sidestep there, but MLXG.
They're looking for him. Temper Fate's going to come up. We'll be able to clip him and lock him into the stasis. He has to put down the ultimate immediately. So OMG's crucial ultimate is down. He may fall as soon as it's down, and he does. Endless picks up that kill. Mata is incredibly low, but the ultimate, the collateral damage from Graves is not going to quite hit him. That's going to signal Vici to start this Baron buff.
And the biggest thing is the fact that they made the pick on the smite. So this is pretty much uncontestable for RNG, and Vici now fully in control, the gold lead and the Baron.
Yeah, massive gold lead here in this game. And that Baron's going to give them a pretty big advantage for the next few minutes. RNG feels like they're playing just a little sloppier on these objectives. Vici, very crisp, very clean, very patient, able to wait for RNG to make a mistake, but they have made a few. And it finally cost them something big here in the Baron buff. Let's see what damage Vici can get done now. Have to think that they're going to start really knocking on this base and smashing it down, but Vici again, very deliberate team.
We talked about this at the top of the week, kind of this issue that the elite teams in the LPL have started to falter a bit. You know, the draft phase maybe look a little bit wonky. They're dropping games where normally they had perfect maps. We've already seen QG fall to LGD, the 5th place team, now moving up into 4th. And effectively, we're seeing the exact same thing on Group B, the 1st place team falling down to the 5th place team.
Well, not yet, but Vici getting there. As far as this game goes, had a great game 1 and game 3 looks very much in their hands, but we've seen Vici stumble at the finish line before. Be a bad way to go, given how well they've played both in general recently and in this series. RNG always wanted to have a miracle team fight here and there. Name's been a part of plenty of those in his heyday, but I feel like maybe 2014 Name still shrugging off a little rust. And Easy Hoon's Lissandra is generally not stopped. As Vici looking to siege out this mid tier 2. That's the last tier 2 left for RNG to defend.
I would love to see a 2014 Name take on a 2015 Vici, because that's effectively what we're watching right now. Slow and steady, 1,000 paper cuts.
It's going to take 1,000 paper cuts to be able to take down Looper here. As long as him butt heads once again. But it's going to be this turret that's going to be the objective's focus, but they're going to try and jump at the Xiao here. He gets bursted immediately. The key mid laner is getting taken down. Easy here gets jumped into the back lines by Mata. Pops the Zonius immediately to try and stay alive, but he does eventually go down. Now it's Long in the back lines as well. He's looking to try and lock down as many members of RNG as possible. Will slam Name into the wall. Endless shifts right into the front lines. He's going to stay alive on top of Dandy's ultimate and will eventually go down. But this turret should be going down for Vici as they take down 3 members of RNG.
Massive play by Easy Hoon and Long. Wow, that Poppy ultimate at the back half of that. Name going so aggressive, and it still continues.
Yep, not done yet. In fact, Loop is getting a little too low. Name going to try and poke in on the other side, but Dandy is just too strong here in the front lines. Looper cannot withstand the onslaught. He barely lives as Name is now fighting Baron creeps off his Nexus turrets. Vici getting closer and closer. They finally break the middle of the base. And RNG starting to run out of breath here underwater.
Basically, that's not a Zerat portal. That's a Guardian's Angel onto this guy.
Okay, first and foremost, beautiful engagement from Easy Hoon. He's going to follow underneath the tower. Name already pops the QSS, and then he'll pop the Zhonya's Hourglass as soon as he's thrown in. He does not land into the Tempered Fate in time. But what I want to point out is as soon as the Lamb's Respite goes down, watch Name's positioning just on the very tip of this to push forward into Endless. He's literally on the line between life and death, and then the Poppy ultimate just cleans everyone out. That was so cool.
Well, it was, but not enough, unfortunately, with the Kindred Lucian to pull through that team fight. Blue buff does go to Endless. Able to get that one from base, so pretty convenient delivery there. And Dragon's also up as well if Vici want to take number 4. RNG, though, they're all back up. If they can get set up again around the objectives, Dragon is something they'd love to fight around. But it seems like Vici aren't going to give them the pleasure. As you can see Name's build, he's going to go for double lifesteal by the looks of things. No Infinity Edge, but he really wants to stay alive. Because he knows he needs to do a lot of late game damage in these team fights. Xiaohu, though, does need to be in position as well, and Vici are able to take Dragon away for themselves. That's number 4.
Yep.
RNG just have so many problems right now.
So many problems, and an 11,000 gold lead is one of those as Vici is slowly starting to steamroll through RNG. They're still taking it very slowly and cautiously, but they're definitely incredibly ahead.
It's an interesting build. I'm thinking about Name's build. He's effectively waiting, because I feel like there's kind of 2 different paths that you can take. You can either go for the Hex Drinker into the Maw, and try to get the shield or the defensive properties from that, or you can go for the Bloodthirster, which is effectively still kind of a defensive, there's air quotations here, defensive item, because you're utilizing the shield to negate burst damage, and then by working that in tandem with the Scimitar, so a double lifesteal item, I feel like it's like compensating for not having a Maw, but still trying to prioritize more flat damage.
It's just a Name classic. Stay alive for as long as possible, and I will win the team
It's
fight.
like a very Name thing to do.
I don't need extra crit. I will just kill them eventually.
Eventually, they will fall. Let's see if Name can pull this one up. As Vici looking to try and siege the top lane and bottom lane turrets, as Log's just going to slam Looper into the wall. Looper has a Guardian's Angel. This guy does not want to die.
I mean, you've seen what happens when he does die. He really is the sole tank for this team. Because even Mata, when he doesn't have his ulti up, dies so quickly to the Vici carries. And Vici have a lot of carries in this game. Dandy again proving that carry jungle still a thing.
Would you like some hot chocolate?
This is a great siege from Vici. All the Coco set up. Mata tries to make a play, but Culling burnt there.
One chocolate gone.
Endless just takes the chocolate, more chocolate down.
The mid lane, though, will start to become a problem here. MLXG pulls off to defend it, trying to pull off and defend it in between waves. So they are getting fairly lucky there that they haven't had to deal with a simultaneous crashing wave and a big wave in mid.
Well, Long also causing problems. Does have TP up, so he's going to go back home.
As I say that, there's that simultaneous problem.
Yep. Timing there for Vici. As Mata is going to go back in for it. They've got Easy Hoon perhaps, but he's going to ult himself. TP now down there for Vici as he's going to try and kick them out, but Name's going to get jumped on. He can't get out of that. Huge Poppy ulti almost keeps him alive for long enough. Name is going to live with the Lamb's Respite there. And Zhao actually takes out long. EasyHood's going to die in there as well. RNG almost find the fight they want, but Dandy able to keep firing shots away. Zhao, he just can't do enough damage. He's forced to flush out. Vici to win the fight onto that turret. Looper barely lives.
And the reason why RNG pulled the trigger right there is because of this crashing wave onto the mid-2 tower. They understand we either go now or we lose our base for sure. Mata tries to set up the best case scenario. Beautiful Lamb's Respite from MLXG, but Vici with their gold lead are able to out-team fight them.
Big team fight. RNG effectively trade kills, but the objective's definitely going in favor of Vici once again. They increased their gold lead slightly, but more importantly, they have broken the base against RNG once again. There is a naked inhibitor in the bottom lane, and they took one of the Nexus turrets.
But the big thing, though, is that their mid inhibitor is about to come back up, which will compensate for losing the Nexus tower. And yes, they broke down the inhib tower, but they didn't take the bottom inhibitor. With that mid inhib back up, RNG could actually very safely leave their base and contest for this Baron. So that didn't mean as much for Vici as it should have.
Well, Endless stole the blue buff, so it's the little things at this point. As Vici are going to start the Baron. RNG, though, are in position. Almost everyone's back up. They have to TP right now. But that's Vici joining in first. EasyHoon going to try and zone them off it. Mata needs to make a huge play, but the Baron is already so low. Vici are going to be able to get it. Now Mata's going to turn tail and run. In fact, Lupa's going to get locked out there by EasyHoon. The snare's in. Lupa still taking too much damage. MLXG not able to save him, but the Guardian Angel actually might get them back into the fight. Dandy, he's getting low, but he doesn't go down. He takes out MLXG. Lamb's Respite still off cooldown. Long slays Looper and Xiao, who just can't do anything, but he's going to lock up Mata. EasyHoon getting out by Name. Name actually gets himself a double kill, as now Dandy's going to come over Name. He flashes over the side. He's trying to go in onto Caveman. Still kiting away. Lifesteal's there. Look goes down. Name gets a triple kill. And now Caveman got out of position. There's the Quadra. There's the pentakill. Name saves his team.
Welcome back to the LPL, Name. I've missed you, boy.
What?
Yeah, Fish, that's Name.
Hello? My goodness. What a team fight from RNG. Just take a look at these death timers really quickly. There's 40 seconds left on the remaining members of Vici. This could possibly be game for RNG. They're going to try and push through 4 turrets to take it, but it is possible.
Oh my god, that team fight. Death timers are massive. They will at least get the mid inhibitor. They do have a wave behind them as well as a very tanky member. Double tap being utilized.
They're going for it.
I
think RNG know they only have one shot left. Vici's death timers can't be that far away.
Endless 10 seconds.
They are going to tank it. Endless almost up soon. Name is going to work on these turrets. They're tanking turret hits, but Xiaohu, he sheds through stuff as well. Vici, no one left alive just yet, but Name,
Endless.
he may have done it with just one team, but Endless is going to go back in, but RNG with a miracle as Name lives up to the legend.
The 2014-2012 LPL title winner is back, boys.
My goodness. What a fight from RNG.
If you guys need an introduction to that player, that was it right there, RNG.
You can always tell. If you ask someone, what do you think about Name, if they ever watched his positive energy performance versus the flounder and flop that EDG made on the world stage, that is the positive energy Name. That is Devil, and that was incredible.
And he goes over to shake their hands, and Vici can't believe what happened. The Koreans will hug. Mata smiling his head off. And RNG can barely believe they just won that game. Wow.
Oh. Whew. By the skin of their teeth.
I need to see that team fight again. RNG, take a well-deserved bow. Push to the limit by Vici, who I have to say played an awesome series. But you can't, how do you beat that?
The double lifesteal, the scimitar on the Bloodthirster.
You didn't even have the scimitar. That was literally just the Bloodthirster.
Okay.
That is Name. Name is the quintessential positional-based AD carry. People will always credit Imp. They'll always credit Uzi, Wei Xiao. These are names that continuously come up. Name, unfortunately, had his chance on the world stage in 2014 with EDG and was just frankly a flop. He didn't perform very well. He was
overhyped, made up very big, and just decayed. But that is what we expect from that AD carry. And people who watch the LPL know that that is capable. To see it finally come back up in such a dramatic fashion, literally the last play of the game, is quintessential, the microcosm of Name's career.
Big team fight coming from Name and the rest of RNG as well. I really want to see that replay again because it almost feels like once again Mr. Endless walks straight into danger instead of waiting for his team. And I'm just waiting for that replay to confirm that he's done it again. But all in all, it was a great team fight from RNG. They set up nicely. Frosco mentioned during the game that it was them able to get their inhibitors back. And with their inhibitors back, try to contest the Baron. That didn't go well for them. They lost their front line immediately. But they still pulled back a fantastic team fight that late into the game. One big team fight with 4 members left alive is all you need.
No, and that's the big thing as we see the results on your screen, is the fact that because Vici did not take the bottom inhibitor and play around the inhib, instead they chased after taking the tower and tried to finish the game there. That was what cost them the game, because with the mid inhib coming back up, it gave RNG the chance to contest for that Baron and to take that fight.
And the biggest thing about that as well, now Vici are 6 and 7. So they are still on the 5th. We'll probably see that in a bit.
Yep, let's have a look now. Royal still 10-2 after that particular game. Still on top of Group B. EDG chasing them though at 9-4. And you can see Vici there, 6 and 7. 5th place still, with both IG and OMG ahead them with 7 wins. Oh.
Not good.
It was right there.
Not
And
good.
I feel like Vici's problems continue to be the same for them.
They can't.
Great players, great macro play. Excellent around the map, but where's the team fighting? Not there right now, but we are going to check in with tomorrow's matches. EPA versus LGD to kick things off. Snake versus Xiaogu. Should be very interesting to watch after Xiaogu's earlier performance this weekend. And then Worldly versus M3 to round us out. LGD fans got to be happy because they won the hard game. They got the easy game tomorrow, but who knows with LGD.
Let's not put it too...
Exactly.
We'll get into EPA, because EPA are looking pretty good as well right now, so let's not go too far.
Put it this way, they still have to win because M3 have 3 wins and EPA do have 2. So there's always that possibility of catching up to LGD if they have a good run. So LGD need to win that game.
And we have 1 day to play tomorrow. I can't believe we're almost at the end of week 8 because that was a pretty ridiculous way to end day number 3. Not quite done yet, but let's look at the MVP.
Yeah.
Is anyone surprised? It is
I agree
Name
with
and
you,
his Lucian.
MVP committee.
6-2-6. He was 1-2-6 before that last team fight started.
Well, think about this as well. Okay, we're going to see the final kill here. But he was put down. Like, Name started this game terribly. Just got jumpstered in lane.
Endless.
Are you just mad? You love Endless. Stop.
Good.
That makes me so sad.
No, okay. It's effectively the lifesteal doing work right here.
Yeah.
He comes over the wall, utilizing the Relentless Pursuit perfectly. I can't believe he actually caught the double tap passive there, killing him in the magical journey there. But crazy, crazy pentakill.
Yeah. I mean, awesome play from
Like-
Royal and Name especially, but
There's some pentakills where you watch, like, think about Crystal's pentakills,
Yeah.
where it's just like he's standing in the background, his team's doing everything for him. He's like, I'm Draven, I'm just last hitting everyone. Oh, pentakill, oh, that was amazing. But then there are pentakills where someone's going crazy, like an Uzi pentakill, where he's like, oh, he QSS the perfect moment, he sidestepped this, like, those are the good ones.
Yeah,
And
and
they're very rare, but that was a good one.
I mean, that was especially a good pentakill just because of off of that pentakill. I think it was 12,000 gold behind. Lost the Baron buff there. 2 inhibitors just respawned. Were able to push through all these turrets eventually and take the game just like that. The final game of the series as well. So what a fantastic set.
I think looking back at that replay as well, again, we have to question Vici's team fighting. A lot of little things went wrong there. Endless base check-in 80, a big Lucian included.
You know-
Vici, you're so close to being such a complete team,
It's-
but still a little way to go.
It's like, once again, you were able to take down so many members. You have everyone fighting over at the blue buff side. You have both your carries on towards... both your carries are next to Name. All you have to do is just literally move in together as a team instead of walking forward, take a crit, arc and shift on top of it again, die, everyone dies. It was a disaster.
What a disaster.
Well, thank God that was our last game, because I don't know if we can handle any more. We are done for the week, but not, done for the day, but not done for the weekend. Please join us tomorrow as the LPL will continue. Thank you so much for joining on behalf of myself, our cast and our production crew. We'll see you tomorrow for the last day of week number 8, but for now, it is simply good night.